Hell nah. Wait, chat. Welcome back. This is HSR new game MrPokke is sponsoring. Nope. Nope, we are not gonna be getting, but that being said, on the 30th?
It's been 22 months and I'm still playing
Yo,
Anno
Kimchi, thank you
24/7.
so much for the 22 months. Thank you. Bro, on the 30th, I think we are gonna be getting like a double recent sub explain quick swap. Wait, let me confirm this real quick. Yeah, on the 30th, we're gonna be getting a double recent sub explain quick swap. So we have a recent sub explain for Snowbreak again. Once again, not for YouTube. Because they like the previous one so much. It was very, very nice. As well as our classic LD shot for HSR, because this 30th, which is gonna be this Friday, there's this game that's actually gonna be having a pretty big patch. It's called Honkai Star Rail, guys. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of this game before. Yes, Honkai Star Rail is actually gonna be having their 4.0 live stream this Friday. So we are gonna be able to take a look at it after 20 billion years of Honkai Rail, and there it is, right? So we have one for LD Shop as well as one for Snowbreak. So for YouTube Frogs, just like I think it was what, 25th? We're not gonna be streaming on YouTube for the Snowbreak segment because it's simply just way too spicy and we're gonna get banned. And then if you guys wanna hop on, I will just see you guys on Twitch, right? But that being said, just pull on standard. Can you gamble on my account? We will miss a few standards, but you can pull if you want. How many pulls do you have? Okay, I probably will do it towards the very end because I have a lot of things I wanna finish up today first, and then we'll just see 670. You have 670 pulls.
I genuinely
Crazy.
cannot
Oh my
believe
goodness,
this
Kazar,
shit.
thank you so much for the
Yay.
tier 3. Thank you. But yeah, today I have a lot of things I want to do now, so we can start building them for Pokecorp. How many pulls do you have? How many pulls do you have? You'll see when you log in. Okay, I'll do it a little bit later then. Okay, I'll do it a little bit. Oh my god, I'm just so fucking lazy to change accounts, bro. Okay, but in any case, today I have quite a lot of things I want to go through. So first things first, bro, I think this is my most liked tweet in the history of my Twitter account. Probably only second to my QQ clip, if I'm not mistaken. Hold up. Yeah, it is my second most liked tweet on my entire account because of this single temple. And do you know what's the best part, guys? It's not even my. Yep, this is not even mine. So I'll know what. They don't have to know that, right? But I just think that. But okay, to be fair, I didn't even claim that it's mine, guys. All right, because last time I checked, me saying bro does not mean that it is mine, right? Can I say bro while posting someone else's pools? I can, right? I didn't say, yo, chat, check out this sick 10 pool that I did. I never said that. So I said bro, right? I just said bro. So I think I'm basically in the clear here also. Yeah, and here I'm very, very good. Very, very nice. So exceptional yoink, if I can say so, from Mr. Yoink. Also, chat, another breaking news. Bro, PokeCorp, in a span of less than 1 week, again, grew to 2,000 followers. I think this took us like 3 days. I don't know what the hell is going on with PokeCorp, but I think our Knights Anvil community really like PokeCorp. So thank you for our PokeCorp support, and our only follower is gonna be Sarah of the Lake. That's gonna be in our mutual, right? So we have been poking a lot of stuff. So like all those times that I'm like not streaming or I'm not cooking, I'm always working on PokeCorp. So I've been making look at it. All me, by the way. Alright, so I've been cooking up a lot of things just for the R-Knights Anvil community, trying to cook up as many of these tips as possible, as well as a couple of this from, I believe it was from the start, where you can send you the click control system to transfer your ores and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of things over here. So if you want more timely gacha game updates and guides, right? Timely, not just Anvil, by the way, because we do other content. For example, for example, Watering Waves, right? Even Watering Waves, we have done a pretty good summary. This is also all me. So in the future, I believe we're also going to be cooking up our HSR summary and all those other timely gacha game updates. So if you want to check, thank you for my guys. Thank you. You're absolutely welcome. So nuclear generational W for PokeCorp. And speaking on PokeCorp, yesterday I didn't stream, right? So I not only made 1, 2, 3, but 5 different videos cooking for our channel. 3 of them are already complete. So they are gonna be going up to PokeCorp. It is gonna be our level 10 guide. It is gonna be every single kit for 4 stars and 5 stars operators explained, as well as I think I made 1 more for the top 10 beginner mistakes, classic, absolute timeless classic. And then we have another one that's gonna be coming up, which is the AIC 0 to Hero. Yo, Rin, thank you so much for the 14 months. Thank you. Yeah, we have an AIC guy from 0 to Hero to basically break down to you guys exactly how the hell are you guys gonna be doing the tip. And then for today, I also cooked up 3 separate scripts off stream, just so that we can get together as one big happy family. So I've been overworking a lot of stuff in the back view just for our Anvil content. For today, we are gonna be essentially going through everything you need to know about the game from a R-Knights Anvil expert. Okay, I won't really think about that as a title, but like essentially, we are gonna be giving down like basically how my progression has been like for free to play. So all of these like free to play day-to-day accounts, I've been documenting them on PokeCorp, and I'll be using this as sort of like a journal to guide players through exactly what to expect. Because to be fair, you will never play R-Knights Anvil the way I play them, right? Or the way that content creators play them. Because we legit like, bro, we like no live this shit non-stop for like 16, 17 hours a day, every single day for 1 week straight. So it's basically we're in a time machine, and we're like fast forward by like 1 month. So we basically peek into the future and to get an idea of like what to expect for a real casual, a real normal, relatable jobber that is coming from work, right? He's gonna spend like maybe at most 30 minutes on a gacha game after putting his kids to bed and all that kind of stuff. So this is gonna be like how you guys can expect as eventually you reach all the way into the late game. I would say that as of right now, if you have reached Wuling, which is level 43, you are probably top 10% of the player base. Yeah, I think 90% of the player base, they still have no idea what Wuling is, and they're still trying to dig around with like purple gears. So just somewhat of a benchmark to expect. And another video that I'm gonna be cooking up is pretty much gonna be my anti-hyper grifter video, right? So this video is gonna be basically EOS Mr. Hyper Grifter. So I am gonna be cooking up a full pros and cons guide, and I listed a shit ton of cons for R-Knights Anvil, so that hopefully this game can actually improve. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I have 19 different cons I have actually listed by myself. Hopefully, this game can actually take into considerations and it will improve them for the upcoming version, right? So, that is gonna be that. And I think towards the very end, I will see how we go, but I kind of want to do like a step-by-step AIC build along with chat. So I'm actually a little bit scared to do this because, like, frankly speaking, what the fuck up? But I actually want to essentially kill my entire base from scratch. So I'll literally just kill everything and then I will build with you guys live as we do this together as a one big Fabby family. I'll probably do this for Valley 4 first because I'm not too sure how the newcomers will appreciate for Wuling. And then we'll see how that goes. And then people really like it, then I'll do one for my Wuling as well, right? So that will be my 3 content I will do all stream. Technically 4, I guess, if we're going to be putting on it for Omega. So that will be today's plan. And then at any point of time, if you guys want to ask me anything about Anvil, feel free because I think I have spent a absolutely ridiculous fucking amount of time in this game because I am absolutely addicted. So that I pretty much do, right? Okay, chat. How is your day before we jump into daily village? Right, I don't have last right. Who should I use Yvonne besides Zahi and our data? I don't have last right. You're not supposed to use last right with Yvonne anyways. So don't even worry about it. Eventually, if you want to min-max, you can get Gilberta. If you don't have Gilberta, you can just go with the what's the guy's name? Either Floor, right? Because she's kind of like giving you free stacks. Or you could use Estelle. So, and then what I do. Or you can even use Perliga. Because Perliga gives you art buff. Because electrification is art intensity, which is what Cryo has. So it's right. Do you have a Yvonne and Gilberta? Right? It is on the way for Gilberta, which is the next unit. But Yvonne is not going to be anytime soon. Time to E1 Sunday today. Alright, chat. There's a new HSR patch today. Okay, maybe we will do before you pull Aglea and Sunday. But I want to see how long it's going to take us to finish Anvil first, right? At this point, basically, HSR is done. HSR done very good. The what element is Tian Shi Zhuang? Do you mean the dragon lady we met in the story? I'm almost certain she's going to be electric. From the trailer, she was like oozing electric aura, and we don't have a 6-star electric DPS. So I'm almost certain she's gonna be electric. They're gonna be that. Do you prefer min-maxing resources or base looking nice? I kinda just do both. Wait, hold up. I honestly think my base looks very, very decent. Wait, why is it not like... Yeah, I think my base looks very, very decent, if I can say so myself. So this is what, like, okay, for example, my Wuling, right? It has a very, very decent split. So this one is gonna be for my, whatchamacall, the Zyrite. And then this one is gonna be for the gear. And then this one is gonna be something I made myself, by the way. I made this all by myself. This is custom made by MrPokke because previously we always use our normal plant system to just do the normal plants, but you can't make Jing Chao without water. Like, you need water on this planting unit. So I was thinking, okay, how the hell do I actually combine it? So I took a little bit of modification, so I cooked something like this because eventually you will want to get Jing Chao for a couple of like consumables that you want to make, and then on top of here it's just all like filled with plants. And then this is gonna be like the main base. And then I'm just pumping up a little bit of bottles here. New video, by the way, that's very, very good. Where do you position my Debo bars and you wouldn't see? I just leave them here. Wait, actually, I want to make that a video. Wait. Yo, it's all here. Wait. How many get this did you know? How many get this did you know? Wait. Okay. Did you know in R-Knights Enfield, if you were to unlock your Wuling AIC, you can actually move the location of your default buzzers, right? Simply hop on over here, hold and click, and you can move this. You can literally move this. Subscribe for more R-Knights Enfield's tips and tricks. Okay. Yeah, that's really crazy, right? I think that is really crazy. Okay, yeah, how many just get it? How many get? Yep, you actually can, but only in Wuling. Only in Wuling. So, you can't do it in Valley 4, unfortunately. Yep. Did you know? The Did You Know series. Okay, Battle Pass. Yeah, the Battle Pass weapon is really, really good. Honestly, all of the Battle Pass weapons, they are kind of just there. Wait, not this. All of the Battle Pass weapons, they are essentially just there for your rate up units. Which is gonna be this right here. Eh? How do I show this again? Okay, like all these three, they are essentially meant as alternatives for Levitating, for Gilberta, and for Yvonne. Pretty much. Like they are next closest thing to a basic slot. So, and you basically get it completely for free because you already unlock the option by simply using your Originium, which you should get for free by playing the mission. And I hope that you guys did not spend every single one of these on the pools, because if you did, it's a pretty fucking big break, right? So this should be the first thing you buy, so everybody will have access to one of these options. So even if you don't have the signature weapon, I think that's a completely fine. And then you just kind of see where you're gonna be going, right? Okay, you don't use Alash with Lash, right? Nobody uses Alash except for Shadow Team. But frankly speaking, I don't think players would be playing Shadow Team unless you really just have absolutely no other units to use. So what to do? Ooh, Lane Planetary Water only is 2 machine for loot, by the way. I kinda... Is this not 2? This is 2, right? I'm pretty sure my yield is looking nice here. Yeah, it's like a little bit more of an excess, but I wouldn't worry too much about it because I kind of want to get this to the max of 48k. Then I can just slam this to... Okay, the reason why I'm even plotting this thing right now is because I actually made a farm, guys. Yep, I was so intrigued by this game. I went ahead and learned how to be a literal jobber, as in I own my own farmlands now. Peep this shit. Peep this shit. Boom! Yep. My very own Poke farm, where I essentially planted my own sprayer and my own crop system. For this one, the Jing Chopper, honestly, you don't even need it, because you can already make this in your own base. The main thing I'm actually cooking is this thing right here. My Red Jade Ginseng plot. This is the only plant that's really, and I actually want to talk about this in like a separate video, which is you can actually use this as a consumable, like right here, which is one of, if not the best consumables that you can actually get outside from the ultimate regeneration. That is gonna be this thing right here. Fortifying Infusion. Crit rate 9%, all damage buff 18%. I think this is pretty much the only one that is like low-key self-sustainable, because you can get an infinite amount of this. The only other thing that is like better than this is pretty much this thing here, Perplexing Medication. But the unfortunate thing for Perplexing is that you cannot farm this. So this Sigil mix here, you cannot farm this on the crops. So it's a little bit annoying to try to farm this, so that's why I didn't run to it. But for this one, it's actually low-key sustainable, but it's not really fully automated because you kind of need a farm, right? So, and then if you really want this, you could, but if you don't want to skip, because at this point, I really be the game, right? I really be ASA, so I was like, okay, what other things can we anvil? And oh wait, why not I just be a farmer? So I have this is like my retirement life. Yippee, is my little happy place. And then like I made it such that like we have a little bit of an open way. So maybe in the future if I want to add like more things here, it'll be quite nice. And just walk around. Very actually, if I can just take this. Very nice. And your jobbers will actually help you out if my camera can actually show them. Okay, oh wait, my jobbers are not here. Sorry guys. I was doing I was doing like a solo Leviathan run for level 90 Rodan. So wait, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Not this. Not this. Yep. Yeah, so for example, right, if you were to use your jobbers with you, whoa, that is crazy, chat. So they actually pick up the plots for you together as a one big happy family, and then you can just kind of do it again. You can just kind of do it again, and then by right, they should start walking over and help you. There we go. There we go. Well done, jobbers. Well done. Well done, sweetly. Very nice, right? So I'm actually gonna kill this because I actually want this to farm my Jinshin, but just that I don't really have enough Jinshin seed right now, so I need to wait for another 1 hour. Then that is gonna be right. Okay, chat. That is pretty much it for our thingy. Once I finish daily vision, ask Bogey, I will hop on to Omega. That will do the pools, right? Yes. I will fucking do the pools, bro. You want to see how many pools? I don't know how many, bro. I will log in. Don't even worry about it. I will log in and we can just see all together. Right? Very nice. Okay. Let me just come here. Let me just come here. There we go. Who would I say here? Mr. HSR. Ooh. I'm surprised the plane didn't crash from this little shit over here, but in any case, I would probably choose... I'll probably still choose 6 just because it's the aisle seat. And then if I want to go to the toilet, it's a little bit easier, right? So that's gonna be that. Okay, yo, how many clip that? How many clip that? Please refresh. Nah, I'll just look at it tomorrow. Don't even worry about it, right? CZN YPB ILSP. Ooh, that is really loud.
弱い者は
Yowaimo!
駆られるこの世界で変わることのない絶対の法則だ
I wait for the departed. It's a little bit loud actually.
これがお前らの選択か金額以上の仕事をする気はない熱はどこだ
Yeah, we have the board. I'm so glad I skipped Narja. We have the board.
モンスターか
Oh. Oh.
任務完了どうだ結果に満足か力加減は苦手なんだ
I wait for the departed. Very, very good. Very, very nice. Alright, see you guys in the group chat. Bye bye. Looking forward. Actually, where is she coming out again? When is bro coming out again? When is the date of this unit coming out again? Because I think we might also have a reasons always playing for season as well. Next week, I bet we are gonna be there. We're definitely gonna be there. This is insane. Oh, 4 minutes crazy. Oh, wait. Let me silence Enfield for a little bit. I can still hear like the background noise. Alright, there we go. Is this new? Oh, it's a new EB. I bet. Oh, it's CN. Oh, I thought it's gonna be JB. Why does it feel like they're dead? They're not dead, right? It's like she's looking at like people that are like not there. Wait, why did you cry? Wait, why did you cry? I mean, they're all there, right? It's not like something bad happened. Yay. Bro, I have no idea what this lore is, but very, very nice and very, very good. W Zealand Zone 0. See you guys on the Cliff channel. Very, very. I have no idea what they cried though. I legit have no idea what's the lore. So that's it. Ultimate Uma is born. Crazy. Sarah has done it again. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sarah of the Lake. Once again, just coming in hot with the no context hashtag and view. Alright, let's take a look over here, right? We have a insane with a S, ite with an A, yay with a capital B, no comment with a C, and ew for an E, right? So I have no idea what this tier list is because we do not have any context. But chat, what do you think this tier list is, guys? What do you think this tier list is? What could this possibly be about? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? ENVA, physical DPS main. It is a physical DPS main, huh? Alright, the top 3 units are all physical. I mean, Amber is basically physical. Oh, it's Sarah's mental state. I see. How is Amber top and Ardelia at the bottom? Wait, where's Ardelia again? Oh, wait. Ooh. Okay. Okay, wait, chat. To be fair, if you were a physical main, you actually wouldn't run Ardelia in physical teams. You would only run Ardelia in kind of everywhere else except physical teams. Maybe you don't really even need to run in electric, because you can just run Endel. But if you are physical, you probably won't even raise her. You are gonna be sticking with, assuming you have both Li Feng and Pokke, and then just slap on the Panda, as well as Chen. If you only have either Li Feng or Pokke, Li Feng or Pokke, then just slap on Admin. In no world would you actually use our data in the physical team anyways, because you're gonna want to get as many stacks of those vulnerable as possible. So I can kind of see why she's at the bottom if Sarah is gonna be a physical main. That being said, you also wouldn't really use Amber, because Amber is basically like Japart. It's like a Japart DPS. But that being said as well, is that Amber is hella comfortable. Like, you can literally just stand there unfazed and then just spam left click and then breath skill with the rest of your team. And it's like very, very easy to play. So there's that. I'm just gonna assume this is going to be Sarah's tier list for their favorite team. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's just gonna be their favorite team. So the first is very clearly gonna be physical, which is gonna be fine. I would genuinely say there has been a lot of memes, right? There's been a lot of memes about Li Feng. And people think that he's a Yanqing. And people think he's a Lingyang. And to a certain extent, he kind of even looks at him, right? He's like he's the fanboy trope, right? If you guys want to play physical team, he is literally the best sub DPS you can ask for. So hopefully y'all didn't re-roll your Lingyang accounts because you thought that you put a Lingyang and you want to play physical. Because Li Feng is really, really, really fucking good in physical teams. Very, very even comparable to Pokke. Either one of these two, you kind of just get started. Because Chen is basically like... Okay, the way that physical team is structured, right? Is that they literally is the super of this game. Because the gimmick for physical is that you can stack on your stagger very, very quickly. So Chen is the game's free unit, which also just happens to be the HMC of this game. Because you do like really, really good toughness bar damage with Chen. And your DPS is gonna be basically not even just from a single unit. All units in a physical team will be dealing damage. Admin will do damage. Pokke will do damage. Right? Your Li Feng will do damage. Pen to a certain extent will do damage, but Pen is more so of like, you don't let him use any skill points, and then you just use him for his 20-second combo skills. So majority of your damage will be coming from the 2 DPS you're going to be using, which is going to be Li Feng, Pokke, Admin. 3 of them you pick 2. And then that will be your physical team. So, TLDR, hope you guys don't hate Li Feng. But if you don't want to play physical, that's completely fine. Because my account is a Li Feng, and I actually want to raise him. Because I do want to use physical to have the same amount of investment compared to my late team, right? So, that is pretty much going to be that. I would say, Tao. Also, Sarah, you're completely fucking lying, by the way. You are legit completely. I have never ever glazed last, right? And shit on Li Feng. I explicitly stated the reason why I don't want Li Feng is because I lost my fucking 50-50 to Li Feng back in CV2. When I was pulling for Leviathan, I fucking lost, right? I never ever said that Li Feng is dog shit because I keep, I legit repeatedly keep just saying, bro, don't reroll Li Feng. Don't reroll Li Feng. He is really, really good. It's just that I don't want Li Feng because I already lost my PDB and it's just a bad PDH, right? So, bro, just legit life for fun, which is gonna be fantastic. In any case, our Endao, personally, I would put him around the same tier as Sweetly. Because the thing with Endao is, right? Okay, both Endao and Sweetly, they got nerfed from CBD3 by quite a considerable amount, alright? He used to be giving us a 38% vulnerability, or like the amp. Now it's gonna be less than 30% after nerf. So at this point, it kind of just depends on what you want to roll. You would definitely run him in single target content, because his debuff only work on a single target. So if you're like all your like Rodan, right? Your Rodans, your what you call it? The Giantess girl, right? You definitely run him. But if you're gonna be up in like overworld, clearing your random mobs, farming stages, you will almost definitely not run Endor because it's just a little bit annoying to play him. And depending on which unit you're gonna be running him on, you would probably only stick him really in like electric and fire. Yeah. Whereas for Arcade Queen, okay, to be fair, you also really just run bro in heat for like your Leviathan. But I could see a world where you wanna just use her for the skill point battery. I think right now, Sweetly has the most amount of skill point generation. Because I think she is the only ultimate that gives you that shit amount of skill points. And its cost is really, really low. And you basically get her for like a free P5. So that is going to be that. I'll rate them both around the same. Oh, right, and she has Link. Right? So I'll rate them both around the same place. But it just depends on the character. For Electric Team, if we are going to be ranking Arclight here, I will just yoink A-Win to the same day as whatever she's going to be. Like, whenever you run this, you run this. And whenever you run this, you're gonna run this. So it kind of comes like a package deal. Perlica is actually a little bit more universal, which I think it's kind of crazy that bro is gonna be E tier. But don't worry about it. A Leviathan. Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, Leviathan. I am pretty sure I have spent one of, if not the most amount of hours on Leviathan out of like every single team. From personal experience, right? From personal, you're talking to the guy that is probably gonna be winning FOP in the tournament. Looking forward to that. But in any case, Leviathan has a very interesting spot in which if you use her in the early game, right? If you use her in the early game, you actually get her ultimate really, really slowly. You haven't gotten access to your energy regeneration pieces from your one piece of gold, which is the jade gold, that gold piece, which means that you are gonna be taking 3 full rotations, 3 full ESC rotations, just to get 300 energy. Alright, okay, in the overall, you have Wolfguard, maybe you have a little bit more AoE, maybe it's gonna be a little bit better. But the experience playing Leviathan in the early game is actually a little bit really, really uncomfortable. I would dare say, in the early game, physical team, okay, actually even like in mid game, physical team feels a lot more straightforward to play. You don't really have like a big damage downtime where you need to rely on Leviathan's ultimate to deal big damage. Because physical team just slams like lift, right? Slams your stagger, right? Slams your crush and everything. And they just deal like a kabillion damage. Just like Super Break, right? So also, I think physical team is just way easier to play. And a lot more straightforward. So technically in that sense, if you only wanted to play one team, and you wanted to save all your pools for like whatever other unit, I don't think that's a big deal if you skip Leviathan. Like, you're not really missing out on anything per se. Because this game's focus is not really on combat. I'm pretty sure most of you guys who have played this game long enough will agree. Our Knight's Enfield's main focus, legitimately, at least for the first, I would say like 40 hours, is on AIC. There's almost like no combat events that you need to give a shit about, and there's no refreshable endgame, at least until the next, like, I think 1 week. So whether or not you get like the meta tier 0 DPS with a meta tier 0 team is irrelevant. The only thing is you're going to be spending pools to get level 10, whereas physical team is completely free. So maybe in the future, like 1.1, 1.2, they have like actual combat events, like their Spiral Abyss or whatever it's going to be. I have no idea what it's going to be like. Then maybe you care a little bit more for the combat. But I think like as an early game, right, if you are doing like, for example, like a no pool account, you just don't want to pull any unit for the entirety of 1.0, I think it will change like absolutely nothing for you. Because physical team is just that countable, right? So that is gonna be my two. And this is coming from someone that I've been playing level team like so much throughout like this entire time. So that is gonna be it. I would say it is if you are talking purely about like highest damage, she's definitely gonna be up there. But like where you even want to spend your pools for her, I don't think it's gonna be like a big deal if you miss out. Because like she doesn't really impact your early game experience because you can just use physical team. And it's not like she will save your late game experience because there's nothing to be saved. Because there's no content, right? There's no Spiral Abyss. Your late game as a casual, as jobbers coming back from your jobs, right? It is to build your factory. It is to develop your regional levels. So combat is almost non-existent, and you can kind of just run whatever you want to run and get everything out done with, right? As long as you have levels, right? As long as you have your level 80 on your main DPS, you have your level 60 on your gold gears, you can just do everything, right? So that's gonna be a Snowshine. What does she even do? Gilberta and Yvonne, honestly, you know what? I think they can all be on the same reasoning I'm giving for Levitain. I can just give it these two. It's just that my experience with these two are going to be a lot lesser, so I'm not going to comment too much. But just from 1.0, if you wanted to just run mono physical, then by all means just go for it. So that kind of pretty. No comment on Chen. Okay, I'm not sure why no comment on Chen. Maybe Sarah just never tried Chen before. But you need to try Chen. She is legit the glue for a physical team because she applies the highest amount of stagger out of any unit for her ES skill, or rather her battle skill, her combo skill, and ultimate. And she's like super easy to play. And she just run with the 4 Ps, the one that increases stagger efficiency, super nice. And you can just fit in. I think Panda is a little bit of a similar reason. Though if you don't want to run Panda because you have one of the 6 stars, or you just want to run admin, I think that's also okay. Fluorite is basically at this one just for ice because we have no nature main DPS. Estelle is also the same thing, just for ice. Both of them have their own problems, which is like the application is going to be a lot slower, compared to, for example, say Wolfguard. And everything else over here is like, I have no comment on this. Wolfguard, if you want to play Lei, I'll definitely run, bro. This one I already mentioned. This is Arlen. I really think Perdiga is like super nice because of electrification, right? The arts reaction for electrification, which is arts damage taken. So you can kind of just run her with either mono electric, or you can even run her on ice teams, like crowd teams. Maybe someone in the future will replace her slot when we get a better Saohi, but that's gonna be that. Okay, last, right? It's like she's a fine, but I would like to introduce you guys to a Pokecore video, which is this, right? This is edited by myself, by the way. I edited this video by myself. This was all me, right? Okay, the footage was from our community, but I edited this video. So you can see like the difference between the cancel, right? So this is the dash attack, which allows you to instantly start your base attack tree a lot faster. And then you dash attack right after this. So your cancel actually completes your final strike. And then you're already gonna be starting your base attack 1. Which makes you like one entire base attack faster than the last strike that don't do dodge cancels. So if you're someone that kind of just wants to like take it chill or whatever, and you don't really want your hits to miss because the last strike's attack is honestly a little bit clunky, then I wouldn't worry about it too much. Bro is homeless, and then Zhaohe, you know, I'm pretty she's basically like Wolfguard of ice, so you're gonna run her. But the thing is, for Zhaohe, you kind of want to get hit, so it's not as strong of an M for Wolfguard, right? So that is gonna be our tier list by Sarah. Let me know what you guys think, and I'll see you guys on the Cliffs channel. Bye. Okay, what's the current best team for Yvonne? Unless you are ridiculously fucking lucky, you won't have it. It's basically Yvonne plus Zhaohe plus Gilberta, right? Plus Gilberta, And the final slot, you can kind of be a little bit more flexible. But your Von Gilberta works pretty well. Just throwing the Zaohi up in them, right? You could consider running Prodigal just for the art intensity. So you can do like big Unga Bunga damage. Yeah, because all of our cryo applications are like not very good. Like Wolfguard, if you guys play Levitate, his application is really strong, right? You get an infliction from like, your battle skill. You get infliction from your combo skill. You get a whole ass combustion from the ultimate. And for the other hand, Zaohi is like a lot slower. You could run Fluorite, but the combo skill cooldowns are very, very long. And then Bro is just going to be like a little bit worse, right? So it's fine if you run them, but nothing too insane. Because previously, back in CBD3, Yvonne had a really, really solid team, which was Yvonne Lazrite. Yvonne Lazrite Gilberta Zaohi was like the best team. In fact, it had a higher damage ceiling than Levitate. But they changed the Yvonne's kit to the point because previously she applies. Now she is a full consumption striker. So they don't work together as well anymore. You could still try to run them where you don't consume Lazrite's consumption and you just run her for like that little bit more damage. But I personally just think it's not going to be too worth it, right? So they're going to be like, alright, chat, we kind of need to move on because we have a lot of things to do. And I want to do it, what it is, right? Corrector 3的击败 Crazy, guys. Yo, chat, is that Wuling? Is that Art Knight's Anvil reference? Oh. 很好。很好。
Join me.
Join.
Are you an Adeptus?
Dwelling among these peaks, what else could I be?
Yo, they nerf Yishan pretty hard, not gonna lie.
At last, thanks to you, these fish can have a taste of the mortal world.
My mom's sick. Those herbs. I was gonna sell them.
Then, to make it up to you, perhaps a story. It might fetch a pretty price.
A story?
I didn't even know fish eats herbs.
Long, long ago, 3 moons hung high in the heavens. Bathed in their light was an ancient nation called the Langan.
The
Langan
Langan.
was home to a divine envoy who bestowed nature's bounty upon the land, and in return, the nation worshipped her. But then, in a twist of fate,
Lady
the
Locust
moons
Mountain.
shattered, and Langan fell to ruin. Unable to bear it, the envoy sheltered
Oh my god, she's doing the
people
meme.
she could.
She's doing the, you're the soldier. He's like fucking covering the fucking like weapons and shit. And like there's like a kid like sleeping.
Doing so,
She's doing the meme.
defied heaven's will
Crazy.
and was cast into a celestial prison as punishment.
What kind of place is that?
People claim one day in heaven is 100 years in the mortal realm. But I rather wonder if it's not the opposite.
You're a furry, shoot down on this game.
Prison
What
must
is the
be a
most
torturous
furriest
place
gacha game?
indeed.
I unironically think
I've
it's
never
R Knight's
heard
Anvil.
this story.
Because everybody there is like low-key a furry.
I made it up.
Yep. It's either that or Xena Zone Zero.
Coming from an Adeptus, it must be worth quite the sum. Alas, dawn approaches.
Xena Zone Zero has like actual like...
Another day,
Okay, Xena Zone Zero has Power Trust, so like, you know, it's kind of hard to beat. Power Trust and
time
like...
to go home.
Is this the Quayle Assembly?
The Quayle Assembly? That name hasn't been used for centuries.
Wait, what? She's done. She's done. Oh, it was. Oh, it's a he. It's a he. That's a he. Oh, okay. I mean, it doesn't matter, guys. But oh my god, bro, that is crazy. With that, we come to the end of the Song of Welking Moon. With Chibai. Now we're gonna take a look at the better version. Which is gonna be this right here, right? The better version. Ooh. Okay, any lore experts? Any lore experts? So tell me, why the hell are we going back to China when we went to Not Cry? Why is a bro from Liyue, bro? I know it's Not Cry Nation. Oh, right, Chinese New Year, guys. Wait, chat. Did you know for Miss... Okay, completely unrelated to Genshin Impact. But did you... Okay, yo, so help me get this clip. Help me get this clip. Separate from this original. Just help me get this clip, right? Did you know in Honkai Star Rail, the release of a Yao Guang is on the 11th of February, which happens to be the exact same day as my mom's birthday. Subscribe for more Honkai Star Rail tips. Alright, help me get it. Yep, it's actually the exact same day, chat. The exact same day. Actual exact same day, which is actually kind of crazy. センニさんはの
こんな山の中に住んでいる人間がいるか、君のおかげでここの魚たちも属性の味わいを楽しめた。母さんが病気だから
母
薬草を
さん。
売ろうと思ったのね。なら代わりに話をしよう。しょぼうにいいねで売れる。お話？昔々、3つの月が空に輝いていた時代、銀の光が照らす先に老館という国があった。老館には神の使いがいて、豊かな天候と民の平和、神々の庇護を願った。しかし世の命運は変わり、月は壊れ、老館を災いが襲った。神の使いは国を見捨てられなかった。彼女の導きで生き残った人々は東に安住の地を見つけたが、彼女は天に背いた罰で天牢に囚われ、二度と人の世に姿を見せなかった。天牢ってどんなところ？天の一日は地上の100年とは言うが、その逆は聞いたことがないだろう。きっとそれくらい心をすり減らすところだ。あ、初めて聞いた。
Chat, there's a guy.
今作ったのだ。
Be for real, bro.
仙人が作った話
Be for
な
real,
ら
right?
いいねで売れると思わないか？名残惜しいが月が沈む。天の一日は地上の100年。帰るがいい。
That's right, bro is basically team. Bro is a team hair. Chat, that is not a guy, come on. That is not a guy. Y'all legit trolling, bro. There's no way that's a guy. Alright, respectfully. Yeah, that's literally team. Bro, she even sounds like Deep. Yeah, and then she fucking blows up with the rocket, bro. Wait, is where's VA? Bro, I can hear it. I can hear it. Heap. So let me guess. Bro is gonna be useless. La Uma. Okay, very, very good. So there's gonna be 原神空月之歌. See you guys on the clip channel. See you guys on the clip channel. Absolutely exceptional. Alrighty, we good here. This is done. This is done. Sarah is done. This is done. And this is done. And then this is this is gonna be our giveaway later. Very, very good. Someone set fire on the Mito station, so all things are delayed. That is fantastic. Chiyono. Oh. That's really, really loud, by the way. Holy, wait, hold up. Okay. I wasn't even scared, by the way. I wasn't even scared, by the way. Yep, I wasn't. I know you were scared, but I wasn't even scared. Right? Okay, help me get that for the shorties. Yo, by the way, Secret Life of Week. Yep, I joined that tweet, but I never claimed it was mine. Hope you guys have lots of very requests though. Right? WS Full. Well done. That's very, very good. There we go. There we go. Right there we go. Okay, Oprah GX Noseball. Chat, like, why it's so bad about sand leaf powder, by the way? It's literally free. Like, you get sand leaf for free, bro. Like, you don't even need mining ores. You just generate them infinitely in your base. There's no, like, input for, like, ores or, like, yields. You just get them, like, infinitely. So, like, I don't really see what's the problem, but I want to do. I see. Is that Chen? I don't even remember seeing Chen, by the way. Your last Vitam video on Pokke was rated as graphic content. Is it this? If you're talking about this, I know, by the way. Is it this? You're talking about this, right? Yeah, I have no idea why this was labeled as graphic content. Yeah, apparently our clear is graphic. It's too graphic. But you know what? Is at least it's not on you, because like imagine it's on YouTube, that would be really fucking bad. But I wouldn't worry about it. A new league champion looks like Torvin. That's Garen with a wig. You literally cannot convince me otherwise. That's literally Garen with a wig. So that's Orgnite Anvil's lore from Ashikai.
I have a small.
Okay, let's peep this during dinner time. Chinese Asian players flip. Okay, I have no idea what this actually means. Because last time I checked, I didn't get electrocuted by my mom, right? So I don't want to do. Our factory. Okay, chat. Genuine question. Wait, yo, clip channel, take this. Clip channel, genuine question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how difficult is an AIC for you? Genuine question. On a scale of 1 to 10. 4, 3, 3, 1, 1. Okay, 1 being like, it's fucking easy. 10 being like, oh my god, I can't do. This is like, to you, is like everything you're doing feels like, then this is like 10, right? But if you're this guy, and you just cook this shit up with no sweat, then you're 1. Alright, so this is like 1, and then this is 10. 7, because you crashed out on a tutorial. 5, jobber out of 10. Wajaja out of 10. Oh, that's, is that deep breaths? Oh, Bova out of 10. 20 out of 10. 6 out of 10. 7 out of 10. AIC is a 3. 6 to 7. 0 out of 10, do the minimum, then copy paste over the internet. 8, me is dumb. Okay, what do you guys not understand about the story? Because I feel like I can relate with you guys a lot. Because you literally watched me in real time as someone that was like, I was literally this on day 1. In fact, I was literally this even with CBD2 and CBD3. This was me on the first day. Y'all literally saw me struggle so fucking on day 1. But in less than 1 week, I kind of just logged the fuck in and I kind of just transformed. So what is the thing that y'all are not getting? What was the thing that y'all are not getting? It's too easy. The smaller blueberry and stuff is easy to figure out by myself, but I crashed out trying to make the purple berry, and there were so many empty gaps. Can someone take that account? Just copy and paste. What is so hard? Don't care so much. It's very simple compared to real factory games. Yep, we do have a secret, don't tell for, by the way. Yeah, we have a secret Arnites Anvil Elitist where I basically absorb knowledge at like 300% efficiency, so I just learn everything in like 2 days. Yep, you're absolutely right. It pisses me off that you need to rush missions if you want to progress through the base normally. What do you mean you need to rush missions? Because the base is pretty straightforward, right? Like, you start with the green stuff, right? Your bug capital C's and like the LC batteries. And then you go to the blue stuff, which is the B and the SC. And then you go to the high stuff, like the pro stuff, which is A and HC. You have the place satisfactory one day. Okay, one day. Yeah, from what I've told by like my real factory main elitists is that this game is very, very straightforward because there are a lot of things you cannot customize. You just put down the thing there, and the U is the exact same. So if they made it a lot more approachable for players that has never played Factorial before, compared to the actual Factorial or like Satisfactory, right? Fob already notes, okay, I guess I'm done, which you do need to unlock. A lot of yellow air things are quest lock, which you do need to get the upgrades. Yellow air things are quest locked. What is yellow air things? Are you talking about a tutorial? Because my own account, right? I kind of just skipped almost all the tutorial. Wait, hold up. 8, 7. Okay, I basically did a grand total of 0 tutorials for Guideday. Except for the one that they literally forced me to do. And then this one we did a little bit at the start. And I just never did them. I just never, ever did them. He's talking about the outpost. He's talking about the outpost. Wait, let me get some BGM up in there. The yellow air balloon to unlock new units. Oh, like this? Wait. Okay, I think I know what I'm talking about. This thing. You need to find the balloons to unlock these things. Ah, okay, but this is not related to the AIC though. This is just like classic open world gacha game brain rot, right? You have to go around exploring and running them on the map. You claim them, you get +1 point, and they go back and build. But it has nothing to do with the actual building process itself. It is just a way for you to get access to these facilities, which, to be completely fair, is like a little bit of a drag, because like open world and everything. MrPokke under a rock here. I just came back on playing gacha game and I saw Mandaris and taking shots on you. Are you a villain or are you so safe about the game? People that take the shot at me, they are unfortunately a little bit silly. So, and then what to do? The game tells you to drag and drop items for 1 billion times on every tutorial, and it's not basic knowledge. I see. Gacha players can't read. That's why tutorials are for them. Okay, what do y'all think is the alternative to the tutorial if the tutorial is bad? Because frankly speaking, I just don't even want to do them, which is fair. They are kind of tedious. They really like hold your hand every step on the way to the point where like it is quite a bit of a drag. It is quite a bit. What is the alternative to this? Watch YouTube guides. The skip button. Make it skippable. Okay, then what is the point of the tutorial then? If it's skippable. Because, okay, technically, it's skippable in a sense where you can just not do them. Alright? Like, you can just not do any of these things. Okay, I guess you unlock a couple of, like, these, right, for your blueprints, which you don't even need because you can just join from the internet. But you can technically just skip them. You know what I'm saying? Okay, the pool currency is locked behind the tutorial. Okay, so do you think it would be better if the tutorial just had 0 pool currency? So, like, how much do you get from here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, wait, chat. I'm a fucking dumbass, bro. It literally says here. Okay, so you have 26 missions, right? So you have 26 missions times... Okay, 25 is 250, right? So it's basically... 650. So essentially, slightly more than 1 pool. So do you think it would be better if they just gave out 2 pools and made no pool income in the actual tutorial and you just skip everything? Would it have been a better experience for you when it comes to the AIC? Tutorial is more than fine. People are just lazy fucks using blueprints. People are a little bit silly. I hate that I have to do the tutorial twice. I would rather the tutorial help set up the initial base to a functional state from the get-go so they can get an idea of what a decent factory looks like. Okay, I kind of get you. So, like, for example, like, everything in the tutorial, right? They make it take place in your own base. And then once you finish up the tutorial, they will remove the facilities that was, like, related to the thingy. And they leave you with, like, the actual item you produced. So, for example, if this tutorial is for, like, belt integration, then you will put a bunch of belts. And then, after you leave, you have the belts edging your base. So maybe that might save a little bit more time. I want the game to ask me if I need tutorial. I see. It's good as we have them as reminders. If the rewards are way higher for tutorials, but I will actually do them, but it's too small. Oh, I feel like... Are we upset that the rewards are being locked behind the tutorials? Or are we upset at the AIC itself? Because my initial question in the chat was, rate the difficulty of AIC from 1 to 10. And then the response for the people that were saying like, oh, it's like more than 5 because it's quite difficult. And I was like, why was it quite difficult? And then the response to that was, the tutorial sucks. So, how does that have a link with the tutorial sucks, and the solution to that is to skip the tutorial, but you have a difficulty understanding the AIC. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, the solution to learn the AIC is to not do the tutorial. Is what I'm getting at. It's just a loop. If there's a tutorial, people complain. If there's no tutorial, okay, I have no clue about factory. I see. AIC is 3. Also, off-node low spring and refugee gland bleach. Okay, absolutely. I think people need arrows drawn all over. It's not hard because of the tutorial sucks, but it's hard because of how complex the placements are in advanced machines. They should make more engaging tutorials. The bonus requirements are more of a, it's good, now do it yourself. Power in red. It's not power in red, by the way. It's just clogged. Yeah, because my sprinklers are off because my plants are already watered. So it's just off. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, and also this thing hovers, by the way. It sometimes go down and sometimes go up. Because one singular Wuling berry, it gives like a shit ton of power. So it always dips. So don't even worry about it. It's fine. Sea Dog said we are cooked if we are having so much problem with the factory. It's simple. Okay, like, I understand from like a casual perspective, right? Like, it's a first time, like, for example, can you imagine a first Genshin Impact player? Like, they never played something like Factorial, and their only GM experience is Genshin Impact, or like Wandering Waves, or like HSR. And this is like their first experience ever, and they're not a streamer, and they're not a content creator, and they're not elitist, they don't watch guys, and they just want to try this game themselves. It would be like quite daunting, right? It is very, very daunting actually, because like, if I didn't play through the CBT, and I just go in like completely blind, I would not be able to finish up all my progression within like 1 week. So I get why it would be a filter, right? It would definitely be a filter because everything that we have come to know for like mainstream gacha, it follows a very similar formula, especially for open world games, right? Like, what the big open world recently, right? From Genshin, then you have like Tower of Fantasy, right? And then you have like Wandering Waves, and then you have like, I guess, Duel 9 Abyss, right? Like a lot of like open world gacha games, they follow a very, very similar formula. And Honest Envy just feels like one of those, like, for the first time, you actually need to take a look into the AIC system, which is like something that you probably have never ever done before if you've never played Factory or Factorial, right? So it is definitely gonna be a bit of a learning curve, especially if people are not used to the system. Minecraft has no tutorials, but I still remember I was struggling on a Minecraft puzzle on how to craft a pickaxe because I've never played Minecraft. So I didn't want to do, right? Similar to Warframe, R9 is more similar to Monster Hunter Wilds. Not really. Monster Hunter Wilds doesn't need to build. Bro, okay, from my experience, right? The closest thing I can think this as is like the StarCraft 2 base building with like the Genshin / WoWa / Xeno Zone Zero Combat. That is the closest thing I can think of. Because I've never ever played something like this ever in my life. But I think that after I gave it a really, really good amount of time, like trying to learn, and I literally consulting the elitists, it made me understand. So, yeah. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Is the Art Knights Enfield AIC too difficult, right? Drop down in the comment. Bye bye. Okay, yo, good chat, guys. Good chat. I think this is a very interesting topic. I would say Enfield is similar to Warframe. Lots of tutorials, but once you get through them, it's understandable. That's why. It feels a little bit front-loaded for players who aren't used to it. Absolutely. Bro, okay, yeah. That is actually one of my points that I was going to review for Enfield, is that they overwhelm with like too many things at once at the start. So like, if you're like a new player, right, and you go into Enfield expecting it to be a game like Genshin, because you don't even know what Enfield is about. Like, okay, like realistically, you have to be fair. A lot of players that play gacha nowadays, they will always compare the new games to games like Genshin, because Genshin is what made like gacha like mainstream it is, right? So like, oh wait, is there gonna be another like overall gacha like Genshin? And then they come in to this whole AIC system, and it's like really, really intimidating. And the way that they structured the early game is that they put a bit of everything. Right? I'm not sure if y'all remember. They put a bit of the story, and then they put a bit of the combat, and then in the middle of your MSQ, they'll put in a bit of AIC, right? Just out of nowhere, they'll give you this AIC, and then once you're done with AIC, you put it in the story again, and then go into the open world, and then explore. So like, it's like all the things that this game has to offer is coming to you immediately at once as a casual consumer. And like, there are like two ways you can see it. One is like, they want to mix everything together because they want to make it like engaging, right? They don't want to make it like straightforward, like one linear line to like spice things up, right? To keep things fresh, right? Then on the other hand, if you cannot understand what the fuck is going on, then you'll be like, oh my god, the teacher is going too fast for you to keep up. So it's very, very, it's definitely a filter. I would say this game probably has one of the biggest filters I would see from like a modern gacha game throughout all of the big gacha games that's gonna be released. Almost, okay, I would dare say All Night's Envy is probably gonna be mainstream, because I think a gacha's definitely not being a mainstream is like generally an indication of like how globally it's received, especially in CN. And CN is like, bro, they are going crazy for Envy, bro. It's actually going crazy, so they're gonna be the right, they're gonna be the most people play games, blah blah blah. Yeah, absolutely. They started off with Genshin, HSR, and Wuha, so this is really like something super new, like just for myself. But luckily your streamer play a little bit of CBT, so like I kind of get what's going on. But even for the AIC, it's like a very new concept that I have like really like I struggle like fucking a lot. Then I have to like go and cook up all the doors and everything to eventually get here, right? Yep, big filter. It is a big filter. Filter these casuals. Okay, I think filtering is good, because those people that pass through the filter, there are people that actually want to play a game, and they will understand what's going on, and they won't say shit like, oh my god, spend the event, oh my god, I jump on it. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like, if the filter is too much, it might pose a question of like, those people that actually pass, are they gonna become like a elitist gatekeeping community that prevents new players from coming in? So like, if you filter out all the casuals and you only keep those in, they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be a fucking hardcore grinder and all that kind of stuff. It's like, imagine HSR without casuals. And HSR only makes turn-based games like Expedition 33 with like parries and shit. So you only have elitist players in HSR. Then like, it becomes like a lot more challenging for the new players to jump into this kind of like gacha games. And I feel like gacha games, they can't be that filtery, especially for like a gacha game that is aiming to be like mainstream wide market audience. So that's what I do. Some of the OG artists community might gatekeep. Okay, gatekeepers will exist in any gacha games. It doesn't really matter if it's Enfield. There's always gonna be gatekeepers. But like, it's just a question of like, is it your entire, okay, no, maybe not, but like majority of your community, or is it like a small fraction of your community, right? Yeah, filtering tourists is good. Filtering tourists is good, right? But not like everyone that like they want to try the game, because they want to just try it for themselves, but they get scared off because the filter is so fucking high. So there is like a line to be drawn here where it's like the best balance between both of us. Right? Okay, yo, help me get this for the clip channel as well, and then we can just stream it, right? Okay, chat, I want to finish up daily video. We have been starting very long, but this was a pretty interesting discussion. Also, W art, very, very good. Yep, and yes, I am still 100% free to play despite slanders and lies about our account, which is also like, it's literally an inside joke for my stream. I've spent a grand total of $0 fucking in this game. Bada boom, bada bang, bada bang, bada boom, right? Very, very good, very, very nice. In any case, let's more guess the word from your 20-hour VOD speedrun. If you have made your guess, click here for the answer. Okay. Yes, chat. I told Iru to upload an 18-hour video on our main channel. I'm not sure if it's up, but I told bro it is a 18-hour video. Probably the longest video I ever made in my entire life. I'm not sure if it's up. Oh my god, it's actually up. Shouldn't it be finished Wuling? Wait, shouldn't this be finished Wuling? Oh wait. This should be finished, right? Oh, this is before? This is before Wuling? Oh, this is before Wuling. Shouldn't this be when? Grammatical error, by the way. This video ends when I reach Wuling, right? So please fix this. But in any case, yeah, we're gonna have a part 2 when I finish Wuling. There we go. There we go. Okay, the thing is, right, the Wuling video is not even that long, because I am pretty sure it is just like 6 hours-ish. So don't even worry about it. Very, very good, right? Smash that like and subscribe button for our this video ends when I reach Wuling, not until when I reach Wuling. Okay, as a matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna go in and edit the title myself, just in case it's not edited. Oh wait, hold up. Let me tell, bro, cause he do it like as like a test. Okay. Change the until to when I reach Wuling. Okay, there we go. Okay, anyways, very, very good. Just a quick little video there. We're just gonna let that cook a little bit. This is done, this is done, this is done. Oh, that's actually a lot. Okay, chat, the daily video today is actually a little bit longest. Am I stupid for starting? Nope, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry. Do you know that there's another way here? Okay, listen. Okay, listen here. Alright, listen here, you little shit. Right, listen. Right, you took a shortcut. Alright, cutting short is not the same as grinding it with real skills on a platformer game like R-Knight's Enfield. So silence. Okay, help me clip that. Help me clip that. Help me clip that. At previously on the fraud incident. Alright, W Chen and admin. Okay, this is definitely DMC. The one who stands in tears. Oh, right. HSR has a brand new update, guys. Okay, if we have enough time at the end, we'll play HSR. Otherwise, we'll probably do them tomorrow. Thank you, Hoyo.
Let's go.
Bro. Why is it so... What? Is that Kiana? Why is Kiana like for Rina and shit? Oh. Bro, I don't care what y'all say. Mimi has the best skin in the entire game. I don't give a fuck, right? So they want to do. Alright, help me get it. Literally the best skin. Devs, listen! A yoink is a yoink, my man. A yoink is a yoink. Now someone needs to do this, but with the actual screenshot thumbnail. Devs, in fact, listen. What is the raccoon cooking? Don't even worry about it. What a shame. Okay, this will be a black screen if it was in HSR. Okay, this is definitely DMCA. It's Enfield. Enfield is the worst. Okay, we'll add this for the dinner reacts. What the fuck? Okay, do you really think I'm gonna spend 40 minutes listening to Fort Master? Let's calm the fuck down, okay? Hop on. Okay, wait, this is DMCA. Did you know AIC allows you to zoom out? You can select two objects that are far away, blah, 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 and you get a bird's eye view. Oh. Or they could just allow us to expand out all the way to the max by default. Okay, but that's a pretty good, did you know? I'll never forget Prime Poke. 12 hours and 500 attempts from back in the day. Very nice. If you laugh. I'll just... If you laugh... You miss your relays by 0.1 meter. That's very, very nice. That's a very... Thank you for the memories. Thank you. Sample VA appears here. We are coming on 4.0 Instagram. That's very nice. Zenless Zone 0 live stream this Friday. Unfortunately, we are watching HSR. This is a Honkai. They are actually doing the exact same date as Honkai Star Rail. Wait, are they postponing Honkai Star Rail? Wait, there's no way. There's no way. Did they postpone the live stream for HSR? No way, bro. Wait, HSR is done? Wait, did they even announce HSR? Did they even announce HSR? Oh my god, wait, they are gonna make the HSR live stream 2 weeks later? Really? Oh my god, guys, we are done, guys. Oh my god, we're done. We are actually done. So they are actually... Okay, I'm guessing it makes sense, right? Because they delayed the patch by 2 weeks. So they will make the patch later by 2 weeks. God damn, man. Okay, if that's the case, then frankly speaking, we don't really have a rush of pages out today, right? We could just play tomorrow or the day after. It's not going to be that bad, but... Oh my goodness, it's actually on... Yeah, it's not this Friday, man, because usually it always follows the same rotation, right? Yeah, but since they delayed it by 2 weeks, it is pretty fair to say that... Yeah, they delayed the live stream by 2 weeks as well. Can we get an EOS demo for HSR? Oh my god, bro. Yo, Cole, if you're still here, help me at EOS. Help me at EOS for HSR. Alright, or wherever it's gonna be. Yep, best boss arena in where wins me. That's very good. Payable 30k. Silence. Young Fei Xiao. That is not Fei Xiao, by the way. Mobile versus PC. Did you know in gacha games, this is going to be the difference of size between mobile and PC. Zenless Zone 0 with 30 gigabytes to 70, HSR with 34 to 84, Wuthering Waves with 57 to 119, Genshin Impact with 45 to 125, and finally R-Knight's Anvil with 24 to 45. Subscribe for more gacha game updates. Alright, how many clip that? Also, bro, that is really, really well optimized. Holy W. Just a matter of whether or not they can keep it that way, though. All bros have gone too far. That's fine. What possibly could be the correlation? All right, that's very, very good. Did you know? Blah 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 blah. Okay, chat. With that, we have come to the end, right? Okay, we actually come into the end of our daily video. We're now gonna move on to Ask Poke so I can actually finally play the goddamn game. Very, very good. Very, very nice. It's not happening. No. I didn't notice anything when I went out today. I literally just came out from the gym. It felt normal. We have reversed 1990. Yep, we actually have a reverse way back in the days. Way back in the days. But unfortunately, I'm not too sure how alive this community is going to be. Hello, MrPokke. I need putting advice other than proof of whoever is a gacha game, blah, 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 blah. In your unlimited Honkai Star Rail knowledge, I have come to ask Mr. HSR. I'm a E2 final player, and I have his best install team with E2 Cyrene and E1 Cyrene. Due to my sheer greed and stupidity, I have a 9 cost Remembrance Flash that wants Cyrene on my team due to the lack of an E1 team. With a lack of Sunday and Teep, with 2 of my strongest teams using Cyrene, should I put Sunday on his ground to slow into my Violon or risk waiting for a possible 4.x non-Cyrene support and slotting in Bronya with no other? Here is the anomaly arbitrator. Alright, I'm gonna keep it a buck. You can frankly speaking just run this because you're clearing completely just fine. Alright, like if you don't need a pull for a unit, then just don't pull, bro. You already have your cost investment with your E2 Final. E1 Surya gives you more core lane. Bronya gives it a little bit more of a speed, but I'm not sure if you're gonna need it. And if you can clear like what 0 cycles, why invest in like what 100 overpulls for a unit that may or may not have like a long stay, especially version 4, right? So that is what I would say. Thank you. Since diving into the R9 community, also if I go there with any R9 ask Kiostin or Cookie. Okay, I feel like this will definitely be in the horizon after we finish up the earlier stages. It's just that right now we are like we're all doing our own things. Because everybody's trying to grind and understand the team counts and everything, so that's gonna be that. Winning 50-50 is nothing new. Now, will you win the 793 next Anfield update? Okay, so chat, the context for this 793, right, with Chodo is that because in Art Knight's Anfield, you can actually lose your 50-50s to the other 2 rate up units. So if you want to have, like, in a sense, an early access to Yvonne, so for example, if you put on Gilberta's banner and you don't even want to get Gilberta, you are only pulling just for Yvonne because you cannot wait for another 2 weeks, then you're basically gambling a 7% chance of winning Yvonne. The flip side is, you just wait. So, decide for yourself. Konbawa Poki-san. I thought it's... Wait. I thought it's Kun. Yo, sumimasen, Nihonjin waganamasen. But I thought like guy is Kun, and then girl is Chan. Right? So it should be Poki-kun. Oh, Sun is more respectful. Oh, Sun is neutral. Sun is respectful. Ah, then what is Kun? Sun is to address the elderly. I see. Oh, Kun is friends. I said, you know what? We are friends. So go ahead and call me Poki-kun from this day over. Plans to make town hell fucking no, bruh. Am I the only one that says Poki has been like, okay, I got this bug like quite a bit as well. And I have no idea why, by the way. I got the comment section on my YouTube for that. Apparently, I've been streaming live non-stop since yesterday. And I have no idea why. Because I'm definitely not streaming. So, and then what I do, Mr. 1%, who is your favorite waifu in Anvil? Amber. Very good. Is my YouTube... Okay, bro, I don't know, bro. I don't know, right? I legitimately don't know. Essence Guy went very soon. Something on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. What feature do you personally want in blah blah? What do you think with the most? I think out of every single feature right now that's available in this current game, the one that I would want the most, because I have 19 different things that I want them to improve on, by the way. I wrote like a whole ass thesis for this. The number one thing I want them to improve on is going to be the gacha income. Because as of right now, our gacha pools are quite a bit, but they are one-time clears. They haven't released the events. They haven't released the endgame content refresh. So we are definitely going to be gaining more. But the question is how much more? Because do you guys remember back in those days where we had this pool plan? Sarah thinks blood can pull 60 times on every single banner in every single version. Okay, plus a 10% discount, that's 50 pools, right? Blood legit thinks we are getting 150 limited pools per version. When in reality, as of right now, right? Bro, the pool income is catastrophically low. I think the best analogy I can think of is that right now, we are using our power. Right now, we have a stash of HC batteries that we have built up from the one-time clear, in the stories, in the events, in the side quests, in the first-time clear, in the whatever it's going to be. That power is going to run out. So unless Hypergriff gives me some fucking generators to shoot me more HC batteries, we are gonna have a very, very big fucking problem. And I'm definitely gonna be talking about it, right? I'm not a sensationalist that, oh my god, bro, the Arna Gacha system is fucking dog shit. But like, the system is okay. It's just that the income is still the biggest problem. It is still the biggest problem. So we'll see how that is gonna be, right? Have you heard about the latest property agent? Nope. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Unfortunately, even though I'm in Singapore, I'm not in Singapore. Hello, MrPokke. What is your MBTI anagram? I think I'm ENFP. I haven't done it for a very, very long time. Are you gonna do MrPokke on it before CM finals? Tomorrow. For Ezo as Sunday, what's the real party as well now? Nah. Is it time to rage-based Sunday mains? Or is HSR EOS? I will do Sunday stuff tomorrow, probably. Are you coming back to HSR today? We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. No. Okay, you know what? If we can finish all of our R-Dice Anvil content today, we'll go do our Aglia side. Okay, but the thing is, chat, what is the rush, guys? What is the rush? Is there a rush? Are there any no rush, right? If there's no rush, then is Aglia and Sunday gonna fucking go away tomorrow? Is it a one-day banner? No, right? Like, okay, bro, we have waited 8 weeks for this fucking patch. I'm pretty sure y'all can wait one more day for anything else, right? Also, Wuwa coming is on 5th of February. Get morning because you don't have Chisa and she's better and get Lene on her. Or how about I just skip both? How about I just skip Lene? I skip Mornier. I skip Ameth. I skip the entire roster until 4.0. Yep. I'll see Warren Wade back in 4.0. Right? I think that sounds like a very, a no pool account, if I can say so myself. 1 out of 26, I love being an electrician. 别做少爷，起床拉电线。我操，那个去 very, very nice, very, very good. With that, we have come into the end of our daily village, except that we actually have one more daily village, which is gonna be seen from this thing right here. I think we have news from Uma Musume. Wow, special week. Yo, chat. I'm gonna ruin your lives a little bit. So, my Uma manager, my Uma Torena-san, managed to pull this out of his ass. And I can't find it anymore. Oh. Crazy! Absolutely fucking crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. You know what I'm saying? So that is gonna be there for that. Okay, chat, we are done, right? Okay, we are done. We are done. Every time I see your name, I'm chilling on my spine. Crazy, right? Okay, yep. MrPokke strikes again. MrPokke strikes again, right? This is why I hate you. How about you just donate me? Oh, CZM patch notes. CZM patch notes. Holy shit. Season 1 for Season 2, newly forward prototypes have saved up an important foundation. Okay. We have identified the current calculation for blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yes. Okay, that sounds good. Okay. The value of saved data go very... Wait, why are you guys saying EOS? Why are you guys saying EOS? Wait, why are you guys saying EOS? Is there war? Is it drama? Detailing the exact order needs to be derived. A new shift data value, blah, blah. Okay. Key details. Okay. Divine Epiphany is unchanged. Monster card into this. Oh, they fixed the monster card pricing. I still think they should make the price a lot cheaper though for monster cards. Points of water for duplication. Oh, okay. So they like made it better for like 2 copies. So you can get like 10-point discount. Limits will be added to removal. Okay. Okay. Wait, why are you guys so pessimistic? Wait, what happened? Deliver changes? Rework. Alright. Oh, they're changing combatants. Oh, they're gonna buff and nerf Oh. Okay, to be completely fair, we already knew this, no? Like, they already said they're gonna adjust Tresa and Cassius. Like, since like 1 month ago. So, like, why is this a surprise to anyone? Tresa is a psionic shadow dagger, blah, 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 blah. Yep, agony stack has infinite agony stack and just 0 cycle. Yep, okay. Yep, so more intuitive and allowing Tresa to utilize agony in a real way. Oh my god, this is exactly like how they cooked up Epic 7, by the way. Before, apply as a new debuff to each target, each blah 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 deals damage user. Apply by the target is stacked as a single debuff. Damage now is based on number of enemies, then stack is counters. Oh, stack count is reduced by half? Oh my god, bro, trying to be Black Swan, bro. That is really, really bad. It's like Black Swan without the epiphany, and then the stat just goes above the Black Swan. Ooh, okay. So this is gonna be blah blah blah. Face damage reduce agony by 1. Oh. Yeah, bro is Black Swan without the reverse Black Swan. Bro, the CDN that's put off the reverse Black Swan. Go man, Avnai reverse curse technique. We hit you up with the reverse Black Swan sword back. Absolutely exceptional. But this does sound pretty bad for Tressa. I don't know if it's like unplayable, but definitely nowhere near as good as last time. Any case, Shadow Dagger, blah 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 blah. Okay, so they buffed the multiplier, but they remove. Oh, they removed the number of stacks as well. Oh, that is pretty bad. That is pretty bad. Oh, it's actually unplayable. Oh, okay, so this is 2 times 2. 2 agony plus 10 damage for each. Okay, this actually would be kind of good. Because they reduce the cost, right? It would be a little bit better. But the thing is, you can't even apply agony anymore. Or rather, like, your agony stacks won't be as high anymore. So even though you got a plus 10% damage, I don't even think it's going to be matching up the damage you're going to be getting from here, by the way. So, and then what I do, this is going to be increased agony. Oh, okay. Okay, they made this cheaper. Exhaust or Shadow Dagger. Repeat that. Ooh. To all enemies, 2 agony. Exhaust or Shadow Dagger in hand. Repeat that equal amount. I see. Cost 0. Oh, okay, they made it cheaper, but basically, they don't let her stack agony as much anymore. Right? They basically nerfed her cost, so they made it cheaper to play her cards. But like, all the agony sources got shaved off by half. And then on top of shaving off the agony sources by half, they made it such that your stacks goes down by half on top of that, instead of by 1. Oh, that is a little bit unfortunate. That is a little bit unfortunate. This is create advanced Shadow Dagger for each exhausted card. Okay, discard all cards create blah blah blah. I don't think this even changed. Oh, exhaust 2. Oh, so you can use this twice now. Okay, damage 3, 2 to 6 agony. I guess we can gamble on this, right? We can gamble on the 6. It's an adventuring gamble skill. Very good. Activate this unit's agony applied to the art. Oh my god, bro became Kafka. Okay, so bro legit went from being a Black Swan to a Kafka. That doesn't really... And now we don't have a Black Swan, I guess. Alright, because this sounds is pretty good, right? Activate the agony. It's just that everything else just looks really, really rough. Single debuff stacking will be more intuitive. Clear times. Oh. Ooh. Yep, it's actually over. The maximum agony stacks is gonna have a hard limit. Hard limit at 20. Actual reverse Black Swan shit. So that is gonna be a little bit unfortunate. Oh, that is gonna be a little bit unfortunate. Base damage increased. Yeah, but you don't get agony stacks anymore though. Certain epiphanies will be adjusted accordingly. Okay. Okay, redesign. Shadow rewrote, okay. Vital attack is more prominent, more important. Okay. Curse Gauge will be changed. Significantly increased agony applied. Reward to a new unique attribute. So basically, you pop the agony, right? You pop the agony. Alright, that's just for Tressa. Cassius changes. Okay. Certain quests were overwhelmingly powerful. I'm guessing it's the 0 cost draw, right? Or like the 1/1/1. or like the 0-1 or like whatever. Okay, let's just take a look at cases right now. Okay. 80% fixed healing. Okay, that's a buff, right? Yeah, that's a buff. You have a fixed healing. Plus 40% damage amount for each attack card. Triple 0. Oh, wait, it's a nerf? Wait, how is it a nerf? When conditions are met during battle, generate a quest word. Quest card is excluded from this. It is literally the exact same, except that they added the 80% fixed healing. Alright? And this is added more damage amount. Plus 50% damage amount. Okay, this one is nerfed. Alright, this one is nerfed. Because you kept this at max of 4 times, where previously this one had like no limit. 3 quests only per turn now. Oh, as in previously the quest mechanic, you could have infinite quest cards, which was what made Cassius and Tressa absolutely fucking busted. But now you can only generate 3 quest cards a turn. Ooh. I think the best way that I can think this as, the best way is like, what is the best analogy that I can think of? Something that had unlimited stacking. Oh, okay, I got a good one. Okay, so previously, Cypher used to have infinite stacking potential, making her really, really good for 0 cycles. Now Cypher will cap out her damage for your patron at 9999. Thank you. I think that is a pretty good analogy. But in any case, let's just move on a little bit. So this is gonna be capped. They buff the actual amount for the thingy here. Decrease stress. Okay, so we got a decrease stress buff. Reduce morale for 1 turn. Okay. I guess this one, the big change is just gonna be this, right? Yeah, the big change is just gonna be this. 80% fixed healing to the 3 times per turn. I see. Upon completing Cassius, blah 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 blah, adjustment will remain engaging throughout the 4 different quests. Individual broadly based. In addition, to ensure that certain cards do not over excessively, a limit will be added to the triple 10 cards. Yeah, this is a yikes. This is a yikes. Adjustments will also be made to dice trick cards, which are shown to be overwhelmingly strong. Okay. Through these changes, we recognize that adjustments may alter the experience of save data, which may be disappointing. As compensation for the save data changes, 3 copies of Flash and Possibility. It's a consumable currency that allows you to designate a card that can receive a unit. Oh, it's like a Epiphany selector. I see. So they give like 3 Epiphany selectors. Interesting. Yeah, this is to compensate for all of the Cassius as well as Tressa builds that were done last time then. Yep. Possibility will become available as an in-game reward. Protoss who no longer wish to continue developing them can use the... Oh, you can do a full reset. You can refund your development costs invested for Tressa and Cassius. Okay, I guess that's pretty fair, right? So like you basically enjoyed the time that you have invested into Tressa and Cassius before the nerfs. And then now that the nerf has taken place, you already got the rewards from your clear from last time. Because you use those teams to get like a good clears for like the dungeons, like the Great Rift. So now that after those nerfs, you don't want to use them. You just get back all your materials for like the next set of save data. You get what I'm saying? Okay, the time that it took to get those save files from last time, I guess it ain't coming back. But you use them, right? Like you use them unless players were like investing a shit ton of time on this build recently and they didn't even get a chance to use them in the upcoming Great Rift. That would be like a little bit of a time waste. So for example, if like you have been grinding out Cassius and Tressa for like the past like I don't know like 1 week, and then next week is the Great Rift, because you are grinding this deck for next week. Oh, but then now there's gonna be a nerf, so you're not gonna be getting that 1 week. You get what I'm saying? Is that the case? Reset and use materials for 9. Yeah. Custom added save file to transfer the same 4 copy to another character. It can come back. I see. The nerf is taking place. I see. Ooh, the cat. He broke the endgame rift. Cover improvements to selected amount. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, I guess the rest of the stuff is not gonna be that important, right? I think the big one was just basically... Chat, when was this patch note announced, by the way? When was this announced? 26? Oh, it was 2 days ago. Oh, it was literally 2 days ago. I see. Oh, there's a lot of things though. I see. Okay, I kind of want to see like... Oh, there's no comment section. Oh, I see. HSR. Okay, we're talking about... I think we are just gonna wrap up the patch notes over here. Let me know what you think about the Cassius and Tressa situation in CZN. See you guys on the Cliff channel. Bye bye bye. And there's Haru and Yugi got buffed. Where? Oh. Oh shit. Oh, that's actually... Oh wait, okay. This patch note is actually kind of massive. Yeah, this patch note is actually kind of massive. I see. Okay, so they made them stronger. Okay, exceptional, right? But oh my god, wow, Chizuru got a massive fucking buff. Holy. Yeah, that is crazy. I feel like this kind of things... Yo, Clip channel keep rolling, by the way. I feel like these kind of things... It feels very Epic 70. Right? Like, during my time playing Epic 7, I also went through, like, the balance changes and the updates. Maybe not as insane as these changes. I remember, like, they fucking made the anti-Harsetti weapon. There was this exclusive equipment for, like, one of the green 5 stars. It was straight up just anti-Harsetti. Oh, that was so fucking bad, bro. And then, like, the players were so upset, and then they immediately cancelled it. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, but it was like, this kind of shit is very small gate. But I would say that I think they did it out of to make the game more diverse in endgame tactics, because Tressa and Cassius was like just so overwhelmingly powerful. So they want to encourage new playstyles. And at the same time, they don't want to overbuff new units. Because if they keep Tressa and Cassius as where their position was, there's gonna be essentially 2 possible outcomes. Outcome number 1, they have to release like an anti-agony boss. Alright? They just have to. Because they cannot be like forever meta, right? So the new boss is gonna fucking have anti-agony. And then if that's gonna happen, it's gonna fuck all the other, the other units that want to use agony. Or they release a boss that have like a action limit where you cannot spam infinite cards with the 000, right? That's number 1. Number 2, they release more 5 stars in the future. That's gonna be the same, if not even stronger than Cassius and Tressa. And if they are gonna be the same, if not stronger than Cassius and Tressa, then all the older 5 stars are gonna get fucked in terms of power scaling. Then those players that pull those older 5 stars, they will need like really, really big buffs to make them balance again. So I feel like from like a game developer perspective, it's probably easier to like... It's easier to nerf a super strong team than to balance everyone else to the same level as a super strong team. That is what I would feel about this. Because at the end of the day, it is a PvE game, right? There's no PvP involved. You don't flex your accounts, your expenditure on your gacha accounts to like another whale or like another spending player. It is just you against the AI. So at the end of the day, I don't think it's the end all be all. The only bad part I can imagine is that you spend those times grinding those decks, and even though the devs refunded like full reset cost for those 4 stars and like the selectors, you're not getting that time back for like, let's just say that 1 week or whatever it's gonna be. That's the only bad part. So maybe if they gave like, I don't know, like 10 pools or something, players will be a little bit better. So that would be my 2 cents. That would be my 2 cents. Yeah. If this happened to like, let's just say for example, right? If it happened to like a 5-star, right? Imagine if like they release like, I don't know, right? They release like Sereno, right? Because Sereno is fucking good. Imagine if they did this with Sereno. Oh my god, bro. That would actually be approaching US territory. Because at least this one is like, it's 4 stars. You can kind of get in just for free. Nobody actually pulls them. It's not that big of a loss. Because it is like still relatively manageable. So I'm trying to give like more leeway over here, essentially. Right? Holy, yeah. At least it's not a 5-star. Right? At least it's not a 5-star, right? So what that is a instant uninstall. I mean, it hasn't happened. But we'll see how they move forward in the future then. But I feel like the overall direction is kind of okay though. Because like they are buffing a lot of units, right? They are buffing the old 5-stars. So it is a pretty good precedent, right? So it just depends on like how these things are going to look like in the future. It is just that it might leave like a little bit of a bad taste. Because it is a very, very strong and hard nerf for Cassius and Tressa. So if these kind of things happen again in the future, especially if it's on a 5-star, it'll be a little bit scary. It's almost as if like the global passive incident of Voyages, right? It's almost as if like, oh my god, we have a global passive. So the next 2025, we're gonna have 3 more global passive, right? So like you could make the argument that it might be the case, and they keep doing this, and then it's gonna be fucked. Or they just don't. So it ultimately just depends on like what you will believe as a player, right? So that is gonna be my 2 cents. Alright, chat, let me go and see if my dinner is ready. I'll be right back. And I kinda wanna crank out Omega's pools for R9's Envy. Because I've been stalling for like I think the past like, oh my god, 1 hour and 48 minutes. Alright, take this song request. I'm gonna be right back. Alright, let me get there. Star Savior news. Alright, give me 1 second, mama. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. Yo, chat, look at this. 哇操！麻辣水饺 bro， 干你呐 ，fucking disgustingly sinfully good bro. Okay, anyways, yo Omega, I'm about to hop on. But apparently before I hop on, we need to react to Star Savior news. So we are gonna react to Star Savior news. Hold up. Okay, bro. Holy fuck, bro. Okay. Star Savior, save me. What? Wait, what? Wait, are any counters at units? Shut the fuck up. What? That's fucking crazy. Bro, I'm in the JP server for the past 2 months. I don't even see that shit, bro. You Mina. They're adding you Mina to the game? Oh my god, bro, that is fucking crazy, bro. Hey, that is actually wait, is that counter-side or is it... Oh my god, that's fucking... That is fucking crazy. Oh, that is actually fucking crazy. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Wait, they're gonna release global with a counter-side collab? Or is this a event for JP? Oh no, it's an event for JP, guys. Oh, they're gonna release it. Okay, wait, I don't know if it's gonna be coming to global. Oh my god, that's good. Okay, a little bit of context, right? I think y'all probably have no idea why I'm so excited, right? Y'all think I'm overreacting again. It is just that your streamer started with Counter-Side. This is the first ever gacha game I streamed on my entire life, and it's probably the most amount of fun I've had in a gacha game for that period of time, right? So it is a crazy, crazy fucking throwback and crazy, crazy nostalgia. But I will look forward to Star Savior. I will look forward to Star Savior. Yeah, it is the care account. It is the care account, right? Very, very W, very, very nice. All right, see you guys on the Grip channel. Bye. Okay, are we good? Chat, are we good? Yeah, that was a genuine reaction. Are we good? Is we good? Did I miss anything again? Did I miss anything again? Am I fine? Okay, we are not watching this, by the way. 40 minutes is crazy. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, we good. Dang it. Genshin next. Are we good? Oh, chat, I want to finish my dinner though. Okay, you know what, chat? Let's just watch. Okay, chat. Ashikai or Fort Master? Ashikai or Fort Master? Okay, honestly, we watch Fort Master. We ain't finishing this, bro. We ain't finishing this. Okay, 1 for Ashikai, 2 for Fort Master. 1 for Ashikai, 2 for Fort Master. 1 or 2. 1 or 2. Classic drama. Oh, it's kind of mixed though. It's kind of mixed. You're really good. Spamming 1 doesn't mean you have 500 votes, by the way. You can spam 1 as much as you want. You can spam 100 once, my man. Yep, keep going. Keep going, really good. Keep going. Okay, if really good spams 1,000 once, I will watch Ashikai. Do it. I want to see 1,000 once from really good. I will pull up your chat log right here. I'll pull up your chat log right here. Wait, hold up. I'll pull up your chat log right here. If you spam 1,000 once, we will watch Ashikai. Alright, I'm gonna count right here. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Alright, bro. You are 14 out of 1,000. You are 14 out of 1,000. You are 14 out of 1,000. I want to see 1,000 once. That's just fantastic. Let's just take a gander with our good old-fashioned heads or tails. Heads Ashikai, 2 tails Fort Master. Fair? Best of 1, best of 1. Okay? Okay. Heads Ashikai, tails Fort Master. Best of 1. Oh, the fate of the RN Jesus has been summoned. So, and I want to do it what it is, guys, right? Shit, man. Fuck Fort Master.
Confession to make. I've never played Arknights, but it has been on my must-try games list for forever because everyone I talk to about it raves about the story and can recite the deep lore from memory without issue.
Oh,
do you have
my God,
any
so
idea
good.
how rare that is? Well, I'll tell you. It's very rare. Extremely rare. Star Wars level of rare. So when I got the chance to get an early look at the sister game, Arknights Enfield, I pounced because that was the perfect excuse to get involved in this series. And many hours of playtime later, which I did not count, I finally understand what all the fuss is about. Arknights Enfield is technically a sequel or sister game to
Wait,
the
is
original
this
Arknights game.
is this a lore video or is this like what the gameplay is about video? Because if this is what the gameplay is about, honestly, I don't need it. Bro, I have played this game probably longer than any one of y'all casuals. Right? Okay, 90% of the casuals. You get what I'm saying? It's lore. It's lore. Is that your lore? Okay,
But
okay.
gameplay-wise, the games have little to nothing in common. The original Arknights is a tower defense game, visual novel, and factory simulator, while Arknights Enfield is more of an open-world, real-time strategy game that's packed with overworld puzzles, traversal mechanics, exploration-heavy side quests, and a factory simulator. The two games do have a bunch of shared lore, though, and I know that this can be a bit of a red flag since it can suggest that players need to play both games to understand what's going on, but rest assured that Arknights Enfield does tell you everything you need to know, even if you're like me and have never played the previous game. But if you have played the previous game, you're going to recognize a lot of familiar terms, characters, and world building, which is rewarding in its own way, but not necessary. So with that said, I'm going to spend the rest of this video going over my first-time player experience with you, and while I'm mostly going to focus on narrative stuff like dialogue, lore, environmental storytelling, and that kind of thing, I'm also going to go over my first impressions of the gameplay and combat. But don't expect much in the way of combat meta-analysis or gotcha information from me. I'm really more of a story person, and there are tons of other really smart content creators out there who can give their more educated thoughts on all that stuff. I, on the other hand, am going to start things off with a basic overview of the lore and world building that I was able to piece together from all of the information available in the early game. I think this will give you a good idea of how Hypergriff intends on connecting the narratives and world building of both of their games without making it mandatory to play both. Okay, let's begin. Thousands of years ago, a race of spacefaring humans were almost completely annihilated by a mysterious cosmic entity known only as the Observers. The surviving humans fled their original homeworld and settled on the moon of a gas giant named Talos that was miraculously habitable. This moon is Talos 2, a temporary human shelter from the Observers, and also the location where Arknights Enfield takes place. But we'll get to that. Lacking any reasonable means to counter the Observer threat, these ancient humans developed a giant stargate that then took them to their new homeworld of Terra, fully equipped with an auroral barrier which shielded the planet from Observer detection and prevented anyone from entering or leaving the planet's airspace. While on Terra, humanity developed a countermeasure to the Observer's destructive capabilities, Originium, a synthetic crystal capable of preserving information of something even after it's been destroyed. Now, although it appears to be more of a mineral, Originium can grow and spread like a fungus, and due to its high energy density, it became the basis for a whole new kind of technology and even forms of magic called Originium arts. But the use of Originium came with some risks. Once burned for energy, Originium leaves behind a fine particulate, and exposure to it can cause oropathy, a disease that slowly crystallizes the body. It's
Pause. Okay, chat. All these things that she just said, said, it's Arknights Enfield, right? It has nothing to do with original Arknights, right? This is like the backstory of Arknights Enfield. Or is this Arknights? Okay, it's just Enfield. Because I can actually keep up, alright? They went to the moon, right? They had the bad evil, and the cure for the fucking space cancer was like Originium is basically the anti-cancer. And then they use the power of magic to make Originium cure cancer in this game, right? Okay, very, very good, very nice.
treatable, but it's also terminal and incurable, and once crystallization is
Oh, Originium was an OG. Ah, nice. Oh, okay.
complete, the body once again dissolves into that fine particulate dust which can then infect anyone nearby. And if that weren't bad enough, Originium also appears to exacerbate the severity of natural disasters. Terra sounds like so much fun. Now, about 150 years ago, the people of Terra fixed the Stargate leading back to Talos 2 and began the process of recolonization, a process which included inoculating the planet with Originium, because that's what all their technology is powered by. Several noteworthy companies like the UWST, HAS, TGCC, and Enfield Industries began operations on Talos 2, aiming to support the construction of a brand new civilization. Don't worry about those corporate acronyms, you don't need to know what they mean right now.
Oh, don't worry
Mostly
about it.
because
Okay.
we're primarily concerned with Enfield Industries, since the founder of it, the Administrator, is our player character. They not only appear to be connected to the very early race of humans that used to live on Talos
The
2, but they
parents.
also have a very deep connection to Originium. During these early days of colonization, Enfield and their corporate partners were able to develop, construct, and launch the one-of-a-kind spaceship, the OMV Dijong, into Talos 2's orbit. This unique
Dijong.
spaceship serves as Enfield's HQ and our base of operations in-game. It's also a key part of our Originium-based teleport system and the automated industrial complex system, which we use for construction, crafting, and overworld traversal. But only 5 years into recolonization, the Stargate on Talos 2 was rendered inoperable as mysterious anchors fell from the sky, releasing hordes of monsters called Angeloi all across the planet. This completely severed the connection between Talos 2 and Terra. So now the people of Talos 2 are on their own, and they're working hard towards a brighter future for everyone, which certainly doesn't come easy. Between the Angoloi infestations and the Landbreaker bandit attacks, the Telosians also have to deal with trans-dimensional rifts opening up between reality and the ether side. This point of overlap releases a strange substance called ether, which in turn creates blight somehow. And blight is like a big, massive, melty-looking red goo with a neurotoxic effect on the
black
body.
tide.
And like I said earlier, not everything is as
The
simple as
dark
I've made
tide.
it out to be, I'm sure, but this is
my
basically where we're
asthma.
at lore-wise at the beginning of the game. Speaking of, the game itself actually begins when the administrator wakes up from their latest bout of hibernation, which they've been doing on and off for about 150 years, at least. No, I don't really want to talk about the
Genuinely, why? Why do gajas always follow this formula where you are like a god and then you lose your memories and then you wake up and everybody knows you as the god except for yourself, and then you're like, oh wait, I don't remember anything. Like, why though? It's free. It's free. You can redevelop your character. Easier to maneuver the story later. Easier opening. Blank slate. Self-insert. Oh. Okay, I guess it's like more... What's that word? What's the word that you like? You feel like it's more immersive, right? Like the player is a literally Enfield, right? You are admin. You were literally a fucking god, and you isekai from a shitty real life with no job, no studies, no nothing. Everything is going bad for you in the real life, but you isekai into this world as someone who lost their memories, and you will save Art Knight's Enfield. I see, right? Yep.
actual events of the story so much as how the story is written and presented. Mostly because spoilers, and also because
basically you are Mael, and you are going to this painted world in this game called Expedition.
the area of the game, Valley 4, has a super simplistic story because the purpose of this area is to introduce you to all of the game's systems and its basic world building, which I've kind of just covered. This portion of the story, although simplistic, feels really long and a bit drawn out, and a lot of that is attributed to the tutorials themselves. Because like story-wise, you're basically waking up on the spaceship only to witness a big anchor fall in Valley 4, which results in a big Angoloi infestation, which causes a ton of destruction that you then have to fix, primarily by beating up monsters and using the AIC factory system to reconnect power lines, repair communications, and construct materials needed to rebuild all of that destruction. So the
Is that
intro
how
itself
done
is a bit of a
MCs
slow burn,
in
but
OG
the
are
way
nice.
it's written is very
Like when we have like Heat MC, Cryo MC, Nature MC, and then you have fucking all these MC like different. Oh no. Oh.
concise, to the point,
Dog
and
da, dog
proceeds
da,
at a nice
dog
pace,
da.
in my opinion. This is partly because of
So
the way it's
anime is
written,
just
like
gonna be
there's
physical
no
for the rest of the
flouncy monologuing or an overuse of deep philosophical metaphors, but also there's no dead air between the characters' lines. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like a lot of games have those long, awkward pauses between the voiced lines when you let it autoplay. Arknight's Enfield does not have those.
Oh, I'm just
the
not playable.
conversations feel like they're flowing naturally. I feel like that shouldn't surprise or impress me, but it does. I also think it's worth mentioning that the lore and terminology is introduced to the player in a pretty organic way. This is thanks in part to the fact that the administrator, which is the player character, has amnesia as a side effect of hibernating in their stasis chamber. So the early cast happily explains all of the necessary terminology and lore in simplified terms as they become relevant. So while the game does have a databank full of lore that goes into far more detail than the early story does, you do not need to worry about missing anything important about the story or world building if you just ignore all of that external stuff. And speaking of having good timing, the characters often give exposition or banter while traversing the overworld, which not only feels organic and immersive as a player, but it also means that the timing for the lore and information delivery is really on point. And don't worry, these lines are timed very well, so you won't
I've heard that the companion quest for Levitane was really, really good. That's why I intentionally didn't finish Levitane's companion quest, so that maybe I can do it on stream with you guys. It was Okay, but then again, I have no idea who the fuck is Levitating. So I have like 0 R9's like prerequisite knowledge. But I heard it's really, really
Don't
good.
cut them off prematurely by
I don't know.
zooming
I don't know
towards the
anything about
quest marker
levitating.
or opening your menu, activating a teleport point, or puzzle, or whatever it is you're doing. In fact, a lot of these interactions seem to be able to pause themselves and then restart once you're done with whatever task you were doing. Not to keep bringing it up, the one thing I will say about the Valley 4 part of the story is that it doesn't have much variation in tension. That is to say, you start the game off
I
with a
hate this
mild
guy,
sense
by
of
the way.
urgency, and the narrative tension for that doesn't really increase.
I fucking hate Albert over here, bro. Oh my god, bro. Why can't it be a Mimi? Why can't it be like a fluffy little rat? Like a rat thing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I mean, it would have been so much better.
Decrease till the end of the Valley 4 story. This does make the story feel a bit at first, but a lot of that is due to the amount of tutorials that the game
Chen
has
is
to
great.
walk you through. As
Chen
they
is
add
really,
a
really good.
lot of time
I love
adding
Chen.
to the whole experience.
She's like March
But I think
7
this
without
is
the
intended
without
design
the
because
silliness.
You can and probably
Okay,
will
actually, a
take
little bit
many
less silly.
breaks throughout the Valley 4
More
story to do
serious
some
March 7.
exploration and side questing to level up, gain materials, and kind of just see what the game has to offer. But once you're through Valley 4 and you start heading to Wuling City, which is the next area, the narrative tension starts to see a lot more variation and the pacing picks up really nicely. You can really tell the writers were having fun putting this part of the story together. Now, I do have it on good authority that Hypergriff is known for having a bit of a slow burn writing style, so this slow ramp up time is probably the intended experience, like I said.
Oh, by the way, completely unrelated. I'm not sure how much of a lore guy you guys are. I'm not gonna spoil y'all. Because in all three, right? Even when I do the side quests, I read through them. Alright, that's how you know that MrPokke is not a tourist. At least at the launch of any card games, I always go in with like my all as much as I can, right? There's this one particular side quest. It's about a grandma. Oh, that quest was... If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. It was a really, really good... I think like that particular side quest is on like the same level of like whoa, I didn't expect the side quest to be this good. Comparable to there was this quest back in like HSR in Penacony. There was this guy where he nuked like 3 planets. I forgot what was the name of the quest, but he killed 3 planets by himself. He's like Oppenheimer or some shit. So it's like whoa, like a random side quest had like this much development. So what I
So
want to do.
just be patient with the story through Valley 4, take your time,
Is it
explore
Chadwick?
the world,
I can't remember.
play with the
But it
mechanics,
was, like,
and
on
get a
Pentagon.
really good feel for the game's system. The core gameplay loop itself is really fun, and Wuling will be an excellent reward for your patience. I mean, the cutscenes alone are worth it. But speaking of exploration, let's talk about it. So Arknight's Endfield is not technically an open world game. It's more like an open zone game. You cannot climb everything like a gecko, you cannot glide down from the sky like a bird, and you cannot swim across an endless ocean like a little fish, and you can't go anywhere you want to anytime you want to. New zones and areas to explore are unlocked by completing quests or just talking to people or progressing the story. And sure, this feels like a lot of your freedom is being restricted if you're used to open world games, but in my opinion, this
You are basically a gacha player, just like who you were in real life. When you isekai over here, the moment you touch water, because you never take a shower, you literally just die, bro. So and I want to do
choice
very
was a
immersive.
good one.
Very good.
Because the environment in Arknight's Endfield is basically a puzzle you need to solve using only a simple jump button and the factory system. And to me, that makes the overworld way more engaging. But before you ask me, no, the AIC factory system is not optional, not even if you just want to focus on endgame or story.
Yep.
You may not have to go
Yep.
too deep into the system, but you will have to interact with it beyond just blueprints. This isn't a borrow blueprint from somebody then set it and forget it kind of game. But again, in my
Oh
opinion,
wait, technically you could. You actually could. Okay, but I would really like. Okay, I'm gonna talk about it in my own review. Like I'm literally about to do my review after this. Okay, I'm gonna put what's that. Now do my review. Okay, but like, you could just yoink every single blueprint because the way that AIC is set up in Arknight Endfield is that once you reach the max yield for that region, all the builds will be around the same, which is 18 per minute for Bug A and 18 per minute for your hasty batteries. Or sorry, SC batteries. So that will be the end game for every single base. The question is just how those bases look. And it doesn't really matter because you have a lot of freedom to allocate how do you want to distribute this at 18 per minute. So if you do want to just don't care about everything, there will eventually be like a mega based blueprint where you could just like, actually, you know what, fuck it. I will be doing that for my AIC walkthrough live. I'll just show you guys how I built my base. And if you want to, you could literally just copy my base exactly 1 for 1, and you will achieve everything you need to do in Enfield AIC. And you never look at it ever again. You will get the maximum efficiency. Because like, the moment this thing's done, you don't have to worry about it. Like, it will never keep developing. It's more like building a Lego, if anything. Like, the AIC mode for this game is like when you're piecing the pieces for the Lego, right? You're building like the house, right? You're building like the roads, right? The trees and all. But eventually, once you finish the house, you finish the set, the Lego set, it's done. You will never really touch it ever again. Unless they add like an expansion to the region, then you add more things, right? You add a little bit more, you know, then you can customize it a little bit. But like once it's done, it's done. So it could just be copied. But I would not say this is a good thing. Because if at any point of time, if that Lego set has like a missing brick, or like you don't know what went wrong, and you forgot to put like a piece, and you don't know how to fix it, it'll be fucking annoying to try and find out exactly what went wrong. Especially if you have like no idea what's going on. So some base level knowledge is good. But you could technically just yoink everything. So, yeah.
This is a good thing. It's part of what makes this game unique. Unfortunately, though, it does mean that if you do not enjoy the factory at all and you do not want to interact with it at all, this may not be the game for you.
Yep,
but
you
at
are
least
getting
let me explain why I actually like this mandatory factory usage, besides the fact that it's lore accurate in the way that it's Enfield's signature technology that they use to help the people of Telos too. And boy, do I love ludo-narrative harmony and gameplay mechanics. It's like one of my favorite things. As far as overworld traversal goes, the factory system is part of what turns the entire overworld into a puzzle. In Valley 4, many of the overworld puzzles include machines that are either broken or lacking power. And if these machines are out of juice, then you're gonna need to run your own power lines.
I will stand on this till I die, by the way. Probably my top three grievances with All Knights Enfield. Why the fuck can I not run power lines in Wuling, but I have to run power lines in Valley 4? Like, I just feel like it's such a fucking, like, it is just there to make me suffer. It is literally, the only purpose to me doing this is to make me suffer. It is to make me sit at 80.01 and I fucking cancel it and I have to shift it back all the way again. I just don't see any value in doing this. So, and I want
main base to the area that's lacking power so you can do stuff like unlock gates, power an elevator, or move a giant crane. Once again, you cannot climb over the wall. You have to open it properly. You are not a lizard. But traversal isn't just limited to puzzles because you can also set up your own fast travel points in a way by constructing zip lines, which is very, very satisfying to do. And the types of machines
they should honestly make this
using
faster.
Will change.
The zip line is pretty good, but I still feel that the zip line is a little bit slow. Like, it could be even faster. Like, if I'm really taking all my time to, like, run around the entire fucking road and I set up relays and set up pylons and set up, like, it could be, like, literally go, like, 2x faster, right? For the amount of time that I have put in. Because, like, the reason why I want to even put zipline in the first place is because, like, mainly it's from, like, your TB points to your depots, right? To do your missions, or, like, to the rare materials site. So you can instantly go to rare materials. So, like, it really takes time to do all that. Then it should just be even faster than it is right now. Alright? Like, I'm not here to fucking sing something of Fengqing, bro. Like, I don't care about the scenery. I just want to get there immediately. Because I already saw the Fengqing the first time, right? So there we go.
Based on the region of Talos 2 that you're in. So, while Valley 4 has you running a lot of power lines, Wuling, for example, will have you running water pumps to change the water levels between canals. It is such a satisfying, lore-relevant way to interact with the environment. But the factory system isn't just for traversal, it's also for crafting, and this is where I think Arknight's Enfield is quite clever. See, one of the big annoying issues with open world games is collecting materials. They're either too scarce and a pain to collect, or you end up with a glut of items that you can't even do anything with. Enfield makes material collection matter because all of the materials can be used to craft or forge something useful, including your combat equipment.
I'm actually really surprised how fucking useless wood is in this game. Because for most building games, right, wood is like the wood. You're right, you will use wood for everything, bro. Like for like Warcraft 3, is like for a lot of building games, Age of Empire, right, Civilization, it's always wood. But like in this game, wood is like, who? I'm just a little bit surprised. Not nitpicking about it. It's just
all of the gear
it's crazy how useless wood is in this game.
Farmed. That means there's no RNG on it, which is refreshing in its
the
own
real
way.
wood
it also means that everything you pick up in the overworld matters because it's probably used to make something cool that you can equip that makes you stronger. It's a good incentive structure. The factory system also helps recovery items gain new relevancy as you can equip partner characters with them in case you don't have a healer or a buffer. When the right conditions are met, your partners will just use these items in combat automatically. It's you're probably going to find yourself crafting medicine and stuff a lot, especially in the early game. Heck, even outside of combat, all of this stuff is incredibly useful for building new outposts and settlements and things like that. People always need consumables. And your job, running a company, is to make those consumables. So the factory system is very relevant, very important, and I like it quite a lot. But I also quite like the combat, so let's talk about that. Briefly though, because I'm not a meta person. Combat in Enfield is pretty straightforward on the surface. You hold or tap the attack button to perform normal attacks on the nearest or targeted enemy, press the dodge button with good timing to dodge and restore stamina, and then you use your skill or ultimate when needed. But where Enfield's combat gets interesting is when you start exploring team combos. While you technically only control one operator at a time, you can command the other 3 operators or swap between them at basically any time. Non-controlled operators will auto-attack and dodge on their own, but you get to decide who uses a skill or ultimate and when. Using a skill costs one.
Okay, I'm gonna say this really. Okay, I honestly shouldn't even like watch this full thing because at this point it's a review, right? And I have a lot of these points I would say for myself, but like I think the off-field operators are kind of just there, but not really making a big difference if they are there or not there. If you have played this game's combat long enough, especially post level 43, want to do re-zero, whatever the crisis is gonna be, right? You don't really swap characters, almost at all. The only time that you will actually change characters is maybe, for example, you want to use Levitate, you're using ultimate, you want to swap to another guy to do the stagger attack to consume more, or rather recover more skill points, then so. But like almost like 99% of the time, you would just stick to that one character. So adding the ability to swap, or not having the ability to swap characters, doesn't really change anything. At least to me, alright? Because that main DPS will always be that main DPS. Your other 3 units at the back, doing their basic attacks and being alive and dodging, it's kind of cool to look at. But in terms of like actual impact with regards to the combat system in this game, I feel like there's no difference. Like whether or not they exist or don't exist, it wouldn't matter anything. As long as I like just say I press my skill, then they show up on the field and do that skill, fine, that's fair, right? But if they don't appear, it also wouldn't mean anything to me. So that is what I'm cooking, right? What if you want to play? Okay, yeah, like there are situations where you can run double DPS, especially for example like physical, right? Or if you still want to run like Yvonne last, right? You can run double DPS. So there are still situations for it, but I would say that majority of like the times you wouldn't really care that much about it. And even for double DPS teams, you are min-maxing what I would say a very small upgrade to your overall damage for introducing this entire system where you can swap characters. You're probably getting like at most around 2 or 3 hits in, alright? If not, maybe like even less than that. And it will change almost nothing. Almost nothing, right? Maybe increase like around 5%. But they literally made this entire thing to allow you to swap between all these characters. But I just feel like it could have been like introduced with more mechanics to encourage me from swapping. Like right now, the motivation for me to swap is very, very little. And instead, what I care way more about is to manage my base attack chain. Or I want to manage my skill points. I want to manage my combo skills. And the last thing on my mind is to think of swapping. Because it just doesn't change anything, right? So and I want to do it.
Points that's shared throughout the entire team. You get 3 of them, and they regenerate.
Okay, but that's just me, though, right? It's just my opinion,
actions
right?
that we
don't cancel me. It's just my opinion.
But because
right?
this resource is shared,
I'm not a Kurobot. I don't hate R9
no
Enfield.
real
It's just
skill
my opinion.
cooldown that you gotta worry about. I mean, there is, but like, if you have enough SP, you can basically have the same character use their skill up to 3 times in a row, more or less. This opens up a lot of new strategic possibilities. Ultimates, on the other hand, do not use a shared resource and can only be cast once before you have to build them back up again. Each character also has a unique combo attack with different trigger conditions. Perlica, who you get for free at the start, has her combo attack trigger after the player
credit where credit is due.
A full normal.
They made the shared skill point system a lot better than how Zenless Zone Zero did it with Decibels back at the start. To the point where they had to scrap holding. Because like, the good thing about this shared skill point is that there are ways where you can allocate your skill points. And some units give you like additional skill points. A little bit like HSR. A little bit HSR. So it feels less restrictive compared to like Zenless Zone Zero shared Decibels, where you were like 99.99% of the time only give your main DPS ultimate, never anyone else. Whereas for R9's Enfield is like you definitely will run situations where like, do you apply your bars first, right? Do you apply your stagger first, right? How do you get this reaction to trigger into your next combo. So that is a pretty good point. That's
normal
pretty good.
attack chain. Other characters can trigger their combo skill in many different other ways, and you can chain these combo attacks together or hold onto them until the timer runs out to maximize your damage. Once you get the hang of this and start factoring in status effects like enemy stagger, lift, electrocution, and so on, you're going to start to realize that the characters have no set rotations and you have to pay attention and play strategically and reactively. It's a ton of fun, especially against more aggressive enemies. Now, obviously, there's a lot more I can say about Arknight's Enfield because I've barely scratched the surface, but this is supposed to be my first impressions video and not a full review of the game. However, that will not stop me from also mentioning just how gorgeous this game is.
Oh, this game
I'm not usually someone who's like really big on graphics,
this game
but the characters are so expressive. The models are rendered in incredible detail. The environments are stunning.
Like, yeah, this game legit
small
gorgeous.
spoilers for this area that you gotta go through just before getting to Wuling, but look at this bamboo maze forest. Look at it! It's beautiful! And the
I'm not sure if y'all know. Do you know why this place is called Wuling? A little bit did you know. Did you know in Arknight's Enfield, the second location called Wuling, it literally translates into Mist Forest. Yep. And during your exploration in this region, there actually will have times where real mist will occur and everything starts fogging up. So for example, right here. So this was like, I was literally just randomly doing like my own things. And all of a sudden, it just fogged up. Wait, hold up. Yeah, it literally just all of a sudden, everything became like fog. So I just thought that was pretty interesting, right? The environments and the interactions, like the rain, everything, it's quite nice, right? Subscribe for more Arknight's Enfield. Alright, there we go.
The water! Please don't get me started on the water. I spent way too long staring at the way rain droplets dynamically fell on the character's clothing and behaved differently depending on the type of material. Like, sir, this is a mobile game! The soundtrack is also immersive and the right mix of sci-fi and unexplored wilderness. And I gotta say, the game's performance was shockingly good. I only encountered a—
Wait, chat. My bad. Scratch that. Wait, is it Wuling or Wuling? Wait, is it Wu or Wu? Is it 武侠小说的武 or is it 雾霾的雾? I mean, they're both called WU. Is there any CM players? Wu or Wu? It's actually Wu. 武侠的武. It is 武侠的武. Actually, you know what? Fuck it, guys. Let me just search Bilibili, bro. Wait, if it's 武侠的武 then, bro, that is a huge waste of opportunity. They should have called it Wuling. Because like, it's literally like Mist Forest if they called it that. Oh my god, it is, guys. It's Wuling, bro. Oh, it's Wuling. Okay, yo. It's so scratch that short. Don't make it anymore. Yeah, it's a Marshall Forest. Oh my god, why do they call it Marshall Forest, bro? Bro, it would have legit made so much more sense if they call it Wuling. My hate canon is like Wuling just sounds and feels a lot better when it literally just starts missing. Okay,
a couple of instances of loading.
Yeah, it's Wuling. Not that link, by the way.
Quickly.
It's not that link. It's like it's the Gaoshan Lingdi the thing. It's not
I honestly
it's like a
had
different
the
one.
most lag on the login screen of all places. Everywhere else,
Okay, just call it
smooth lag butter.
Uwu
I don't even have
Forest.
that high end of a computer. My only disclaimer
Link.
on the performance thing is that I didn't get to play it on mobile, so I can't really offer any insight on how it works on there.
Oh, mobile
but I do
works
think that's all of my
great.
beginner thoughts worth
Mobile
sharing.
looks
So
great.
I gotta say, I
Exceptional.
am genuinely excited for
Thank you,
Arknight's Enfield, and I
Ashikai.
hope this video was able to help you better understand what the game is about and what you can expect. I will certainly be back with another video
I'll
sometime
see you
after
guys
launch, so if you
on
are
the clip
intrigued,
channel.
then stick around for that.
Yeah, it's so
Because
don't
together
post that
we will
short.
grow
Alright, it's
our
the wrong
factories
CM.
like a grand mycelial network.
Yippee! Yeah. Alright, chat. I'm going in. Let me get my pools out. Cause we're going in. We are going in. How the hell do I even log out, by the way? Can you even...
Chet, you know that. That was generationally embarrassing for MrPokke.
Chat. Okay, there we go. Bro, I didn't fucking see the CN text, bro. I just keep saying Wuling. Like, do you think I fucking go and search like how the fucking characters sound like in CN? No, bro. It's my hate canon, right? It's my hate canon. Oh, so wait. Let me hit this up real quick. Alrighty, chat. We are gonna do a little bit of a relatability check right here. Because we are about to hop on to a very relatable account. As in the myth, the legend, the our account, right? And that dude, let's take a peek over here right now. I'm gonna record this, by the way. Welcome back. At long last, I know my haters have been waiting for this day. Where is the our account? Where is the our account? Because bro has been doing nothing but playing on his free-to-play account for the past 1 week. Well, wait no longer, haters, because today is a day our account is gonna be doing. Wait. Whoops. Holy shit! That is absolutely fucking insane, my comrades! That is absolutely fucking... Wait, how many boosts is that actually? Yo, help me get that clip. Help me get that clip. Help me get that clip. And oh, yeah, help me get that. Wait, how many boosts is it? 7250 plus 31995 divided by 5. Holy shit, guys! This is a 1,634 summons. We have 1,000. Is this 1,000, right? Because that's how you convert, right? I'm assuming this is converted to the 5,000 pool currency. Oh, wait, 1,634? Oh, wait. Yeah, 1,634 plus 15 plus 2. Okay, but we're doing this, right? We're doing this. Oh, we're doing this, yes. We're doing standard boost. We are doing standard boost, guys. Yep. Our account. This is our account. And that would do. And that, if you go to main screen, you can see 10k Origanium. What do you mean? Honestly, I have no idea how this even translates. I hate that it uses a different conversion system. I wish they could just keep this as like, you know, the same currency that I see in the login screen. So, okay, but it is 1,634, right? It is 1,634, right? There's Ori Geometry times 35. I kind of want to know. Okay, wait. Okay, so this is correct. So this is basically the amount that I would get if I convert from my Ori Geometry to my limited boost, which is 1,634. I guess plus 2. So 1,636. Okay, chat. I ain't gonna stop anymore. Apparently for our account, right? For our account, our objective is I will keep pulling until I get either Pokke or last right. And if I don't get either Pokke or last right, we just keep going and 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 going. Yo, as I'm LeBron James, and going until we get our first copy of Pokke or last right. Actually, before we wait, let me just take a peek over here. What do we have? What do we have? Classic.
你找我，想起了什么吗？
Classic. Oh, it is easy. Oh. Oh, it's not activated. W relatability. The W relatability. We already have ourselves a Yvonne. Exceptional relatability. Ling Yang. How do I see like the because I can't see the thing, right? Yeah, we didn't activate any. Okay, good. So very, very relatable. Wait, we have a Pokke though. Wait, what are we aiming for here? What are we aiming for here again? Are we getting P5s? Oh, you don't even remember that we have a Pokke. Oh, yeah, I just swiped like $500. Oh my god, bro. I can't even remember this fucking 6-star, bro. Oh, I see. So we are all in last right. We are all in last right. This video... Oh, wait, yo. Mr. Editor, cue the intro. This video ends when we pull last right on our account. And if last right don't come home, then I don't come. Okay, that's the intro. Alright, so it's literally all or nothing. It's all or nothing. Alright, hey. No stalling. 1,600 boosts. Pity is we are 180 away from the standard summons. And without further ado, Imagine we get it right. No. No. No way. No way. It has to be last right, by the way. It has to be last right.
你好，管理员，我是艾尔黛拉，来自罗德岛的地质科研人员。
Shut the fuck up, Heisey. Alright, so and then what to do, what it is, right? So there's gonna be a here, very, very good, very, very nice. We just keep going here. We just keep going here. Ooh. Okay, I heard that there's this thing called a fake out. There's this thing called a fake out. Okay, that is just some. Oh, I thought that was a 6-star. I legit thought that was a 6-star because I was like, wait, is that a 5-star? Okay, but no, that was not a. That was in fact not a 6-star. So that is gonna be our 20 over there, right? 30 pools. Oh. If you get a 5-star and the skip button disappears, it's a fake out. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so I guess it is what it is then. This is what? 40, right? Yeah, 40. No, it is 30, because we got our 6-star in the first hand. So this 30 pools for the next 6-star. Okay, there's a skip, so ooh. Bro, that's just disgusting, bro. Oh my god, that's just fucking disgusting, bro. Oh, we are getting cooked, shit. We are getting cooked. We are getting cooked. Oh, we are getting cooked. We are getting cooked. Oh my god. Bro, never do this, by the way. Never use Ori Geometry for fucking standard pools. Oh my god, we are getting so fucking cold, bro. Wait! Whoa! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! The fake out happened! Wait, the fake out actually happened! Yo, help me get a clip, help me get a clip. Please help me get a clip. Oh my god, the fake out actually happened. That is crazy. Alright, get me that clip, get me that clip. Alright. Last right. Yo, there's our thumbnail, by the way. There's our thumbnail. Right. Oh my god, that is crazy, bro. Our Della, bro. Our Della is crazy, bro. Use Huan Huan. What Huan Huan? What Huan Huan, bro? Oh my god, fucking useless piece of shit. Alright, and then what to do? Alright. Yo, we might just go all the way, by the way. We might actually just go all the way. We actually might just go all the way. Oh my god. 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 Oh! 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 I didn't know it's kind of near pity anyways. Maybe temple early. Maybe temple early, but that was really, really near pity. Alright, let's see. If you say Aldella again, I'll fucking birth will explode, bro. I fucking dare you. I dare you to show me our data, bro. I dare you to show me our data. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. Okay, chat, it's not our data, right? It's our Yang. Our Yan Qing. Our Ling Yang. You know what I'm saying? Right? Oh my god, chat. We actually didn't get a single last right. I mean, we are 60 pulls from the selector, though. We are 60 pulls from the selector. Yeah, we're 60 pulls from the selector. So, like, we're almost there anyway. But, oh my god, can we just get one? Like, for the boys. For the boys. For the boys. Can this one be for the boys? Is this one for the boys? Oh my god, bruh. Okay. Is this one for the girls? For my 11% female viewers. This one's for the girls. Oh my fucking god, bruh. Okay, this one's for me. I like to thank MrPokke for being MrPokke. This one's for me. Oh my god, I can go fuck myself, I guess. Ooh. Okay, this one. Okay, this one's for Hui. So we're just not gonna win. Right, this one's for Hui. Yep, and there it is. What a useless fucking red as always, right? This one. Okay, chat, who is this for, guys? Wait, this is our last sample, guys. Wait, this is our last sample. This is our last sample. Okay, chat, technically, your Omega, you know what we should do? We should just see if we get last right. Because we are like 20 pulls away from pity anyways. We are 20 pulls on pity. So we might as well just see what 6 star we get. And then we just claim last right here. Oh, this one's for Sarah? This one's for Sarah? Oh, unfortunately, Sarah is not it. Okay, this one is for no one because this is pity, alright? This is basically pity. So this one's for no one. So after we do this, I don't even do this by the way, but at this point I am just curious to see if we can actually get last right with our bare hands. Because this one is activating the cheat codes. If you don't even pull last right on your own account, then you don't deserve last right. So now I will summon last right with my bare fucking hands as I clap her cheeks right here. And there it is. Alright. 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 Last right. Hit me. Bro. Bro. Oh. Last right.
军卫，罗德岛驻外干员兼铁士军军官向你报道，事态紧急，我希望尽快了解你的作战计划，最好就是现在。
Well, I guess this means that last right hates us. Wait, I can't even show this thing. Yeah, I guess this just means that last right hates us. So, I guess I don't deserve last right. I will never ever touch her ever again. Hey, but you know what? I don't even give a fuck, bro. Bro, Yvonne is better than you anyways. Who the fuck do you think you are? At best, she is a blue Hui. At worst, she is worse than Hui. Alright, so honestly, if you don't want to come, then just don't come, right? Nobody fucking cares. So now we are just gonna forcibly force bro back home. After literally getting every single standard 6-star, bro just refuses to come. So I'm just gonna join this. Because hey, like I mentioned, this is our account, right? Yep. Haters claim that this is our account, right? And as the leader of our account, I have made the call for you guys because this is our last right, as heavens shall decree. And there it is. Okay, we are done, guys. Oh my god, we finally get to see this. Wow. Wow. And there it is. Our account. Very, very good. Very, very good. Thank you. And with that, we are gonna come to the end of this video. Word over there is gonna be our wait, before we bounce off, for all educational purposes, in case you guys want to fucking spin this narrative, I like to call this as something that has probably existed since fire was invented in the gacha space. It's called viewer pools. Yep, and that do right. So bada boom, bada bing, bada bang. See you guys on the bada boom. Okay, yo, Omega, enjoy your last, right? I'm just gonna be, I mean, like, honestly, it's not even that bad, right? It's always never that bad. Oh, wait, hold on. Before we go, bro, this might be a crazy good account view when it comes out in the future. This will be a crazy good account view when we actually raise up everything. How is your... Ooh. Wait, is she naked? Oh, okay, bro. I was like, why the hell are her stats so low? 4.3k. This is on our division Z, right? I would personally run this with the heat and nature bonus for this slot, because it will extend beyond the battle skill. And then for this one, you can give her the green set. Yeah. There's the one that I'm running for my whatchamacallit. I can't remember my level 10 right now. Cause this thing only works for the battle skill. So anyway, you get no bonus and main stats. As in you get more, no? You'll get more from this because she's pure int, right? She's pure intellect. You can just claim this and then you get a 3+1. Is that not better? If this, okay, bro, this is not your account, right? It's literally just any other viewer pool, right? If you want to top up to my already billionaire oiler, it's literally like topping up to Zetion. You want to talk about the Zetion, then I mean, like, sure, right? Bro is like a billionaire, so like, and I want to do it, what the int and strength, right? Yeah, but like, wouldn't this be better? Because I feel like battle skill is like wasted though. When like heat damage bonus can apply to your basic that changes during ultimate. You get what I'm saying? Honestly, we could just like, do a test. If we want to just see how it looks. Actually, no, hey, fuck it. This is for science. Let's do this for science. I'm almost certain that the other one is gonna be... Just do a test. No, her battle skill is the highest multiplier, but like her attack change during the ultimate is also very, very high. And then all those base attacks you're doing the ultimate, you're gonna like lose out. So, wait, let me jump in over here. Oh my god, bro. I fucking hate playing on the control. Wait. Alright. Let's take a peek over here. Yo, dude, just do P1 to P5, bro. I need to do my review. Probably tomorrow. I want to do my review first. Alright, so, and I want to do... I think we can test it on level 3. You haven't even done level 2? Bro, our account is 2 hours, bro. What the fuck, man? Okay, we're just gonna run this over here. So this is the current set, which is... the old one, right? There's the old one. Okay, I'm gonna need y'all to take a peek at like the damage numbers we are doing. But like, it's gonna probably take a while because like, we don't even have ultimate. You get what I'm saying? Oh my god, you play with the... Bro, you play with the jump on the other button. That is crazy, bro. I think we don't really care. Oh my god, bro, it feels so weird. I don't think we care about any of the damage until we get out. Okay, actually, bro, we might actually die before we even get out. I say he might actually die before we get out. Wait. Bro, my out is still like super far away. Oh my god, stop. Okay, bro. This is alright. Oh, because I can't see. Okay, wait, it's out. Okay, wait. Alright, okay, record this damage. Okay. I want to see if we can... Okay, but he's gonna die too fast. So. He's gonna die too fast. I can't cast on my... Okay, wait. 71330. 71330 for the battle skill. Okay, the battle skill would definitely be higher anyways, because this is battle skill damage bonus, right? But everything else before that was like the basic attack chains. So we would... I would want like the combination of the battle skill as well as the... Oh, shit. Oh, it's first time clear. Alright, it's first time. I was like, wait, I didn't even know this thing had like rewards, bro. Yeah, 71330 for the skill. I didn't see like what are the basic attack things. Hey, that's what to do. Hold up. Okay, now we change this. Wait. So, well, we don't even have this yet, right? Because we haven't crafted the thingy. Hold up. Yeah. Bro. Map. Valley. Hub. Okay. Yeah, because I swapped the jump and the dodge button. So it's like hella fucking weird. Okay, I'm not gonna leak our base. Because this is our base. Don't even worry about it. We are just gonna go for gear assembly. Okay, so I'm talking about this piece over here, which you have not unlocked yet. And I am going to unlock that right now. And I'm going to unlock that right now. Okay. Okay. I mean, just 5k, so... Yep, that's the one. Okay, I think it's either this one or this one, but like, it's kind of what I have here. Okay, okay. Gear assembly. Okay. Yeah, the intellect. So we make this. So now we are gonna change this. Operators. Come here. Oh, that was a crazy fucking essence, by the way. So we change to this, and we change to this. Oh, we lose 10 attack, but we gain 25.7% ultimate efficiency. The ultimate efficiency shouldn't be the big thing though, because we were running ultimate efficiency on both. It's just whether or not it's heat damage percent, which is like this piece, is it better than battle skill damage percent. So I will do this thing again, and then we'll see how that testing is gonna be like right now on the same guy, so that we have the same resistance and multipliers and everything. So everything else in front, we just don't care, right? As long as I get my ultimate, then we'll just see the damage. Can't see my screen, by the way, because my camera is fucking blocking my face. I think this might be phase 2 here. Okay. We are one combo away from full energy. We're one combo away from full energy. Okay. Do that. Do that. Okay, then this is out. Alright. Okay, this is out damage. Alright. I don't even care about getting hit. Oh my god. Okay, I care. Oh my god. I'm kind of fucking up my testing here, because we might not be able to do that thing. Okay, I didn't even manage to let go of the skill, because I forgot. I jumped a little bit too much. But we can just assume that our battle skill was like way worse. That our base deck increased by a lot. I'm not sure if anyone got like the base deck. My basic is on 6k instead of 7k. Wait, how can our basic attack damage be lower? It should definitely be higher. Because the previous set only buffs battle skill, right? 6 to 7k. Okay, you know what, chat? I think we will just leave this to the gods. If you know if battle skill is better or heat damage is better, leave it down in the comments. Alright, you can send it for the clip channel, I guess, right? I can send it for the clip channel. Okay, let's go off. Thank you, our account, for letting us do our pools in our account with our levitate and our viewers. Thank you. I'm gonna hop off and give me 1 second, right? Give me 1 second. Thank you. Alright, because this is not the main shit, by the way. Wait, actually I can just do it on my own account, because my own account also has the setup required for it anyways. Thank you. Shouldn't be good, bro, one day. Show the main IC. Bro, I literally just logged out. I literally just logged out. Okay, I'm gonna log back in again. Wait, I'll log back in again. Hold up. I'll log back in again. Good evening. Pause. Whoa! Our account! The Empire stands tall! Holy shit! Holy the Empire! The actual Empire! Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Wait, can I drag like all the way to like X? How do I select multiple again? This is right. Does this make me drag all the way out? Oh, it doesn't let me select all the way out. Is it possible to see from one end to another? Holy TB boy. Alright, okay, we can see from the bird's eye view. Alright, we can see from the bird's eye view. Is it this? I don't even know if it's this, by the way. Oh, it's on top of the hill. This one. Whoa! Holy shit, though. That is just absolutely fucking insane, though. Wait. Oh my goodness. That is just absolutely fucking insane. Our account, our base, our Enfield. And there it is. Okay, help me get this in a shot. The Empire stands tall. Wait, I think this is such a nice picture, though. This is actually such a nice picture. Oh my god, how do I save this? Saved. W. Okay, thank you. This is how I get. Yeah, wait, what is the U anyways? Bro, 18, by the way. We achieved this while on 18. And then we add a little bit more bot capital C, because why the fuck not? 18, you. Absolutely exceptional. Alright, chill. I'm G, guys. I'm G, right? I'm G. W, our account. Thank you. Okay, chat. I'll put back on song request here. Thank you. This song name is literally called 7-6. Oh shit. Oh. Wait. Okay. Bro, don't even worry about it. Bro, it's not a notepad, alright? So what, bro? So what? Yeah, it is MrPokke business, right? It is MrPokke business. Don't even worry about it. It is not a fucking notepad. Alright? Yep. I'm not going to jail for this one. Okay, this is actually my humble homeless account, right? This is Bobu. It feels great to be back. It feels great to be back. Bobu. Still free to play, still chilling, and my entire attention is on Mr. Bobu, if Mr. Bobu can say so. Okay, chat, I do want to get out my first video though. Also, chat, can you guys cue like less spicy songs? No. Okay, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Okay. Wait, first thing I want to check. I'm pretty sure my missed ore is up. Alright. I'm pretty sure my missed ore is up. Yeah, we're still at 27,000. So, by the way, in case you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, before we actually get into like the review for Mr. Enfield, I'm talking about this specific video here, which is you can actually do this to improve your Wuling farming efficiency with the power of transfer over here. Alright, because you want to get your Ferrum ores to Wuling, which will translate into more Wuling store bills. If you're a new player or you're a casual, you don't have to worry about what I'm saying. But for my end game players, you will know that the economy that we have for Yangzhen solution is not enough. So the only way that we can actually maintain 6 per minute is to give the additional Ferrum ore. So we are gonna be able to get this slightly higher ore yield while making use of essentially wait, I'm already there, the protocol management, which will transfer 1.2k Ferrum ores per hour. So this will always be on repeat, right? This will always be on repeat. So this is an additional source of income to give into Wuling. And on top of that, we will go back and manually transform additional ores by hand. Because the maximum for this is 1.5k, which is 25 per minute. And you need 30 per minute. So the shortfall is 5 per minute. So 5 per minute over the course of I forgot how much is it, 48,000. So 48,000 by 5 minutes, you are gonna be getting 6.67 days. Every 6.67 days, you will need to manually transfer additional Ferrum ores. But it's actually 6.67 days, right? It is basically. So if you want to check out the video, feel free to know what I'm saying. But if you have no idea what I'm saying, it also doesn't matter. This is just for like the ultra sweat people who want to min-max just a little bit more, essentially. Yeah, at level 12, if this will become 1.5. So right now it's going to be at 1.2, which I'm actually a little bit behind, which I don't really know why, because I already maxed out it. Wait, I did a level 11 on this. Hold up, and clear this. Okay. Oh! Okay, so after this mission, we're definitely gonna level up. Okay. Yeah, my income really far exceeds whatever they have, so it's fine. So I earn like $1 million in a single day. Absolutely insane. We'll just finish this quest. Hold up, chat. Okay, how about I finish this quest, then I will go ahead and get this real quick. Because I'm pretty sure after this quest, I will be level 12. Almost certainly. Valley Pass. How can you manage eating and eating a berry while not capping on the 1080 on Ferrum ore? You would only spend 18 Ferrum ore will only spend you whatchamacall. The yield here is okay, essentially. Because you should, by right, only spend 1050. So there will be a 30 excess. There will be a 30 excess. Yeah, then you basically bring this 30 excess to Wuling to get more Yajin salvage. But you can't do it manually at 30 per minute. It's only 25 at max efficiency. So that's why you bring the Ferrum ores by them manually. Can I show my lava build? I mean, she's not that good. Especially compared to our account, right? This is our free-to-play lava. Ability makes it try to max out as many as you can. Combo skill, frankly speaking, I wouldn't even raise it. It's not worth. Alright, basic skill ultimate is basically all you need. I'm saving my crowns because this shit basically just does not exist. And then my essence, I got like this one piece, which is as good as it gets because it got triple right sets, and then we got 2+2 on Twilight. So I'm just using this for now. Then my set, I was basically running this set. So that the previous account was running the other swap, so I swap back. But I don't know which one actually does more damage. My mind was basically like This is applied to all damage, inclusive of my basics. But like the other one has a higher battle skill damage output. So if the battle skill actual damage component is way more than my enhanced basic doing my ultimate, then the battle skill would be better. Because you would deal more damage with battle skill essentially. Yeah, then it's P0. Alright. Okay. Hold up. Thought to Karja. Okay, after this, I'll do my 3 different guides with y'all. Link's Slap is best. Wait, Link's Slap is it this? Link's Slap. Link's Slap, bro, chat. My ear is gonna fucking explode, bro. Holy shit. Alright. Link's Slap. You have a 0 strength, though. Okay, you know what? For science. For science. I'll just entertain you for this moment. Where is my Link Slap again? Oh, okay. $3.6 with a 20.7. This minuses 10, but we need this to create the 4-piece. I would love to test this out, TBH. 3668. Stat-wise, it looks pretty good though. Yeah, because we get a 471 enhanced basic. I'm not sure if it translates into actual damage increase though, because we are missing the either heat damage bonus, or we are gonna be missing the battle skill bonus. Okay, but from what I heard is that attack in this game is actually very, very rare. Like they have more sources of like raw damage than actual attack. Honestly, we can just test it out for ourselves. Okay, chat, at this point, I'm just so fucking curious. Hold up. Mini me. Okay. Let me just test this. Okay, wait, let me just test this after I finish up the side mission. Then after I finish up the side mission and after I test it. Wait, where are we? Wait, what? Investigate what Roman likes. Oh, what the fuck? What is my take on this game's gacha system? The gacha system is fine, the income is not fine. So that is the gist. I'll be talking about it in my review and shit. Yep. It's just, oh my god, today we start like hell hard because there are like just so many interesting things to talk about. Hold up. The build was calculated by Guoba to be the best. LC. Oh, I just realized if you were to do that set, you will have 0 ultimate regen, right? That is really bad for levitate, by the way. Because you need at least 20% to get yourself the full out energy charge in 2 skill combos. Which is 100 energy plus the additional from your combo strike, and then you do that twice. Because without an ultimate energy main stat, you're gonna spend 3 rotations for ultimate, which is gonna be like really, really far, and it'll be like a downtime. I think we'll just do a bit of testing, then we'll see what's up. Oh, what's up, bro? I'm fucking lost, bro. Go talk to Karja. Oh, it's back to this place again. if we were to run this main stat bonus, we'll definitely deal more damage, by the way. Because we are going to be running it without ultimate efficiency. So during the time we get our ultimate, it's gonna be a craft secret stimulating Tessin. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck is this mission, guys? Secret stimulating Tessin. Simple pain relief salve. What? Oh. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let me level the fuck up right now.
管理员，礼物的情况。
谢谢你，管理员。
太好了，谢谢你。
太好了 ，Thank you， 管理员。Thank you, you literally saved my life.
你好。
Thank you. Oh my god. Wait, mods, how do we not have 谢谢, bro? How can we have thank you and not 谢谢? That is crazy. Let me get this here. Oh my god, wait. If Cole is here, can we just make 谢谢? But you do it for thank you, and you make it 2x speed. And I call it 谢谢. Yeah, bro, there's no way a Eastern CCD like myself don't have 谢谢, bro. That is crazy. This will be level 12. Nope. 60 is 79 is the max. Because we cannot get more Force of the Skies. So it's the absolute max. Maybe in the future, winning expansion we can. And there it is. Okay. Alright. So now that we got that. Should be higher, right? There we go. Yeah, we'll make it a little bit higher. Okay, so this. Oh shit! Oh my god! I fucking reset, bro. Fuck. Bro, I was like 10 minutes away, bro. Alright, I'll just go fuck myself then. That is really fucking stupid UI, by the way. I'm gonna complain. I'm gonna add that to my list of complaints. Like literally right now. I'm gonna add that to the list right now. Resetting regional transfer when leveling up from 11 to 12. Why? Okay. Yep, I have an entire document on our Knight's Anvil. Bro, chat, if you want to take a peek, look at this. Look at this. Eh? Eh? Holy shit, though. I listed out everything, bro. I did not hold back. I did not hold back at all. So I am gonna go in as the hyper grifter. Because I know that this game has a lot of things that they can actually cook up to become even better. But that being said, yep, the Enfield files. I'm about to release the Enfield files right now. Wait, but before we release the Enfield files, I'm just so curious what is the best testing for levitate. So let me do that first, and then we will see what's up. So right now I am running the highest damage set, theoretically speaking, in exchange for a lack of ultimate efficiency, right? In exchange for ultimate efficiency. But because I don't have ultimate efficiency anymore, I'm literally gonna take 3 full rotations to get my ultimate, which I personally feel is really, really bad. Is a very, very big DPS loss. Alright, let's gonna test this against level 90. Okay, actually level 90 is a bit long. Let's do this against level 80. Then we'll see where this flies. Okay, we'll just run our data. Okay, let's just run our data then. Hold up. Alright. Her main damage is during her ultimate state. So inclusive of the basic as well as the enhanced skill. Though the enhanced skill is the highest single damage per screenshot. Alright. It's really, really like Jingliu, essentially. Okay, so wait. I think this is a free content. Also, I'm a pause on request because I think this music is pretty nice. Wait, free content anyways. Welcome back. So this video is gonna be a little bit special. As of this time of recording, I'm actually pretty much done with my version of the Levitating guide that should be coming in Pokecorp. But one thing has struck me and my chat's mind, right? We literally got mind control, which is for this particular statement right here. And that is, what is Levitating's best in slot gear set right now, right? So as you guys would know from the gear system, the set is almost the exact same as you would expect from like most gacha games. There's gonna be a set bonus and etc. So based on Pride Win, we have a recommendation of 3 pieces always hard work, no questions asked. It is just this one extra rainbow piece, because R9 Endgame's gear system works as 3+1. If for now you don't understand this, don't worry about it, we're going to make it a dedicated guide. But this is specifically just for our main channel, because we're going to test out which one of these sets are actually going to be the best in slot gear for Levitating. So this is going to be with the Link set, which would give us the highest amount of base stats, as in raw stats, as in attack. So technically speaking, with this set, we should be dealing the highest amount of damage. But if we use this set, my concern personally is that we miss the 25% ultimate energy charge. And Levitating needs the ultimate energy charge to get her rotations in 2 enhanced skill, which is Forces of Melting Flames, instead of 3. So if my guess is on the ball, it means that even despite the additional damage we're dealing, we will probably clear slower just because our ultimate is slower by 1 entire rotation. That's my guess, right? That's my guess. So this is with Link Step. We have another option which is gonna be, this one is the Tide 4 armor, which is the one that gives you additional battle skill, not battle skill damage. It gives you ultimate generation, but you get the battle skill damage. Alright. The multiplier here is not is at max level, but ours is basically not affixed, so don't worry about this. And then the other rotation that I actually use for myself is eventually a 3-piece plus the Jade set, which gives you heat damage on this and then out generation on this. So we'll test out all 3 combinations. The way that we are gonna do this is probably gonna be guessing. I will just do a full run, trying to make as little mistakes as possible, and then we'll just see how long it actually takes per run. Granted, not every single run is going to be the exact same. There's going to be like a little bit of difference here and there. But we'll try to see if like the difference between their timing is going to be that big, right? So without further ado, wait. Let's begin. So this is the very first set. Okay. Ardelia. Then we are going to be able to get our burst. Okay, this is gonna be 4 stacks. Okay, so that's gonna be our first rotation. Okay, notice my energy check. Do you guys notice my energy? My energy is not at 50%. I'm not sure if y'all see. My energy is not at 50%, right? So I'm not gonna use any of those other things because I wanna not use other units ultimate as like a distraction. So this is my second hit. I'm gonna let go of it. This again. Okay, unfortunately, I fucking missed, so that's my bad. But if that actually hit, this energy down here for Levitating, it still would not hit 100% because our one rotation does not generate 50% energy because we miss out on the ultimate charge. So, okay, let me just do that again one more time without actually missing. So we can see like how much longer it will actually take for us to get into oh wait, shit, I need to down my energy, guys. I need to down my energy. Okay, I'm just gonna waste my out. Okay, I'll just waste everything. Right, I'll just waste everything. Because I don't want to let my other units use their shit as well. So, real quick. Okay, then this is 4 stacks. Then this will be full energy, right? So I'm just gonna waste this. And then I'm just gonna leave. So that we'll start off at 0 energy, right? We'll start off at 0 energy right here. But I will also try to keep in mind of the actual damage itself. So that we can see the differential. So this should be fine, right? Yeah, this should be fine. Yeah, I'm at 0 energy. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be the exact same. Then we're gonna be able to get combustion. Then we dodge that. And then we're gonna hit this. Okay. That's our first hit. That's our first hit. And then we're just gonna regenerate skill point. Okay, then we'll do this again. We need a little bit more for Wolf Guard. And then we get 4. Okay, so this is the part that we get our next 4. Please don't miss. Okay, do you see that? Chat, do you see that? Do you see that gap? So this is what will happen if you do not get the ultimate generation. You will be slightly lowered the amount by like less than like 2 or 3%. Because energy generation in Archnight's Enfield is like it's super fixed. It's you only get ultimate energy from your battle skill and combo skill. Then maybe sometimes you get some additional sources like Gilberta, she gives you that ultimate charge. And then you wanna just make use of the shortfall by using your gears. But other than that, your basic attacks and all that kind of stuff, they don't give you any energy. So if you do not hit this rotation in 2 full skills, you will then need to charge up everything all over again. So we could save this by just essentially wasting 1 skill point and force us into the ultimate, because we're that little bit close, right? We're just that little bit close. So we exchange 1 skill point on like Leviathan's own skill, we get into ultimate, and then from there we'll see that if the clear is gonna be fast enough, right? Okay, obviously this is not gonna be the ideal clear, because I was like pausing to explain. But just to kinda see this real quick. So we'll just do 1 more skill. You can see that even with that skill, I don't get the energy. Do you see that? It's not enough. So it literally has to be either I trigger my combo skill, so we'll get off 1 full basic chain with Ardelia. So when Ardelia goes, we get combustion. So once you get combustion, this is where we get our energy, right? So this is when we get our energy, which I think is not worth the stat increase. I could be wrong. This is my last time I'm gonna reset. Okay, then this is just gonna be our full run, right? This is just gonna be our full run. Okay. Okay, Guri, Wolfguard skill. Wolfguard skill again. Ardelia. Dodge. Oh shit, I missed my combo timing. Okay, actually it doesn't matter. So that's our first hit. Dodge this. I'm not gonna use all my other units ultimate just to be like as consistent as possible. And we'll see from there. Okay, Wolfguard's combo skill is up. Okay, we're just gonna do the same thing. Okay, this is gonna be another combo skill from Levitate. And this is gonna be 4. Dodge that. Okay, I'm a fucking clown. Okay, I'm still a little bit missing. So at this one, we're just gonna wait a little bit. Okay, we'll let go of Ardelia's combo, which will then give me my combo, which will then give me my out. Alright. Okay, then we can save all that for the final phase. So we actually got... Okay, that's a little bit awkward, because like, he is not entering phase 2. Okay, this is actually a little bit awkward. Because ideally, I don't cast out there. And I only activate my out after his phase 2 begins. But if I don't cast my out there, I'll be wasting all my energy stacks. Because I'll be losing out an entire enhanced skill just for the sake of bringing to phase 2. So, honestly, I can greet here. I could just go up and greet there. But what it is? Okay. Wait, that was a wrong button, by the way. Oh, actually, no, it's the right button. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think this part we can just kind of let it go. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna greet. I'm gonna greet. Okay, I should not have greeted it. I should not have greeted it. Okay. I think... Okay, usually by now, he would have died if we use any of our other units' ultimate, to be completely fair. This is a point where he would have definitely died. But because we were kind of saving everything, we were leaving damage on the table, essentially. Unless I actually just use everything. Okay, chat, you know what? We'll do one last test. I will use everything. Because, like, realistically, this is not gonna be the scenario, right? Okay, I'm just gonna waste my ult real quick. Let me waste my ult. Okay, oh, it's still not up. Okay, let me just, like... Okay. I will do it one more time, but actually going all out. I will actually go all out. Okay, first things first is let me get my energy. And then I'll waste all my units' ultimates. Also, holy outskirt. Okay, this is gonna be my ult. Okay. Boom. 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 Okay. Editors, this is the run. This is the run. Ignore most of it that we did just now. This is the run. Alright, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. Okay, good. Okay, good. Four steps. Dodge. Flame. Take a bit of a hit, it's fine. Dodge that. I think we can just let this go here. I'm just gonna let this go here. Okay, we got our ultimate. I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. Come on, transform, my man. There we go. Okay, good. So now we have everything, right? Now we have everything. I won't greet this. You honestly could here, but it is what it is. Okay, we're just gonna go immediately. Okay. Okay. We'll apply corrosion. Okay, that was not intentional. Cancel with that. And then we do that. Big fucking damage. Big fucking damage. Okay, we reset there. We're almost gonna break. Okay, I think at this one we can just go for our ultimate. Then we get our Wolf Guard. Then he gets out the break here. Okay. Oh man, we're still 1 second missing. Hold up. Oh, he's gonna do anything. I don't think we ever kill this, by the way. Okay, we will have to kill in this location here. So this is gonna be 4. Now we just end it right here. Alright, we're just ending right here. So once we get our skill point, then we just pop this. He jumped away from my final swipe, bro. What the fuck? This guy is fucking hacking. And my last skill, bro jumped up. Bro just jumped. Oh my goodness, bro. That is some bullshit, bro. That is actually some bullshit. Alright, just die. Alright, there we go. Okay. I am not sure how long that took, but essentially we killed him on his second AoE hit, right? Like when he was doing the flame charge here, like we killed him after this thing ends, and then maybe we added 30 seconds after that. So this is gonna be our first testing. We are just gonna jump off, and now we are gonna introduce ultimate efficiency, which I personally think is just better because you ensure 2 rotations for 1 out instead of like 2 and 1/4 or like whatever the fuck that was. So that is gonna be essentially changing this out for our Tidebreaker, which apparently everyone and their mom is using the same set. That's kind of crazy. Wait, actually, no, you can do this, and then you do this, and then you do this. With this. Okay. Then Wolfguard, I'm gonna need you to go here. And then you, I'm gonna need you to... Oh, I honestly, we need 1 more set for that, by the way. Yeah, 1 more ultimate regeneration would be good. Actually, you know what? We check. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. How do I... Okay. Gear assembly. I'm just gonna make 1 more of this. Okay, then I can give it to Arcade Kuri. Okay, then this is gonna be it. Okay, now we can go here. It might be a little bit different because we didn't start everything with the same amount of energy that we would like to, because I think like the other operators got a little bit of energy left. Oh, actually it's fine. It's not that big of a diff. Alright, let's just go for it. At least my levitate is at 0 energy, which is the important thing. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, I think I missed my wolf skill. I think I kind of fucked up there as well. Oh shit, okay, this was like really bad. I kind of fucked up pretty hard here. Okay, we're just gonna brute force this. Okay, we get out here. We're just gonna use it right now. By right, that should have gotten a way faster out, by the way. That would have been a way faster out. Does this even reach there? Oh, it actually reached. We had agreed for that over there. Otherwise, we would have wasted our ultimate. This is a break. This is 4 stacks. This is gonna be our next rotation. We swap back here. We can just let everything go. Dodge that. Okay, this is 4. Then we get our chain. And then we instantly get our ultimate on the second. Do you see that? We always get our ultimate on the second full scale, which is really a lot faster. Oh, I kind of fucked up my dodge cancel there. Oh, bro.
决胜行动方案。
This breaks here. Okay, actually, chat. It feels very, very similar. Like every single time after his second fire thing, when he comes here, he'll be around the same ballpark. I'm not exactly sure what is the difference for this particular one, but it's gotta be pretty close. So, I think the one last set towards the end over there is gonna be essentially even smaller of a difference because we are still running ultimate energy set for the previous setup. It is just that instead of running battle skill damage bonus, which is gonna be from the helmet, because this is battle skill damage. Sorry, not this one. This is battle skill damage. So the other setup was basically we run this for the ultimate gear efficiency, and then the armor here we instead run this for the heat damage bonus. So we affect not just the battle skill, but also our basic attack chain. I will go back and take a look at what is the differential, and I will come back to y'all when I analyze the actual replays as well as the damage number. It's just that now it's like a little bit hard to see, so we will pause this here. Okay. Chat, what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Would you prefer the 2 skill into ultimate? Or would you prefer the 3 skill into ultimate, but you deal more damage after you get into the ultimate? Let me send this one here first. Let me send it. Yeah, 2 skill for ultimate is smoother to play. Lay gear part 1. Part 1. 2 skill feels better. The faster ultimate is actually better. It's just a little bit hard to see though. Okay, wait, I actually have the replay right now. I could technically just play it. Hold up. Give way when I say so. When I say so. Let me see this. Okay. So this was we ignore all that, right? This was the actual run that we did with the It's a bit too hard to see the killer, but I want to see the damage. So 38923 is the basic chain. This is the enhanced kit. Okay, our data applies corrosion. Okay, that is just like misplaced, so it is what it is. Five 53177 with Artsas, because this is with Ardelia Artsas, I believe. Ardelia Artsas, right? Ardelia goes, and then we apply Ardelia skill for the Artsas. So 53177 is the final skill on the EX kit. Yeah, 53177. Then for the energy set, I think the scenario is a bit different because I don't think I apply my Ardelia's I don't think I apply my Ardelia's Artsas. I'll see if I actually managed to get a apply going on here. Oh, so also like the okay. Did I apply my Artsas? I didn't apply my Artsas for this run, guys. Also, my ultimate timing is like different. Okay, so this is like with no nothing. This is like with no nothing. 32708. I just want to see the enhanced skill at this point. Four, 5, 2, 6, 1. So we lose. Okay, this is without Artsas nor corrosion. So it should honestly be like a lot higher. This is probably close to 50k. If you think about it. Because we didn't get an Art Susceptibility debuff from Ardelia. I can't really exactly tell which one is faster. Yeah, the numbers will definitely always be lower. It's 100% lower. It's just that for this setup, we out faster. And because we out faster, I would think that if someone ran the exact same scenario and the exact same place, we will probably clear with this faster. Is the last ride with Fluoride versus Perlica. I see. The problem of running longer fights, right, is that we are also prone to longer durations for human mistakes. Alright, Mr. Chogi is gonna fucking choke. So the longer the fight goes on, the harder it gets to get to a good point. Yeah, and I can't just test everybody with max out, because the entire point of the new set, the set with the main stat bonus, is to exchange ultimate generation for more damage. With faster outs, you get to cast more outs. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of, there was this interesting topic very long ago where people were debating, do you want to run anomaly mastery or anomaly, was it anomaly mastery? I can't remember what it was, but it was for Jane Doe. And there was this very interesting debate where, do you want to trigger assault faster, or do you want to trigger assault slower but deal more damage? It's a very, very similar argument. And I think till this day, no one actually, I guess maybe there is, are faster outs better than slower outs but slightly more damage? I'm guessing this with Successity is probably going to be close to 50k. That's gonna. No, it's not mastery versus proficiency, because there are two main stats. There are two different main stats. Your anomaly proficiency is only on slot 4, right? Your mastery is only on slot 6. So there's no mastery versus proficiency. You're definitely running AP on Jane Doe. It's just that for Jane Doe slot 6, I think it was mastery versus attack. I think it's mastery versus attack. So if you run attack, you will get slower breaks, but your each break will do more damage. I think that was the debate essentially. Yeah, my throat is Loki kind of dying. Now it's AM now because the application of anomaly got so fucked in Zone 0, it's insane. I see. Theoretically, more outs should be more damage. That, I feel like it makes sense. I would love to legitimately do this proper and just find out the answer to this. It's pretty interesting because combat stuff is what I live for, right? Even in Enfield, after all the AIC, this is the things that I like to dig into a little bit more. So I will find out about this when I end stream later, so that I can get a definitive answer. It's either more damage or more. But in any case, chat, I do want to get to 2 different topics first. Then after those 2 topics, we'll do our giveaway. Right? After those 2 topics, we'll do our giveaway. There we go. Hold up. I have 2 different scripts right here. Alrighty. Chat, do you guys want to hear the... Do you guys want to hear the review first? Or do you guys want to know how my free-to-play account got to wear this today? 1 for review, review,评论, review. 2 for, I guess 2 is more like a somewhat of a bigger kind of. Yeah, review or guide. Review or guide. Bobu first. Bobu first. You want to thank? Yes. How many? 谢谢, but just make thank you 2x speed. Yeah. 谢谢 but 2x speed. Review first. Guide first. Okay, you know what? Once again, we will rely on the good old-fashioned heads reviews, tail guide. 1 time. Heads review, tail guide. Fair is fair, guys. the coin toss is sacred, right? A coin toss is absolutely fucking sacred. So and I want to do 81. Literally 50-50, right? Literally 50-50. Okay. For the past 1 week, as of the time of this recording, I have been consumed by a singular game like I've never been consumed this much before, ever since my crippling League of Legends addiction. Hey guys, welcome back. So this is, as you guys can see from the title, the Dummy's Guide to Arknight's Enfield by someone that beat the game. Now, by the definition of beating the game, that is to say, for 1 week straight, at the very first day of server launch on the 22nd of Jan, all the way up until, I already finished this, I finished this script yesterday. So roughly slightly less than 1 week, I have essentially finished every single possible aspect of what Arknight's Enfield has to offer, so that I can give you guys a complete analytical breakdown of what to expect for this game, the things you're gonna be doing in this game, and how this free-to-play, yep, my account is free-to-play, this is my own account, completely free-to-play, getting to where it is right here. So without further ado, the very first thing is going to be this thingy. Credentials, right? Prove that I have spent an ungodly amount of hours in Arknight's Enfield just so that you guys can have this content today. I didn't do it because I was addicted. I did it for you, chat. I did it so that you guys can see basically using my time and energy and lack of sleep to give you guys a vision into the future of what it's gonna be like probably 1 month from now, right? I sacrificed my own life force so that you guys can literally see into the future. And also I'm addicted, right? So here are my credentials. My account has essentially reached authority level 51, which most, if not all, players probably won't reach this except for the ultra sweatlords, right? I'm talking day one, you understand how the CBT works, you understand AIC, you push through the story, you clear through every single side quest mission, everything, almost everything this game has to offer, you'll probably be around this benchmark, right? So this is gonna be level 51. To give you an idea of how fast this account progress was, I reached level 43 in 2 days on stream, on top of all stream grinding it from level 25. So from the second day forth, I've technically already reached endgame, and I spent the next 2 to 3 days to essentially cover everything I missed out, such as building my AIC, building my units, trying the combos, trying the rotations, trying out the combat system, all the different game modes, so that I really, truly, pretty much just experienced everything, right? So coming into our different segments, our AIC report, so this is going to be for our AIC side, we have achieved every single mining node in the entire map for both Valley 4 as well as Wuling, because your mining nodes are gonna be limited by whichever ones you unlock, right? So yes, every single 30 per minute over here, it is because I ran across every single map, attaching the pylons to every possible location. So that is gonna be Valley Pass, and then this is gonna be the hard, right? Pretty much every single node always will have a little bit of a power over there, right? And this is gonna be for power plateau. So you kind of just get the idea. I pretty much just went through everywhere, right? All the mining spots has been completely unlocked. And then for our yield, the most important you need to carry is basically just these two items, which are going to be your HC batteries as well as your Bug Capsule 8. The final two products that you're going to be using in order to essentially hit the highest level of trade efficiency to provide the locals with capitalism, right? You want to use these products to sell. Now, for a HC battery, it is actually a little bit lower. Why? Because I'm doing this forbidden technique where I transfer my yield from HC battery into Wuling Yazen Sirage. Don't worry about it. You don't have to care about how that works, but just know that I pretty much already hit 100% efficiency for both Valley 4 as well as Wuling in roughly on my 4th, if not 5th day. In fact, I have this log. You can kind of just check out our extremely successful recently Twitter account, where I kind of just documented my journey as a free-to-play. Throughout almost every single day of logging. So the day where I hit my maximum efficiency was around this part. At day 5, everything pretty much all mixed out, right? So that is gonna be my AIC portion over there. And then next is gonna be our regional development. Level 12 for Wuling. I need to stop saying Wuling, by the way. Level 12 for, level 12 for Valley 4. Level 6 for Wuling. Fully maxed out on our stock distribution. So this is gonna be the max for Wuling. Fully maxed out for our node depots. Fully maxed out for the same thing back in Valley 4 as well. Alright, everything is completely maxed out. List of jobs over here, I pretty much use the transfer option. And then this is gonna be our outpost management. Not quite maxed out for this bro, but these two are gonna be maxed out. And then for our Wuling, it is also going to be at a slower pace, but level 2 is gonna be the max anyways. So pretty much everything from regional outposts completely done. Check, right? So that's that. For our base building itself, this one is a little bit hard to demonstrate, but you can kind of just imagine that I have unlocked. Okay, I'm gonna just go to this pom pom over here. Alright, so if you take a look at this, I have pretty much done this core upgrades for every single AIC in the entire map of Valley 4, with the only exception being Power Plateau. Because Power Plateau is the most expensive place to actually upgrade. But if I really wanted to upgrade Power Plateau, honestly I can, because you guys can probably see I have 1.4 million stock bills, right? So money at this point is not a concern. The reason why I didn't upgrade this is because it doesn't really change anything for me. Because I already amended my base to the point where I am making use of my core AIC to act as the depot bus, so that I can save myself a couple $100,000 to essentially achieve the very same result. This is all me, by the way. This is all me. So, TLDR, every single upgrade for all of our AIC has also been unlocked for both Valley 4 as well as Wuling, right? So that's that. Next thing to show is basically our Dijiang. If I can kindly just go to Dijiang right here. Alright, so our Dijiang. Yo, I had to crop out all the parts that we were pausing, by the way. Yep. So, our Dijiang, I don't really know exactly how do I see the full thing. But essentially, I have a... I think it's here, right? That we can see like the overall layout for our ship. Yep, this one. I have pretty much unlocked full level upgrades for every single one of the portions you can upgrade for a ship. So max level Nexus, max level reception room, max level cabin as well as max level growth chamber. This one is just gonna claim, but don't worry about it for now. Everything here as okay. Also, this is also really fast to max out, so it's not gonna be that hard compared to, let's just say, for example, the depot valleys. And yes, I maxed out all my depot valleys as well as the recycling station. And on top of that, I have also almost cleared every single possible side quest. This one is basically just based on your level up. So once you level up, it's gonna be level 4. This one is gonna be like this game's simulated universe, so I didn't really do too much about it. And then this one is basically the companion quest for Leviathan, which I'm saving for stream because I heard that it was really good. And then all these are just like side quests that just pop out like here and there, so I didn't really finish it. But I would say 95% of every single side quest in this game, I've also pretty much done every single one of them, right? And then lastly, my progression for my account, my units as of right now, this is gonna be close to level 90. I actually did not level this on level 90 because it actually consumes a metric shit ton of EXP as well as T credits, which I'm dying very badly. I would rather build a second team. Personally, I want to race physical. Alright, just for the purely for the purpose of I want to try different teams. And also, I'm guessing for the endgame content, it is gonna be 2-team endgame. So I'm already working on my second team as we speak. So Leviathan is my main with bro. And for my physics team, it's gonna be bro, and bro. Right, so these 8 units will be my core focus. Everything else, I'm probably just not gonna be using. Although I could reach the pen. I'm just gonna be still sticking with Ember purely for waifu purposes, right? I'm not playing the highest possible damage physical team because I'm not using the pen. But I just really like this, and I feel like one of the more important things for this game is that meta, especially when it comes to combat, is irrelevant. You beat everything as long as your level is high enough, and there's no such thing as like a unit or a team cannot beat it. Because this game's focus is really just not about the content, right? So that is pretty much my credentials after basically no lifing this game for like the almost entire week, which is why everything I'm going to be saying to you guys today is like the condensation of how your account can look something like this as a free-to-play. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but eventually something that you can strive going forward in the future. Okay, pause. I'm gonna check my throat is gonna die, guys. Alright, one last thing before we go on to the next topic, which is gonna be the number of pulls that I have done. So this is gonna be my current income as a free-to-play. We essentially have a grand total of 21,920 of the Ori barrels, as well as 7,650 in terms of pure currency, bring our total pulls to a 59 pulls total plus 4, which is going to be 63 pulls. And I did a grand total of 78 pulls. Yeah, it is 78 pulls over here. So as a free-to-play, I have earned a grand total of 59.14 plus 78 plus 4, 141 pulls. So this, as a complete free-to-play, after playing this for around a week, 141 limited pools. So if I were to go on right now, I can pretty much get 141. Don't do that, by the way. And also, I'm going to be talking about all the things that we need to say, so don't worry about it. And then for the standard pools, I did a grand total of 102 standard pools. Oh wait, I have 2 more, guys. Hold up. I have 2 more. Okay, it will be pretty funny if we get a 6-star right now. Okay, no, don't worry about. So 104 standard pools and 141 limited pools, right? Okay, now we can get into the actual content itself, because I'm sure every single people knows what is going on. All right, I am gonna be splitting this entire guide or like walkthrough into 4 main segments. I made like a very lengthy and detailed breakdown for you guys so that you guys can have the best understanding. So it will be essentially split into objective, combat, AIC, and then a progression timeline of roughly what you're gonna be looking at. And at the very end of the video, it is just gonna be a summary of what I found after essentially, you know, quote unquote, like beating the game, right? So the very first thing that I think you would probably need to do is to have an objective in 10000HOURS, especially if you're gonna be a new player into the series and you only come from a game such as, for example, Genshin Impact, Wilding Waves, Zen Zone Zero, or Honkai Star Rail, which are gonna be like the more mainstream gacha games, and you have never really felt something like this ever, because the gearing system, the progression system, even the account levels, it is like very different from what you have been playing for probably the past couple of years. So you need to first set yourself an objective so that you will have a much easier time knowing where to aim, right? So at the current point, the very first step in your objective is to take everything you know and throw them out the window. Because, wait, hold up. I just realized we should say that with Professor Pokke glasses for plus 10 wit. Hold up. So in order to get a good grasp of 10000HOURS, first, take everything you know about mainstream gacha progression and throw them out the window. Because 10000HOURS uses a very unique system. So for example, your account level, even if for example I'm level 51, it literally just means nothing aside from unlocking more MSQs. And if you were to progress your account levels too fast, because you want to rush like level 65 to farm gears, all that kind of stuff, right? Like theoretically speaking, you want to rush levels so you can unlock higher efficiency farming stages. It does not work that way. In fact, it can literally be detrimental to your overall experience because you are going to be overwhelmed with too many new things. Because at level 43, which is essentially this game's current endgame, you will unlock a whole other area whole other sets objectives, right? Your gearing system, your essence, your ethics, all these things, it will be on top of your value 4, which you probably do not even understand what's going on if you decide to speed run through account level just for the sake of speed running, right? So take your time, keep things simple, and only proceed when you are comfortable with where you are. There's absolutely no reason for anyone to feel pressure to go to Wuling just because content creators like myself, we just speed run the game because, you know, we have no life, right? And also, we also kind of just get where I'm taking my own steps. So even though I speed run, I know where I'm running towards. If casual players and new players, y'all want to speedrun through your Wuling, you might probably just end up in the middle of nowhere, in like the forest, and you have nowhere to go, right? So just for your own consideration, and with that being done, like I said, your account levels are only going to be used for your account progression. So the main checkpoints from the CBT, even to the live stream, there was a little bit of changes, but you can kind of just split them into 3 main things, which I'll be showing you guys right here. So this looks a little bit big, but just trust me, I have essentially made up this nice little table where you can split your progression 3 key things with 3 key levels. Your early game, which is sub account level 34, your mid game, which is 34 to 43, as well as the end game, as you transition from 43 onwards, which is basically when you finish up Wuling, right? So your 3 most important things is pretty much going to be your units, your regional development, as well as your AIC. To be fair, AIC is a little bit tied to your regional development, but you don't have to worry about it too much. So for your early game, these are the things. I'm just gonna let my editor pull this up in a screenshot. You can read for yourself. You can screenshot. You can use it for your own reference. Feel free. Very good. So to kind of just summarize this table, I don't want to go through everything and take up too much of time. Essentially, at every single point of the game, there are different things that you would do at that specific level. So for example, your regional development, you're probably going to be a 1-1 for your valley. You haven't even unlocked your Wuling. You cannot trade your purple materials in a valley level 1. You need to match the quality of goods for that valley. So another example, you cannot farm your purple gears if you cannot even maintain blue gear efficiency because you have not unlocked enough mining spots. So at every single point of the game, as you unlock more of these like mining outputs, right, you get more of these materials, you understand how the progression for your base actually looks like, as well as slowly upgrading everything one by one, then it will follow a very natural process so that by the time you reach to the next phase, you wouldn't feel overwhelmed just because, you know, okay, I want to speed run through all the way to the end of level 43, right? So if you, for example, went from early game, you only want to care about account level, you just completely ignored your mid game, right? Hold up. Like this entire part, you just don't give a shit. And you want to just speed run to end game, you realize that your account will be in a very, very weird spot because your value is still 1-1. And your depots are still producing like C, right? And if you want to try and get your A production, it will either be completely unsustainable or you literally cannot even trade them because your value level is too low, right? So to kind of summarize, keep this with your benchmark according to your player levels. At this point, which is pre-Wuling at level 43, is where you should start wrapping up your mid game. And once you're comfortable with whatever this is going to be, you can then go on to the next chapter, right? So that's it. I bet. Hold up. Thank you. So that is pretty much gonna be for our objective portion. Now we're just gonna jump straight into the combat of Arnite's Enfield. So personally for me, I would still find the combat of a game, which is like the meat and potatoes for any game that I'm gonna be playing, the most important aspect as to whether or not I will enjoy the game itself. Even though Arnite's Enfield, the AIC is a massive component, it is not the component they're gonna be playing forever. Because for AIC, the moment you finish everything up at 100% efficiency, you are never going to look at it ever again. All right, it is like I mentioned to my chat, it is like building a Lego, right? You, oh my god, you are slowly going to take your pieces step by step. You follow the instruction. It's going to be very long. Some of the parts will be very difficult. Some of the parts will be very easy. And then the moment when all the pieces come together and you finally made that Lego set, you will then leave it at the display shelf and you'll just admire it. It is the exact same thing as AIC. The process at the start is going to be, oh my god, right? It is so difficult, right? Some of the parts that you just cannot understand why. But once it is done, and the remainder of the game will actually be focused on the combat. And if you cannot click with the combat because you hate the way it plays and everything, then this game might not be the game for you, right? On top of the AIC thingy, which is going to be also a huge proponent, right? So for the combat itself, the best way I can summarize this, by the way, when I'm yapping all that, just include like random B-rolls. Do it like the, like Gen Z, like, one that I mentioned, like Minecraft videos. So you have like my face, but instead of like Minecraft, just put like Art Knights Enfield B-rolls of us playing Art Knights Enfield. Then just like play throughout the time. So the combat can be essentially summarized as Genshin elemental reaction system with similar Zenless Zone 0 controls, but not fully, right? So to trim everything out, because we're probably going to be doing dedicated guides for different teams in the future on PokeCorp, I will just keep the main meat and potatoes for this game right here. Every single team in All Knights Enfield will follow the same logic, which is you are playing to your elemental inflictions or the elemental reaction system for Genshin Impact mains, and depending on how your team is structured, you will then have different ways to trigger these reactions for the highest possible amount of damage. So in that sense, your roles in the team are also split into 3 main roles: your main DPS, your sub DPS, and your support/sustain. Almost like your Zenless Zone 0 / Warden Waves kind of like action games, right? 3 men. So for your main DPS, they are usually the one that will consume the elemental inflictions or the reactions for the highest possible damage number or having additional effects that will benefit your entire team. So whoever is the one consuming elements, they are usually the one that you're playing on field, right? Sometimes there might be a little bit of like a niche case. For example, you can play Enmin off field and use Enmin as the one consuming, but generally speaking, that is going to be the main DPS where your damage is going to be coming from. For your sub DPS, you can also kind of see them as like the battery. Sort of like how Teaming gives you battery or like Bronyon gives you extra video advance. They are responsible for providing set elemental reactions, right? You want to give these reactions and inflictions for the main DPS in order for the main DPS to consume and deal big damage, which is why you probably came across a lot of team building guides. Almost every single core team that are performing well, it is usually a main DPS that can consume reactions for a very, very big amount of damage, as well as a sub DPS that can provide set infliction at a very fast pace. Best example right now is basically Levitane as well as Wolfguard. Wolfguard has very good heat inflictions, and Levitane consumes it to do like absolutely insane amounts of damage, right? So that's gonna be that, and you can see that some other teams are gonna be less strong, doesn't do damage as fast, but nonetheless still workable. So for example, right now, Cryo team doesn't really have a proper sub DPS because Zalki cannot apply cryo inflictions as fast compared to say Wolfguard. So your overall main DPS damage output is gonna be more negatively impacted, right? So that is sort of like the general gist of how these 2 units will perform. And then lastly is gonna be your support. So your support is basically kind of like a Verena, right? Kind of a Asha Yao, right? They will give you damage amplification via either buffs or debuffs, or sustains via heals or shields. Now, there are a lot of different reactions, even cross-element reaction, like for example, the Shadow team, where you combine cryo and physical, but honestly, you don't really have to worry about it for the most part, because the main one right now is usually mono element. For example, mono physical, mono heat, mono cryo, right? Sometimes cryo add a little electro here and there, as well as at this point mono electro. We do not have a nature DPS team because there's no such thing as a main DPS nature 6-star, while electric actually works because all of them are DPSs, even though they're 5-stars, right? So that's gonna be that. And some other things, now, there are other alternative elemental units to trigger special reactions. So, for example, your Ardelia is a nature unit. So, why would you run Ardelia with Levitate, right? So, if you can come back to this screen over here, okay, editor can show this part. So, if you can see Levitate's combo skill, it will trigger with either combustion or corrosion. And it just so happens that Ardelia can trigger corrosion with her combo skill. And this combo skill's trigger condition is very easy to fulfill because you just need someone to perform a final strike with no stacks of vulnerability or arts, which is super easy when you combine this with Levitate. That's why these 2 units will work hand in hand, even though they're not in the same element. So as long as you do this thing called reading, you will see how some units can still perform, but generally following the same concept of applying elemental inflictions and reaction, then consuming elemental infliction and reaction. Then you just copy and paste this for pretty much every team in All Knights Enfield. Alright, hold up. Now, I would like to kindly divert your attention over here, which is going to be How do I... Okay. This is gonna be a little bit scuffed of a screenshot. Okay, actually it's not that scuffed. It's pretty good. Alright. So this is gonna be a sample of a screenshot I'm showing right here. I think the B-rolls will be playing in the background where I basically did a full Leviathan heat team with almost perfect rotations against our Rodan. Right over here, just to see an example of how Element is gonna be able to work in this game. So this is essentially your combat battle screen, right? So I think we can use Paint because Paint is one of the best apps in the whole world. Hold up. There we go. Alright. So zoom out a little bit. There we go. Alright. Okay, so from what you see in this battle screen, there are 4 main things that goes into Honor Anvil's combat. Your basic, your skill points, your ultimate, and your combo skill. That is everything they can summarize as little as possible, right? So your base attack is just basically whatever this person is doing right here, right? They will always do their base attack change. This will be holding true for both the main DPS as well as all 3 other units. They will always keep doing their basic attacks in the background, but for your alternative units in the background, their base attack speed is actually really, really slow, especially the AI is going to be a little bit silly, so you don't have to worry about it too much. So for different basic attacks, you don't really care about the initial portions because they don't really do anything. They don't do any stagger. They don't give you any energy. You only really care about the finisher attack, right? The finisher attack is the only attack in Anvil that deals stagger damage as well as triggering special interactions. For example, Levitating's finisher should consume the inflictions to get melting flames for herself, right? So at this current point of time, there's also a special base attack, which is like a break attack. I'm not really sure what's the name, but it's like when the enemies break for the first time, you can see this toughness bar. This toughness bar, once this thing reaches this point and it becomes yellow, that is when you will do a singular special break attack, which will regenerate a ridiculous amount of skill points, as well as dealing substantial damage for the rotation I'm going to be talking about, right? So that's pretty much it for the basic, don't have to worry about it. And then for your skill points, which are your skills, it is going to be essentially these 4 things that are going to be shared with your yellow bar over here. For mobile players, it is gonna be this side. Oh, sorry, I'm blind, guys. Let me do it again. Yeah, these are your skills, right? But for your mobile players, your skills will be somewhere here, right? This is somewhat for a mobile player experience. So you can just click it once, don't hold, you click it to activate, consume 1 skill point, which is the yellow thing, and you let go of 1 skill. For this particular segment over here, there isn't a hard rule for which units can use skill point, but skill point generation is pretty slow across the board, except for some niche cases like Akekuri, or if you were to use a finishing attack for your actual main DPS. So you need to allocate your skill points very carefully between who uses the skill points for. So maybe at the start, you'll give your skill points to Wolfguard, you'll give a skill point to Akekuri to generate stacks for Leviathan, and then towards the end, then you start giving your skill points to Leviathan to deal more damage for yourself, right? So different teams, where different rotations, and that's pretty much it. Hold up, pause. And then on the same bullet point, which is going to be your skills over here, there's also this little button that will light up. It will literally start brightly shining, and that is essentially your ultimate. So for your ultimate, energy in this game is very, very fixed. You do not get energy from getting hit like HSR. You do not get any energy from basic. You only gain energy, generally speaking, from your battle skill as well as your combo skill. So for example, Levitating, even though her ultimate is 300 energy cost, right? The rotation for Levitating is actually super straightforward, which is either you perform 3 full rotations of 0 energy recharge. So you will need a full rotation of like your 4 stacks of Melting Flame plus 1 of the combo towards the end, or you give her 25% energy regeneration, which you can then allow her to only spend 2 rotations to get the ultimate. So a lot of these units, the energies are super, super fixed, and I would say that ultimate recharge for a lot of, like, for example, supports and sub DPS would be extremely important. So like this game, it actually allows all the way up to, for example, let me just come here, right? Like for example, I agree, she actually goes all the way up to 84.3% energy regeneration, because you can have energy regeneration being set for every single one of the gears. So some units can actually have very, very fast up times, but obviously you wouldn't run this for main DPS because you still want to actually do damage towards the end, right? Okay. Last thing. And then one last thing is pretty much going to be this button here, and that is going to be your combo skill. So your combo skill, you can see, it will only be available from this thing. So if the bar over here is not white, you cannot activate a combo skill. So a good tip in mind is just always glance to your bottom left a little bit here and there, just to see if you can use your skill to trigger whatever combo skills you have, right? So for this case, Leviathan is the only one with the white combo skill, which is why you can actually trigger off this combo skill right here. And the rest of the stuff in the same UI, they're just buffs, right? They're all the different buffs that are going to be able to deal more damage for a team, whatever that is going to be. Okay, hold up. So generally speaking, Art Knight Enfield's combat is pretty much Genshin plus Zenless Zone Zero. It is not going to be your main objective, especially at the start of the game. But this will pretty much be the only thing left you can play, at least as of where this game is at the current moment. Because like I mentioned, once you finish up your AIC, there is not too many things left to do. Then you'll pretty much just do like silly, like I know, one-man clear content for your re-crisis, do a couple of runs in your the SU, right? Maybe when they introduce more of the endgame content in the future, we'll have more things to do. But combat is pretty much something you can focus on. Mainly, I would say for new players, you are probably struggling against the story boss. I have actually a lot of comments where players literally cannot beat the story boss because the story boss in this game is actually no joke. Especially for someone that's like new to the series, and you would think it's like, oh my god, it's like HSR or it's like Warring Waves, and like they just give it a win. No, bro. This game's story boss is legitimately not easy. So don't feel like, oh my god, I can't even beat the story, I suck. Just take your time. Don't worry about it. And eventually, when you understand this combat systems, as well as the boss themselves, you'll have a much better time going forward into the game itself, right? Okay, with that out of the way, I'm gonna come into the main grievances of most players and why a lot of so-called tourists actually get filtered in Art Knight's Enfield. And that is going to be the AIC system, right? So Art Knight's Enfield's AIC, it is something that you can never run away from, even with blueprints. And it is the best way I can think of this, so if you can't imagine like the Lego set, is like building your own PC versus a custom built PC, assuming the custom built PC is free in the form of a blueprint. Art Knight's Enfield's progression, your gears, your levels, your regional development, all the missions, everything ties into AIC, right? So in a sense, this is actually a one-time clear end game content. And once you beat the game, so for example, when you get yourself full yield efficiency at this current point of time before any updates, you can consider yourself a 3-star end game clear. That's it. It is not refreshable. And I guess in a sense, when it refreshes, is that if they introduce more regions, right, more Wuling areas, then you will need to do more AIC building again. But once this is done, and you will never ever look at it ever again, at least for this current point of time, right? So the game mode, which is AIC, it is kind of the game mode that essentially makes Art Knight's Enfield called Art Knight's Enfield, right? So if I can just go to an example here, I will use our good old classic Valley 4 core AIC, which is the first AIC I'm going to be able to unlock. So, holy PC. Alright. So, you can see it looks like a very, very, very daunting process. And you are probably thinking there's no fucking way I will ever do this. I am not going to learn it. It's going to take hours. Even with Blueprint, I don't even know what the hell is going on. Frankly, you are kind of right. It is a process that will take quite a bit because you are new, right? It is like riding a bike for the first time. You don't really know exactly how do you position your center of gravity. How do you even keep the wheels straight? Do you turn here? Do you turn there? But the only purpose for all these things, it is ultimately boiling down to a single point. Money. All right? That is all AIC is, right? The entire game mode of AIC, it is about money, right? It is about introducing capitalism to the locals by selling them your products that you make in exchange for their stock builds. You will do this for Valley 4. You will do this for Wuling. You will do this for any region in the future. And the moment you understand this, it's like, okay, how can I make money the most efficient way possible with as little wastage as possible? And then at this point is where everything will become a lot more straightforward, right? And the main thing is, for your outpost management, for your stock redistribution, you are all ways that you can make stock builds. So for example, right here, you can make money a lot of ways in Online Enfield. Alright, so if you were to come here, whoa, you will earn this via, for example, your elastic goods, where you're going to be able to buy and you're going to be able to sell them to your friends. You can also earn money from your depot notes, where you literally become a delivery man. You're going to be an Uber driver. You will go around giving your jobs to others, or you're going to be taking other jobs so that you can earn money. I would love to accept this, but it is what it is. So with that being established, the money you are getting here, it is directly correlated with your progression in your gears. You remember how, like, most gacha games, your gears are determined by spending stamina, right? You want to farm your traces. Not traces, sorry. You want to farm your relics. Your relics, your gears, your echoes, you will be dumping all your stamina in the end game to farm this. Technically, it is also the same for Online Enfield, but there is one key difference, which is this particular item. All those money that you have spent collecting, right? You are a millionaire, you have so much. It is actually not even that much, because the actual item you're buying is this: the Valley engraving permit for Valley, as well as, hold up, the Wuling engraving permit and the Wuling artificing catalyst. These are the three main items that you're going to be getting in order to ensure a much smoother endgame progression. So if you want to think about it, it is going to be shown from this little infographic that I did last time, right? This thing resets on a weekly basis, right? Not monthly, on a weekly basis. So ideally, by endgame, when you settle up your AIC, you will be earning so much money, you can pretty much buy every single one of these, which will then make you progress your endgame gear at a much more efficient pace compared to someone that only spends stamina, right? So that is pretty much it. Aside from this, I would say that AIC itself is also going to be tied to your regional development, right? So the better your AIC is going to be, the more efficient you're going to be getting at earning money. A little bit just like in real life, is like the better you are at doing your job, the more money you can actually earn from the actual job, right? So I'm talking about all these regional levels that are eventually going to be able to unlock in the future. So at this point, the goal to aim for in AIC, you can see from this right here. This is the end game goal. 18 for this purple thing, 18 for this battery thing. This is 17 because I'm doing some min-maxing thing. And then for your Wuling, it is going to be 6 for your Yazan syringe, as well as 6 for your Wuling battery, right? A little bit here and there minus because I'm doing my own customizations, but that will be the main goal for essentially best efficiency you can currently get as of the current technology level that we have, as well as the money output level that we have, right? So with that being established, the most important thing for the entirety of AIC is you don't want to overcomplicate things, right? Because like I mentioned, if you take a look at simply just from the layout, it's like, oh my god, bro, there are so many things. How the hell am I going to be able to manage all these different things, and not just in one base, in like 6 different bases all at the same time? Frankly speaking, it is actually a lot easier than you think, because like I mentioned at the start, there is only one singular objective, which is to make money, right? And everything would then fall into place, because if all these things are done with this thing called the blueprints, that is why I would say that casuals using blueprints, but also understanding why you're using said blueprints, is pretty much all you need for AIC. You don't actually need to understand exactly step by step how do you make this, because this is like for aesthetics, right? It's to look nice and whatever. All you really need is just use blueprints. Okay, why do I want to use a 6 per minute blueprint for Hasty Berry? Why do I want to use a 6 per minute Bug Capsule A, right? So all these things would then make your life easier, because as long as you hit the money earning criteria, you are pretty much set for AIC. Pause. Now, keep in mind that for your early game output levels, you cannot accept proper quality goods like I mentioned at the start. So don't jump over and you want to speed run into Wuling. You want to make proper goods, but you can't even sell them to locals at level 1, which was something that actually happened to me for a little bit. So keep in mind, and do not overexpand your AIC upgrades like your expansions and depot masters, because yes, having bigger landmass means you can produce more things, but there's no point being able to produce more things if your yield cannot support, right? I will talk about this way more detailed in a future video, but just know that this number should always be higher than this number, right? You should always want to use it so that you don't actually go into bankrupt, right? So, like I mentioned in the previous portion, which is your early game progression stages, early game, green goods, right? Your bug C, all right, your LC batteries, mid game, blue goods, right? Your bug B as well as HC, and then late game, purple goods, right? Your bug A as well as SC, and then eventually the Wuling LC. So generally speaking, and think of this as, if you're going to be playing Memory of Chaos, right? MOC 10, MOC 11, MOC 12. You can't skip MOC 11 and do MOC 10, MOC 12. You have to actually do MOC 11, right? So that's going to be my last tip, and with that, we are going to move on to essentially my progression timeline I've actually achieved as our free-to-play account has taken from day 1 all the way to now, which I think is going to be a lot easier if we just see this. Just play to watering waves. There we go. All right. You can kind of just read this by yourself. I will be having a link somewhere over here so you can just kind of read it. To kind of summarize everything, right? For my entire progression over here, it is not meant to be copied, right? Do not copy what I did for my free-to-play account, because like I mentioned at the very start of the video, the only reason why I went through this so fast is for you, alright? It's for you who are watching this video right now. So I did all of the work, sacrificed all of my sleep to increase the speed of my development as a free-to-play, so that you in the future watching this video can know what to expect without actually sacrificing all your sleep, right? I did it for you, chat. So thank you, right? Thank you, MrPokke. Very, very good, right? So don't copy this, but you will see that at each individual checkpoints, there are things that you can try to update and do so that your account will eventually follow to that step, and it basically means you're going to be heading towards the right direction, right? So for day 1, I speedrun from level 1 to 21, all in. There was a soft cap at level 25, but I stopped on stream because I was streaming this game for like 10 hours. And I resumed playing it off stream. So I went from level 21 to level 28 the very next day. Which is not too good, right? Don't do this. I skipped the story for myself personally because I played the early portions of this game like twice already, in CBD2 and CBD3. For my starting units, I pretty much just used Ember because she was my first 6-star, and I got a Ardelia. So at this point, I have like E2 Ardelia. I don't even know why. I get a lot of Ardelias now that I think about it, but don't even worry about it. Then my very first team is with Ember, Chen, and Min, alongside with Ardelia, right? So one was from the beginner, then one was from the agile standard pools. Very comfortable early game with stagger hitting a lot of enemy actions. In fact, I think this is probably one of the best tips I can give to a free to play, or if you're a new player. Use physical team if you have no idea how this game works at all, because this game really wants you to have a good experience by giving you not one but 2 different physical DPSs, being Enmin as well as Chen, and they both work exceptionally well with one another, right? So on top of that, half of the 6-stars are actually physical. Li Feng is physical, Pokke is physical, Amber is basically physical even though she's hit, but she literally is physical. So the game has a lot of ways to make you form physical, and the reason why physical team is so good for early game progression, I would dare say even better than Levitate, is because it is super easy. Because physical is kind of like the super break of Honest Enfield, where the attribute is different from all the other art reaction system, where you will stagger the enemies faster. That is the whole gimmick. You stagger and you break them faster, which means a faster break, just like super break in HSR, they won't attack you, right? They will be knocked down, they will be crushed and all that kind of stuff, and you have more windows of opportunities to deal as much damage as possible. So if there's one tip, you have no idea who to roll, reroll and everything, all else fails, raise a physical team, you will not regret it, right? So that's pretty much it. Aside from that, you can just mainly run on the world, explore, progress through the levels to the side quest, and eventually reach towards the start of your mid game, right? For myself, I finished up my mid game which is level 34, all the way to endgame in a single, not even a single day, in a single stream. Right, so I went from, I think when I started streaming, it was like level 20 or something. This is basically day 2, right? So this is day 1. So day 2, there's water waves, my bad. Yeah, so this is day 2, right? So literally at the 4 a.m. reset, if y'all were there, we hit level 43 at the 4 a.m. mark on the dot. So in 2 days, I basically progressed all the way to the story. Again, it is not meant to be copied. Do not do this. Just take your time. Don't rush for it. I only did this so that, okay, I'm not going to say it, but you know what? You know what I did, right? So at this point, after grinding through the story so much, I have gotten 74 limited pools with the additional 10 pool the game gave out because of the $30 million downloads. So at this point, I will also just like to point out, yes, you are going to be getting a shit ton of pools in this game at the start as a free-to-play. But I actually have this as my concern, which I'm going to talk about in my review video, which is 80% of these sources that we're getting, they are one-time sources. And we don't even have an idea of how is the gacha income like going to be, because we are missing a lot of events, we're missing a lot of endgame content, we are missing basically all of the possible sources of income that can allow players to essentially manage what appears to be a triple banner per version, right? So I would say this income is a little bit concerning. If you do not want to pull Levitate because you're scared that in the future you might not have enough pulls for another limited 6 star, just don't pull, right? Literally just don't pull, because normal people will never hit 74 pulls in 2 days. Never, right? You are probably hitting this like 1 week later. Probably, right? Maybe even longer than that. But generally speaking, just don't worry about this too much. And if you're scared that you simply cannot play the game enough to get yourself this, I would say, 120 pulls, do not commit, right? Even though the game gives you a lot of free pulls, like the Levitate, the Fire Trailblazer, right? You get a free temple, right? Don't worry about it, right? Then just go on to the next one. Okay. Hold up. So before this particular Levitate, I invested my Ember as well as Ardea to level 60. In hindsight, I have no regrets raising Ember to level 60 because I mentioned I want to make 2 different teams, one being physical. And before I actually got Levitate, my level 60 Ember actually carried me so hard through the story because physical team was just that good, right? All the staggers, all the damage, it made it really, really comfortable, even though my end minion was level 20 and my Chen was level 40. And we kind of just blazed through with the Ember and Ardea wheelchair, offering a lot of comfort on that guard, right? And at this point, from level 43 onwards is where I actually started to focus on AIC. So, you know how I mentioned just now, I showed you guys a chart where you don't want to rush. You want to take it step by step, right? There's no point in running through a story. For me, because time is so limited, I could not even spend time to focus on AIC. I was simply just blitzing through the story because I already know in my mind what to aim for by the time I reach Wuling. So, even though I was rushing, I had a intention of exactly where I'm going to be heading towards. So despite me rushing, by within the 4th to 5th day, my progression basis was already more or less settled, right? But do not do this if you have no idea what you're actually doing. So just once again, take your time, and take your time. Okay. Hold up. Okay, next is going to be pretty much my biggest power spike in the entire progression, which is going to be our day 3, where I basically reach level 48. Yep, it is just that amount of playtime. At this particular point, which is literally in 3 days, I have unlocked every system in the game, as well as pretty much on track to finishing up the team by unlocking the gold crafting gear's abilities, right? At this point, my AIC was not fully settled, but it is from this moment on where I know the rest of my attention is going to divert back to AIC, right? So I went through all the way in the story. Then now that I finished up everything the story has to offer, I will then go back to AIC because I have a blueprint. I have literally a blueprint as well as intentions on what I want to build, which is going to be my Wuling LCs, right? My Bug A, my gold gears and everything. So it was a lot easier for me to transition even though I speed ran through, right? So the biggest upgrade is going to be here because before you reach Wuling, you do not have this thing called the gold gears. And this is a little bit more of a preference between the community. You could either craft purple gear, or you could just skip purple gear and jump straight to gold gear, which is what I did. I would say you need to craft at least one set because it is for your beginner missions. But generally, it just depends if you are okay with playing on blue gear against the story bosses. That is the only thing, right? If you can beat the story bosses on blue gear, like for example, MrPokke, then it doesn't matter, right? Then you don't even need to get your purple gear because you would have beaten pretty much all of the content that the combat has offer you, because the majority of the game doesn't need you to have a good team in terms of combat. The majority of the game after story, it is gonna be purely tied on your AIC progression, right? It is gonna be built on bases, exploring, mining, talking to the locals, and it has nothing to do with actual team development. So if you want to skimp out on your purples, by all means go ahead. But if you are not able to clear story comfortably, then please just craft your purples, because it doesn't really take that much time. It would maybe save you back a little bit at the start because you are gonna be spending your stock bills. But if you need it, just do it, right? Don't worry about it. Okay, wait. Then this is pretty much gonna be my last day. I basically combined day 4 and day 5 into one, where at day 5, I have beaten AIC. So at this point on, it is gonna be where I pretty much just wrap up everything. By beating, I basically say I have a set of blueprints. I have essentially crafted by both myself as well as my community to fit my personal needs, because at this point I already fully understand the AIC system. It is not super deep. I'm gonna be making a dedicated video in the future. So I've achieved all of these deals by day 5, which is double 18, regional 11, as well as fully maxing every single possible upgrade that I'm gonna be able to have on my account, right? So at this point over here, because I did not craft my purple gears, it actually allowed me to save my stock bills to get these upgrades a little bit faster, which means I gotta make a little bit more money, just that one day of difference, in order to make my account progress to as soon as where it's gonna be. Okay, hold on. There we go. I need to zoom into level 10 states because we are coming to the end of our video. So with that, that is pretty much everything you need to know about R9's Enfield from the guy who basically beat the game in 5 days. It's free to play. To kind of summarize everything, right? So these are just gonna be the main points. If you skip for the past 40, oh my god, for the past 51 minutes for this mega guide, you can just jump to this portion and I summarize everything here, right? So account level don't matter. The only thing that matter is gonna be your regional development from your outposts and doing missions. They will affect your mining yield and other things, but mining is gonna be, yeah, you literally need miners, right? You need your miners to work hard, which is gonna be your machines, in order to progress your endgame gear as well as yield for everything you're gonna be able to do, right? Number 2, you only focus on a single main DPS, right? You do not focus level 80s for multiple units. All supports in your team should stay at level 60 out of 80. You ascend them just for the sake of giving them gold gears, but level 60 is completely fine. Then all other resources should be just on your main DPS. I personally am going to be raising the second team, so I don't want to raise the level 90. But if you want to raise the level 90, you could. Just make sure that your supports don't go beyond level 60, because resources and stamina is very tight, right? So for example, my Ardelia is a little bit of a mistake, and I wish I kind of just level 60, because I don't really care if she's level 80. My Wolfguard and Argery is going to be at level 60, so they are going to be able to equip the gold gears, which is going to be the highest efficiency. Number 3, if you're having issues in the early game as well as story bosses, which is definitely not a free boss like I mentioned, do not be afraid to take your time, level up, get purple gears, and even if just getting the purple gear set is gonna be making a world of difference. So for example, there's like a purple gear set which gives you energy regeneration, which is really big, especially for units that levitate. If you know how the game works and you can take on the bosses with lower quality units, then feel free to do so, but don't be afraid to go ahead and go a little bit of a detour. Number 4, your side quests, missions, and aspiration, they're all very important. So they give you a lot of premium currency. So for example, right, if a main story quest gives you like 200-300 premium currency, a random chest in the overworld could give you like 100 or like 150. Same thing for side quests. So the game actually spread out their pools extremely wide, and it's not just like you finish MSQ, you get like 10 boosts. It is more like if you explore the map, all these different like nooks and crannies will actually give you the pools, which will eventually then add up to the number of pools you will need for a limited banner. Second last thing, the key level check is going to be 34 to 43, which will be a very big area for most players. And at level 43, when you go to Wooling, is where you see gold gears be made. So before this point, simply doing your missions can actually farm you very quickly from level 1 to 34. So you don't have to worry about the level by that much. And last but certainly not least, AIC is not something that you can ignore. And you absolutely have to do it with either a DIY or a blueprint. I'll be pulling up my blueprint guide very, very soon, so you can just kind of yoink and paste and hopefully get a better understanding, because this system is not going to be going away at all, right? So I would dare say, at the end of everything, our Knight's Enfield is an experience that really reminds me of what it feels like for it to be a game first and gacha second. This video was not sponsored. In fact, this video was sponsored by our account, right? Bada boom, bada bang, bada bang. All right. Use code BOOM for 10% off games. I'll see you guys in the bye. Okay. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you. Bro, that was a almost 2.5 thousand word document that I had to cook up over here. Holy, I'll just copy and pasting here. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Hold up. Oh boy, chat. I honestly should have done a review first, because for the review we could have been like more ragey. We could have shown more emotions, and then people would then cancel us. Ooh. Alright, give me a sec here. Yo, chat, let me get some feedback off because my throat is legit dying. Thank you for staying in. Thank you for joining. I'm coming back with the review. I'm coming back with the review. Also, I need more water, bro. Yo, chat. After this video, we are going to be doing our first ever $100 giveaway, thanks to the one and only LD shop. Except we are not using exclamation LD shop. It is exclamation AKELD. AKELD, right? So thank you, LD shop, for giving my community $100. You know what was the funniest thing about this? True story, by the way, chat. True story, right? Legit story. Just to give you guys an idea of like how nice a streamer is, right? They actually wanted to give this to my account. Yep. They wanted to use my account as a demonstration to show how the process works on my Bobo account. So they were prepared to just give it to me like for free. I told them no. I want to give it to my community. True story, by the way. Legit true story. Cause like at the end of everything, right? At the end of everything, isn't it poetic when our account is really your account? To whoever wins 100 USD anyways, right? So you guys are absolutely welcome. I will be expecting 50 subs anytime now, guys. Where's the 50 sub? Oh. Okay, it is what it is, right? Okay, but yeah, after this, we're gonna be doing the 100 USD giveaway. It is like the 80/80 shop thingy. So that is that. A cool fanfic. Okay, fine. Don't believe me, right? I'm not worried, right? I'm not worried. I wouldn't even worry about it. Alright, this is our spicier video. This is our spicier video. Hold up. I need to find like a new place. Because it can't just be at the same exact spot. Alright. Let's go to Wuling. Right here. Chat, I would love to share my blueprints with y'all. And yes, it is actually my blueprint. Wait, hold up. It is actually my blueprints. Because I had to make adjustments for some of the portions. And I actually shared these blueprints to my Art Knights Elitist Brett's Creamy. Hold up. I have essentially, all these are essentially tailor-made to every individual base for your Science Valley, your Valley Pass, your Science Park, your Valley Pass, your Power Plateau, your main AIC, which is basically this, but it was too fucking fat, so I couldn't fit it anymore. And then this is gonna be a combo of initial unique documents that I kind of cook out for myself. For example, like this one. Honestly, it could be a little better, but like it's for water planting, so you can get some Jingchao seeds, right? For the actual Wuling blueprints, it is gonna be for a show here, which I think is gonna be really, really good. So eventually, when we get to the AIC part, I will just kind of dump everything up in them, right? So very, very good. Show us the share blueprint tab. A lot of it is like kind of outdated because like it is with like the start of the game. So the only one that I would say is pretty useful is like the Wuling battery, the Zaranite farm. I guess this one. Yeah, these 5 will be good for Wuling. Alright, these 5 will be good for Wuling. And everything else is kind of like whatever. Because like, they are very general. Whereas like, you can kind of tune them to yourself a little bit better. Depending on like what you want. Because like, even right now, right? Like my base actually doesn't even look like my actual blueprint anymore. Because I wanted to, for example, I want to have like, okay, this is a pretty bad example. Because like, it's very naked. There's really not too much to it. But you want to have more plants. Or you wanted a specific ore. Or you want to make like more, like for example. I literally just realized. Oh, no. No, this is not a good example. I think a good example is probably like... Okay, I'm actually very proud of this, by the way. This is like my baby. This is my baby. Okay, wait. I want to show you guys my baby. Hold up. So, like I mentioned at the start, right? Power Plateau is fucking expensive to upgrade because they lock the depots to 640,000 for Depot Bus 3 and 320,000 for Depot Bus 2. So original my plans for Science Park as well as Valley Pass is you just slap on the blueprints for your purple battery and it'll be done. But for Power Plateau, it's not possible because your depot is not long enough. Now I can afford it, but I intentionally didn't want to do it because I just want to show you guys this, right? I cooked this myself where I essentially made my AIC the equivalent of a depot bus. So this is basically, I'm not sure if you can imagine, just imagine this is the depot bus. So in the end, I still got the exact same setup for my battery. Well, essentially, I just converted this as the belt over here because I'm too poor, right? By right, there should be something here, but I just moved it all the way back up so that I can customize this. And this entire thing, I can then move it, yoink it, or this one I just added a little bit more because I don't want to waste any of like my pro productions because otherwise you wouldn't even use this. So you might as well just make like more bottles, right? So it looks something like this, which is honestly really not too bad. Yeah, so it looks something like this. So as long as you put your power plug here, you just slap it on, everything will be essentially fully automated. So you get a 6 per minute HC with a little bit more of your purples because I want to make use of the Amist. And then these are just for like seats, just in case you want a little more boxy, right? So yeah, honestly, very, very nice. And yeah, I really started to dig a little bit more into like the blueprint system. So for example, this one that you see right here is the one that it looks so complicated, right? This thing looks so complicated. But it really is just, at the end of the day, making this one thing. And then once you understand that this whole thing just makes one thing, you literally just copy and paste, Control C, Control V, 2 more times. So you have 3 of this in your core AIC, you're done. That's it. So base building in Anvil is really, can be very, very simple, but you just need to know like what you're trying to do. As long as you know what's going on, then all these things, they're like distractions, they're like noise. They are like pretending to be complicated, but in reality, it's actually really, really, really straightforward. So that is pretty much it, right? I will cook out the blueprint stuff very, very soon, but I hope you guys have been enjoying yourselves for the past couple of days. Yeah, this is 18x. So you basically, so 6, right? So 6 per minute. So what's 6 times 3? What's 6 times 3? Tell me what is 6 times 3. I will not. Oh, 24. Oh, thank you, Genshin guy. Thank you. Thank you. That is very, very good. Okay. Enough. 6, 7, 6. That's just fantastic. Okay. Alright. Editor, do the exact same thing that you did for my thoughts on Honkai Star Rail lately. Except this time with Enfield footage. You don't really even need to show my face. Then sometimes, occasionally, yeah, just do it with like our B-rolls in the background. That will pretty much be it. Alright, let's proceed, guys. Hey guys. So this is going to be my review video as someone who has pretty much eat, lived, breathed, shit. Like my entire life was revolving around this game because of how absolutely incredibly addicted I was to Outlights Envil. And just a disclaimer, or of course, as a review video, it is always purely going to be subjective, right? This is sponsored by myself because no one fucking sponsors this kind of stuff. I would say probably just something of like a good thing for like the community, right? For content creators is that I would say it would be nice where in the future, if for any sort of like review videos, right, it would be nice if a creator always shows up like, okay, we will first make a video on what I understand about the game. Then I will make a video about how I feel about the game. Because I think this is a huge help to kind of identify why you would feel this certain type of way. Where exactly are you at in terms of like the game progression? And how a lot of things that you feel probably can or cannot be addressed simply as per usual by playing, right? So this review is done by someone who has done easily more than like not even close to, way more than 100 hours in the past 1 week. I have identified a ridiculous amount of cons that this game needs to fix. Obviously, right, purely for the purpose of constructive criticism. But holy shit, that is a lot, right? As well as, like, there's this thing, 该夸就夸, 该卖就卖, right? So, like, if I'm gonna be able to praise this game for what it's gonna be, then fantastic, right? Things that deserve praise will definitely get praised. But things that are, like, you need to be fixed, I will also not hold back, because I think this will ultimately be good for the game itself as well. Because a lot of these things, I think they should definitely be added, especially for a game with, like, this much potential, right? So, without further ado, first of all, check out this video here, where I kind of just break down you guys, like, what I know about this game, my understanding, complete review, not complete review, complete progression, guide, beginners, and all that kind of stuff, right? Then come back over here, and here is my review. So, disclaimer, everything that's gonna be said over here is probably not something you're gonna be able to experience for yourselves, unless you have went through a similar path as me, which honestly is very unlikely. And you will probably feel some of these things towards the later portion of the game. So maybe you're going to be playing this game like 2 to 3 weeks into the future, right? So the purpose of, I would say, any content creators that want to speed run through the game and play as much as possible, it is also like, okay, like, you might think I'm joking about RPGs, right? But like, it is also like doing our due diligence so that all these things that are going to be said and done, you know that it is coming from a place of like, okay, yeah, because I want to play this game so much, and there are like so many things that you can do to make it even better, or make it like, maybe like it's so good that it deserves to like continue doing what it's going to be doing, right? So that's going to be a disclaimer. I will just first start off with all the pros, and then I'll start with all the cons, and then I'll start with one final point, which is like a little bit of a bonus point, and then we can just wrap it up over there, right? So number one, for the pros, I think undisputedly, is that a word? Indisputably speaking, I'm not sure what that word is. 不可能挑战的, right? Our Knight's Anvil is probably one of the prettiest, graphically, most intensively well-made 1.0 gacha game I've played in recent memory. Everything about this game just screams like 赞美漂 pretty. Okay, I need to stop using that. It is very, very, very pleasing to the eyes with regards to like their actual character models, their expressions, their unique interactions with one another, their story cutscenes, the presentation of the actual story itself. Whether the story is good or bad, I'll talk about the story later. But the actual execution itself, the environmental textures for the rain, the fog, the mist, right? When you walk on the snow and it like leaves a footprint, the battle effects, as effect. So everything about this, graphically speaking, I think it is probably one of the best I've seen for 1.0. On a very similar note, this game also has incredibly good optimization. I don't think I've ever crashed a single time throughout all my time streaming. I also stress tested this game on my mobile device. Runs very, very well. Although for my mobile, okay, maybe my phone is like 3 years old, but it is very, very smooth. I never ever crashed. It is very, very capable of running at 60 FPS. It's just that my battery drains very, very fast, which is kind of bad, but I can play this game no issue whatsoever. So in terms of performance, optimization, how this game actually looks, it ticks pretty much all the expectations that I would expect for a gacha game that's going to be coming out in, let's just say, this year 2026. It is not too fair to compare Enfield to, for example, like let's just say, right, like the Warmongers. You want to compare to Genshin Impact? Oh my god, look at this game! What the hell does Genshin Impact have? Okay, like Genshin Impact is like comparing a Gen Z to a Gen A, right? Different time, different engine, all that kind of stuff. But for a game in 2026, it is of one of, if not the highest quality, and I could not like appreciate the graphics enough, right? So very, very good point over here. On a second note, this is gonna be very, very subjective, but I like the ambience music of 10000HOURS a lot. So far, I haven't really seen like singer songs, like for example, like Proi Prois, right? Like your Genshin Farina songs. The music for the settings are very atmospheric. So like when you go to Wuling, right? When we're gonna be staying in Dijiang, right? When you go even in battle, you're just like exploring around the world, right? The sound, the SFX of like the waterfall and the floors collapsing, the sound of like the bomb throwing, it is very, very atmospheric, and it really makes you, okay, at least for myself, it makes a very good open world experience, because I think one of the main selling points for open world game, it is to be as immersive as possible, right? And this is easily done with visually speaking as well as audioly speaking. And I think that for 10000HOURS, these two boxes are pretty much completely checked, so no issues there whatsoever. Okay, this one, I listed it as a pro, but I can easily see how this can be a con for a lot of you guys, which is going to be the AIC. And the only reason why I list the AIC as a pro instead of a con is because I am speaking from someone as zero understanding of Factorial. I've never played Factorial. I've never played Satisfactory. And even on stream, day one, I was like hating it. I was like stuck in the tutorial. I don't even know where to like put the tiles. I was so clueless. I have no idea what I use. I don't know what's production. I don't know what's like the bug A, bug B's. I have no idea where to go. And it was so lost, right? But after spending my time, right? Yes, you do need to, you need to spend your time on something if you want to get better at something. Right? It is not like, you know, I just want to do nothing and I expect everything to just... No, I actually had to spend my time, not just on the game, playing the game, experiencing the game. I had very good help from a community of players who knows exactly how this factoring works. I was looking at all of the CN guides from Guideday. I did as much due diligence as I possibly could to suck less at AIC. I acknowledge that I suck. I don't want to suck. And because of that mindset, I was able to essentially like, holy, this... I can see why people feel that the AIC portion of this game can be satisfying. Because it is very, very different from an expectation of like going into a combat game, where the main selling point is, at least for like the first impressions, it is usually like how the game feels when you fight, right? It's always about fighting, right? This game, combat really is like a second-hand backseat. And for the first time in a long time, it's like, oh wow, it is actually not a combat-focused game. And there is beauty in understanding this whole AIC system. And once I see like, from yoinking blueprints to customizing my own blueprints to fit my need, and I see that 18 per minute, and I see that maximum efficiency yield balances out with the usage, it makes me feel super, super happy that, oh my god, wow. This, after spending like hours and hours and hours moving the tiles, dragging, like, do I need this like +1 frame, or do I need that? It does get to a point where like, the final product you see is really like building a Gundam, or like building a Lego, right? So for me, I can see this as a pro, because I literally went from a hater to someone that enjoys it. But you are absolutely valid in your own opinions if you don't like this system, because it is honestly a lot, right? You cannot just have like zero experience with AIC and expect to understand everything in like a couple of hours, especially if you have no intention of learning in the first place. So it really is going to be individual from point to point. I would say, despite these two things being true, where you could hate it, you could love it, but you can't really deny that blueprints, right? Blueprints are a very, very big W for casuals, because back in CBT 2, there was no such thing as blueprint. So everything had to be handmade. They added it in CBT 3, and now that this feature is actually going to be here, it made it a lot more time friendly, especially for players trying to get into the game itself, and even for like players that are actually already experts. It just makes it so much nicer to just share your ideas among the community and, oh, wow, check out this setup, right? I make devs listen, right? I made this pylon to like point towards the sky. Right? It is very, very interesting, and I think it's very good for the community as a whole. Hold up. Alright, so that's gonna be that for the AIC. The next thing, once again, a pretty divisive point, but I personally quite enjoy Art Anvil's combat system. And this is also from someone that I did not like the combat system back in CBT 3, even though I had a rough understanding of how the elements work, but like the camera movements and the impact frames and like everything from what I experienced last time, and I see the difference bringing forward into the live server, I can appreciate the improvement of how it's gonna be. But of course, this is with the understanding of what I already have, which is how combat works in the game itself. So from all of my time playing the combat in AKE, I use it on a controller, and I felt really, really clean, right? So I like how the combo skills work with the elemental reactions, right? The timing of your energies, your different stagger rotation, and it feels very alive, especially for the re-crisis bosses. And it was a fresh sense of challenge, because okay, I know those bosses are gonna be like crazy, but for a story boss, I am very happy that it was actually not a free win, and you actually needed to log in and play it almost like how you would play an actual boss fight for an endgame in the other Gacha series, when you're gonna be in the endgame portion. Now, I would say that if you're gonna be a player that understands how the combat works, it will feel extremely, extremely different to someone that's just like spamming your skill points or whatever. You're not sure when to use the ultimate or when to use your skill points, and whenever the combo skill lights out, you just press combo. This will be a completely different world for someone that knows the order of when you do things, because it will drastically affect your damage output. Because if you just button mash, you could still do damage, especially in the early game, but for bosses that start to matter, you will see a absolutely insane difference in your rotation. So for example, levitating, if you were to use a skill before any flame inflictions, you basically just waste like almost 10 seconds waiting for a skill to recover. And that is a huge, huge, huge DPS loss. And it's just these minor things that can kind of just change a lot of how the combat actually feels. So for me, I think this is very satisfying. But I don't think it's perfect, which I'm going to be talking about in the comment section. But so for now, I'm okay with this, right? And I think one thing is because they made the game's combat not as focused as compared to the AIC, you don't really feel the need to get super sweaty about like animation cancels, car canceling, and the quick swap, because it is a very chill thing. And I think there's a sense of freshness that I haven't felt for a long time, because most gacha games nowadays, it is always about fighting, right? It is about fighting, combat, beating your enemies, and this game doesn't really feel that. Like, there are still combat, and frankly speaking, combat is the actual end game, because like I mentioned, AIC is a one-time thing. Once you're done with AIC, you have to move on to combat. But at least in the early, mid, and like my first 1 week, I could genuinely just not give a single shit about combat, and I would still find myself having fun, because the reason why I have fun in Enfield is not about combat. It is about everything this game actually is teaching me for providing such a unique experience, right? So that's pretty much it. And one thing over here, which is... oh, okay. This one is technically a bad thing for the company, but it is a really good thing for me. And also, I guess, bad thing to a couple of, like, you know, the our account funders, right? If y'all still believe in the whole thing or whatever. Personally, as someone that has been playing on a free-to-play account every single day, this is my one and only account, right? Dupes matter almost zero. It is almost completely negligible. Maybe you add like 5 to 10% more damage. There's no such thing as like E2 syndrome comparable to like a Genshin, HSR, or like Xenozones, or even One Race. And frankly speaking, when I'm playing this game, I have like zero pressure to spend money. Like legitimately zero. Because I know I said in my previous video for like my complete breakdown of what I know about Online Enfield. At the very end, I was like, this game feels like a game first, gacha second, right? I think we've heard this time like so many times. A certain game is a game first and gacha second. I can confidently say, even if I did not pull Levitate, even if I did not pull the S1, even if I don't have access to a single actual unit in this game, I will still be spending similar amount of time, because I don't even end up using her that much. Where majority of the time is basically literally on AIC, right? I would say like more than 80% of the start of the game, it is purely focused on getting on bases, interacting with logos, familiarizing yourself with like, the environments. So whether or not you have a P5 Levitate, P0 Levitate, do you reroll for last right? Do you reroll for pop? Like any 5-star starter, I got an Ember, it makes almost zero difference to me as someone that's completely free to play, right? So I would say this is gonna be a little bit concerning, especially in the future. But for now, it's gonna be completely fine because there is no endgame content. Alright, we need to kind of acknowledge that our Knight's Enfield 1.0 right now, it is not really a finished product, because there isn't a world in which you even feel incentivized to spend on units when the focus of the game itself is not on units. Which I think is a little bit bad for the company, because if you ask any gacha game, the number one priority of how gacha games sell is via units. It is always via units, right? That's how gacha games earn money. But because of like the amount of focus I have in Enfield on everything else besides the units, I don't really care if I get Levitate, if I get Lemon, if I get Gilberta, or like whatever it's gonna be, right? So from this sense, a P5 Levitate, theoretically speaking, if I would have it, it would pretty much let me clear overall faster, right? It will make me clear the farming stages faster, right? Maybe I one-shot the story boss in like 30 seconds instead of like sweating out for like 3 minutes. But majority of my time that is going to be being spent is still going to be AIC. And in fact, I would gain more satisfaction getting a 18 per minute buck A than getting a 1 minute clear on Rodan. I will get more satisfaction being able to craft gold gears early than going ahead and like, oh my god, you know what? This team dealt 100k in a single skill. Because combat's importance in Enfield just feels that little. And they are not monetizing the majority of the time in which I'm getting enjoyment for this game. So for me as a player, I think this is really, really good. So in the future, right, when they actually introduce their endgame content, because this is not going to be how the game is going to be like, right? Let's just be right. This is only the early start of the game, the launch, the first week. But when they actually introduce like meta, right? When tier lists actually start to matter, when they introduce Spiral Abyss, when they introduce all the things, then that's when, okay, you know what? I need to sit down, right? I need to learn the rotations. I need to learn like elementals, right? Should I use physical team or fire team? That's when it's okay. But for now, it is legitimately like completely irrelevant. And like, yes, if you're wondering like, should you reroll or whatever? No, I really think that Revoting, it is just a complete waste of time. Whoever you get, it is completely fine. In fact, I personally think the best team right now is a free team, which is physical. So that's pretty much gonna be that. Alright, one last thing before I go into the cons. And that is gonna be the gear system for this game, right? This game's gear system is probably one of my favorite because it has a no RNG, but it has a different layer of RNG, which makes things fresh. Alright, do not be fooled into thinking this game has no RNG because it definitely does. If you go into artificing as well as essence mixing, it is 100% RNG. But the RNG for this game is, it is the chance to succeed into your fusion for your essence as well as your artifacts. But if you fail the gear, the actual one piece of gear, it is gonna be the exact same for everyone. So all your endgame builds will pretty much look the same, right? So for your levitate, you're gonna be getting your intellect, you're gonna be attack boost as well as twilight. Then everybody else is like, who gets to the highest levels fastest? So it doesn't really matter if I hit it today, tomorrow, next week, next month, or next year. But like, we are all already running like similar setups. So even if I do not have the best in slot piece for levitate or for like artifacts, I didn't like artifice to the max, it's fine because I feel a sense of like progression made eventually over time. So for example, your gear artificing, there's literally a pity system built into the gear artificing. So for the number of times you fail gear artificing, you can then build a literal pity in which you can then 100% succeed in your next hit, which feels super different from like my almost all of the games I played, which is you just constantly cope. You cope, you pray, you pray to God that finally you land double crit, and then after you land double crit, you roll like 4 rolls in the crit, and then if it doesn't roll, then oh my god, bruh, is it better than my previous piece? Is it worse than my other piece? Should I even change this piece further? It is just like, and I've experienced this thing so many times. It is not like a necessarily good or bad system, because I do think at the end of the day, this gear RNG or like endgame relic grinding in Anvil, it will still take a ridiculous amount of stamina and a ridiculous amount of time, but it just feels different, so it makes it more palatable for me, for someone that's been playing this kind of game for a very, very long time. Alright. Now with that being said, we are going to come to the close of our pro segment. Honestly, there are a couple of other things I can probably think at the top of my head, but I just didn't list them here, so it's probably not as important. It's like, oh, I forgot something. Maybe it's not important. So I listed all the pros that I think was like really, really good for me, and it stood out to me as someone, and why I actually enjoy Anvil, right? So at this point, here are my cons, and I have quite a bit. Once again, this is coming from a place of not like, oh my god, I hate Anvil, Anvil is done, because frankly speaking, if I'm gonna hate the game, I will just drop it. Straight up, right? The way I see gacha games, or even like gaming in general, it is very, very simple. If I hate a game to the point where I don't want to even care about it, I will simply just stop playing, and we just move on. Because no harm, no foul, my time is very precious. I want to spend on things that I enjoy doing. And online Anvil is something that I really, really enjoy playing. So if they can actually improve on all these things, it is just going to be a net positive for the community, for developers, for everyone, right? So this is absolutely coming from a place of good faith, right? This is coming from a place of good faith. With that being said, the number one most important is a con, but like it's more of a concern because I don't know. But at least from what I see right now as a consumer, this is a fact. And it is undeniable. The gacha income of Arknights Enfield is legitimately cooked. And I'm not talking about the gacha system. I'm not talking about 120 pieces. But it is literally the level of income. One of the very, very first things I said back in my everything you need to know about Arknights Enfield's gacha, the first thing I said was the only thing that matters in Arknights Enfield's gacha is the income. That's it. The system itself is like secondary, because if you have the absolute worst gacha system, but you have like a billion pools, then does it really matter? No. And if you would have the best possible gacha system, but you have no pools, then it's just gonna be bad, right? So income is the end of be all, and I can say as of right now, playing this in 1 week, I have huge concerns of what is gonna be coming in the future, and I don't know if we are gonna be able to improve this by how much better. So to put it into perspective, my editor can kind of just show this picture over here. I did a little bit of a chart. So here's the chart. Boom. So I probably missed out a couple of sources here and there. It is maybe I missed out, like, for example, I don't think we added the survey. I think survey, they gave us like 300 oro barrels. I probably missed out a little bit here and there, but generally speaking, it should be within 5 to 10% of the actual income we're going to be getting from this entire version 1 what we see, right? So you can see a lot, almost, I would say, more than 90% of all of our gacha pool currency, it is gonna be from the one-time clear rewards. You're grounding up to a roughly 81,000, right? Let's just say 81,000 plus minus 1k, whatever. It is gonna be essentially 110 standard pools, 80-ish k oro barrels, which translates into roughly, crowd this out, which translates to roughly 160 pools on the dot, right? So this is your one-time clears. Now, the issue is our recurring reward, it literally does not exist. This is in the course of 4 weeks. Not 1 week. 4 weeks. And that is a grand total of 25 pools in the version. Now, like I mentioned, this is not really like the gacha income is absolutely fucked, because we know for a fact there are gonna be events, right? There are gonna be endgame content, like CNY, devs listen, right? Maybe another dev system comes out and CNY gives out another temple. Like, all these things are theoretically speaking, right? You can go into it from a place of good faith or bad faith. It's like, if global passive happen, will there be 10 more global passive, or will there be no more global passive? So it's ultimately depending on you. I only speak on facts, and the fact of the matter is, this income is completely unsustainable from what I see. If in the future this thing like goes into like, I don't know, like 5x more, then fantastic, right? And the worries are unfounded. But I should just state this right now, in case Hypergriff ever thinks that this income is enough, it is 100,000% absolutely not enough, because 25 pools for a version. It's just kind of funny, because I remember Sarah of the Lake, which is one of my mod, bro was like, yeah, I'm gonna spend 60 pools every banner, which is 150 pools in a version, minus the 30 pools she gets for free, because it's gonna be 10 pool discount from 60, right? Yeah, bro wants to spend 150 limited pools. Right now, we are getting literally 25. Yep. It is really, 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 really bad. So, although our total number of pools right now as a free-to-play in this version is gonna be roughly 180, right? Combined total. And 110 for the standard pools. So around almost 300 pools in the version. Fantastic, right? It's super generous. But it is, at the end of the day, one-time clears. So whether or not every single update that comes out in 1.1, are they gonna give me an entire whole ass map, the same size as Valley 4, the same size as Wuling, right? Is Wuling gonna triple in size? Are we gonna get that many events? This is completely up to like how it's gonna happen. Personally, I don't think 1.1 is ever gonna have that big of an update compared to an actual launch patch. So the income is not okay, and it needs to be fixed. No matter how good you are gonna be throwing into a gacha system, no gacha system in the entire world is able to sustain with 25 pools in a single version, right? That's just simply a matter of fact. So, number one thing, I'm very, very scared. I'm very concerned. Hopefully, this is not gonna be the case, because if it is, then my plan for my free-to-play Bob, we might end up doing a no pool account, and we pool like once every half a year, like FGO. Yep, I heard FGO players save up like an entire year to pool for a single banner. So if that's gonna be the case, then we are we are absolutely fine. Hey, HSR 4.0 is coming, so that's gonna be there, right? So this is pretty much gonna be my number one concern. Number two concern, which is also a little bit tied to the gacha income. We know that if you are a player, you play the game to get pools. Right? I think that's a very, very fair statement. You play the game to get gacha income. You don't get all the income by not playing the game, right? You actually have to log in, explore, stamina, everything. But to be completely fair, this kind of ties into where Enfield places the bulk of this income. And I think this is honestly very, very important for the casuals. If you guys try to follow me, right? So, on one of my videos I said in my Everything I Understand About Honest Enfield is the game has a lot. There's a shit ton of things to do, and I don't think you're ever gonna get bored unless you absolutely hate the AIC and the combat and you just refuse to be playing, and I think that's completely fair. But the way that the income is split into the version, it is very, very, very scattered. As in, you really need to go ahead and, because like, a single chest could be like 1/5 of a pool, 1/4 of a pool, right? A side mission could have the same amount of pools, or rather the same amount of premium currency as a main mission. Not clearing your recipes, right? Even your recipes could give you like 1 pool from simply just crafting a recipe. So my point is basically, they make the pools like super, super spread out into all over the places of the game, which I think is a little bit unreasonable to expect most normal jobbers and casuals to get a desirable amount of income at least before a gacha banner ends. So for example, right? For example, we know you can get, like, let's just say for example, right? I got 140 pools for my own account as someone that has been like no-lifing this for like 1 week straight. Fantastic. But that is definitely never gonna happen for someone that is not gonna be able to no-life this for 1 week straight. In fact, I'll be kind of impressed if normal players can get like 80 pools from like playing the story, right? They are playing the story. They are taking the time with the Valley, with the AIC. But if they were to just get 80 pools, and they cannot hit 120 pools, right? And they think that they can hit 120 pools because of speedrunners like MrPokke Cardamon, as well as grinders who really just go all in, then it will be really, really bad. And I really, really hope to in the future versions, the gacha income should at least be more casual friendly in terms of accessibility. Not saying that you can just stop playing the game and you play MS, you can get like 100 pools, but like at least weight it a little bit more to areas of content where it actually matters. The most important example I can think of is the AIC. Alright, I think we all know by now, we are spending a ridiculous amount of time playing the AIC. But there are virtually no pool rewards actually tied to mastering the AIC. You don't get like a 10 pool from completing like 18 out of 18 per minute in terms of your production, right? Like you don't get a bonus like 10 pool if you were to finish up your battery to like 1,000 watts or 6,000 watts. You have so much time focus on AIC building, which is already going to take a ridiculous amount of time for anyone trying to get the game, but there are no incentives tied to actually doing the AIC, which poses a very weird problem. Do you want players to learn the AIC, which is the core structure of the game, or do you want players to go ahead and explore, do your craftings, right? Do your combat missions, do the side quests, do everything? And if you want them to at least have this reasonable amount to actually play this game, then I don't think it is fair to split these things into things that are lesser of importance compared to AIC. So if I were to do it, I would definitely place way more pools into actually mastering AIC. So for example, if I can just kindly divert attention over here, if you are creating your first blueprint, right? Let's just say it doesn't even have to be a good, it could literally be a dog shit fucking blueprint. If you just simply go into this right here, any blueprint, if you make one for a battery, right? You may want for like a capsule, right? Like these kind of things can incentivize players to not just, okay, I want to spend more time in AIC, but I also want to learn more AIC for myself, right? You both reward the players for trying, and you both give them the additional respect for the time because they are going to be spending a lot of time here, right? And another example, if you take a look at you, right? If I'm going to be able to hit like a checkpoint of like 6 out of 10, or rather 6 per minute for hasty battery, I should be getting a reward. 12 minute, I should be getting a reward, right? If I hit mining ores at like 200, 300, 400, right? I should be getting a reward because I'm going around spending all this time collecting maps, right? I'm fucking running pylons. I'm running the zip lines. I fucking run like T-Vibe, bro. I legitimately can spend like almost half a day purely doing nothing but getting the mine spots. And I have nothing to show for in pool income because that is not where the pool income is allocated, which I legitimately think just does not make sense, especially given how tight the banner is between each unit, right? So if they can actually fix this going forward in the future, I think this will be a huge help for not even just like giving more pools to player, because the pools are almost the same, right? You don't even need to change your one-time clear pools, because we clearly see there are enough one-time clears, but just allocate in a sense where like it makes sense for me to want to try to play the AIC, right? So that is gonna be my second point, which technically is basically just a single point: the gacha income as well as how you allocate your gacha income, right? Very, very good. Thank you, MrPokke. Thank you, right? Okay, this next part, it is a lot more subjective than the previous part, because I think the previous part is like, I think everyone can agree, most people who play the game would agree with like what I said on the previous part. Okay, this part is very subjective. The story. I think the way that Honest Envy have delivered story is very nice. It is a very new take on players who have never experienced R-Knights ever. Like myself, I have no idea who is the admin, the doctor, right? Who is Chan, who is Suitor, who is Levitain, and all that. So they want to like introduce like all these kind of things, like the wow factors, right? The cinema, right? The big meteor crashing down, right? Our girlfriend, right? Our girlfriend owning everything. But if there's a single critique that I personally don't like, okay, this is really like, do you like Senpai and One Waves? Yes or no, right? It is very divisive. For me personally, I don't like this trope where, okay, it's literally not even getting wives, right? If it's getting wives, I actually like getting wives, right? But it's a trope of like, at any point of time, you go to anywhere. And I'm not just talking about MSQ, like literally anywhere in a side quest, optional quest, you walk on the street, bro, the reaction for like every single NPC is like, oh my god, is that an admin? Oh my god, the admin is here! The admin is here! It is his hail admin! Hail admin! Oh my god, he's finally here to save us, and is literally the save of almost everyone. It could be you trying to prevent these two guys from quarreling with one another. They are like just quarreling, bro. It is not a world level adventure script. They are fucking quarreling, and I have to go down there and settle their personal disputes. There's this other guy that lost his slugs. His literal slugs. And I have to go around the map chasing his slugs. I am the fucking most important guy in the entire world. And like, this narrative just doesn't really click with me. If I am really the him of this world, it breaks my immersion when I have to do these tasks and everyone treats me like a god. And they also don't treat me like a god at the same time. So that is my critique for lighting. Maybe if you guys had the feeling of like, oh my god, you are the most important guy in the world, I can understand. I just feel like it's a little bit silly when like, bro, there was this outpost quest, legit. It's like two guys, they were quarreling. And like, oh my god, the admin is here. Finally, we can resolve their quarrels. They can put their differences aside and we can be one big heavy village ever. Bro, like, I'm like, why the fuck did you even call me here? Because I think that was like either a regional level 2 or regional level 3. And like, after spending so much time running the world, collecting my pylons, and the fucking promotion quest is to settle two guys quarreling. Like, bro, I don't know, bro. So for me, it's just like a little bit silly. I would say for the actual like overall MSQ and the pacing, I think it's very nice. I do like the ENVAs, especially the ENVAs with the accent. Like for example, the Red Hood as well as Tang Tang is quite good. For the quest between your Wuling as well as your Valley, I like Wuling way more, but also because I did not play Wuling back in CV3, so it was my first time playthrough. But I do feel that the whole like the actual getting wise, right, the dragon lady, right, going around visiting the people, I feel maybe something bad might happen to her because like I think there's too much parasocialism for her to have nothing bad happening. Right, PTSD, Firefly, all that kind of stuff. So I do like the MSQ quite a bit. The villains are also very, very nice. Oh, the Sarah. This guy that appeared out of nowhere. Like, I'm interested to see who this person was, right? He literally just spawned in. He says he's a solo tourist who's like traveling the lands, right? And all of a sudden, bro is literally walking in front of us in the middle of a bamboo forest. So I really know like the suspense, right? He's weird. He's strange. And oh my god, the review. He is actually bad. So like this are not okay. It's just that the overall trope, like the main trope of the admin being the world savior, and I'm there like saving cats and like picking up like trash. It's like, bro, it doesn't work with me. Right? So that's gonna be there for a story. But one thing, this is very, very subjective. Very, very subjective. Okay, the remaining things, they are less subjective. Maybe a little bit lesser compared to like the gacha income, which is by far the biggest problem I have. But all these are things that I think that the game can improve on. So number one thing, the camera, right? So my personal worst issue with the camera is for both during combat and for the potential they can actually make for the camera outside of combat. So during the combat, right, I played using both controllers, KBM, and even on the fucking phone, right? So all three devices, I've tried them all. I feel like the camera, it literally cannot keep up with the enemies in this game. So the bosses, they move super fucking fast, and they don't just jump like a low jump, they jump all the way up to the fucking sky, and the camera cannot keep up, bro. Like, it literally will just like lose focus, and like you were like, oh my god, what's going on? And like it's very, very difficult for you to actually get a feel of what's going on, especially if there are gonna be multiple minions spawning all at the same time. And when they do spawn minions, I don't know what is it, like when I log into like a minion, it will suddenly turn the fucking camera to another target when I'm literally attacking that target. So like there's something really, really wrong going on with the auto lock camera. During combat, it is very bad. I think the best experience is probably KBM, because KBM you can just don't lock and you can just like move your mouse, so it makes it a lot more intuitive. I'm at a point where like, I don't even want to use auto lock in the controller anymore. I will just manually turn my screen with my joystick. That's how bad it is, right? So I hope they can fix the camera for the combat. There's another thing which is outside the combat, and that is, you know, the AIC, right? I feel like for a game that has so much focus on AIC, and I maybe understand why the combat cameras were not optimized, because like I mentioned, I feel like 10000HOURS is a game that is not focused on combat, at least in the early game, right? They really, really want the majority of the mainstream media players to get used to the AIC, because that is their unique selling point, which I completely understand. But this is an issue where I feel like the cameras that is deployed in AIC could be like so much better. For example, why can I not zoom out to the entire map of the blueprint, but I can only see like a small portion of it? Like, even at the max zoom out, I can't see the whole thing. I don't know if there's a way to like actually like expand beyond that, but it would be a lot better if there's like, you already allow me to scroll, right? I can scroll, I can see the blueprints, so why not just let me see the whole thing as a whole? And it's like a very, very minor fix. So that's number one. Number two, I would say that, you know, on the camera where you use to take selfies, right? You have the option to zoom all the way into your upper bust, to your ass, or like, it would be really nice if they include a drone feature, kind of. So like, they already have the technology to reverse the camera where like you are holding the phone and you're like looking at your units, right? So why not just do this by, instead of your character, you give it to like a drone, so that you can actually take your camera all the way up, literally to the sky, to look at your AIC. So a very good example is that our account, right? So like, basically my viewer had like an insane base. I had to TP to a random fucking hill in the middle of like a mountain just to look down into the perspective of how his AIC is gonna look like, which I think is that it really just doesn't make sense, because like, it is a game focused on building, right? You want to showcase the hard work that you have developed for so long, so it would be an absolute fucking game changer if the camera function allows for a drone to just fly up, zoom out, take nice pictures, zoom all the way in. Maybe you can do like drone shots, right? Traversing around the buildings, all that kind of shit. I think that would actually make like the AIC so much more enjoyable once you are done with the AIC. Because like, let's be real, like I said, if you finish the AIC, it's like a Lego building, right? It is like a Lego set. You don't really do anything anymore. It's just gonna be there collecting shit, alright, collecting dust, and it's just gonna, you know, produce your products. So if at least I'm gonna admire this building that I made, it will be very nice if there are like tools, like a drone camera, to just fly around and see things from like all the different POVs that I want, which makes it a lot better in terms of quality of life, right? So that is gonna be that for the camera angles. Now, next topic, the sanity allocation, the stamina, right? The stamina of this game, right? So I would say that it's actually not that bad, purely because, once again, I feel that R9 in the current stage of the game, it is not focused on your unit development. It is not focused on combat. It is mostly getting people to understand AIC so that they can use AIC, improve visual development, and get a better income. So I kind of understand why the pace of developing creators is very, very slow, right? But holy shit, dude, it is really, really expensive. So to put a little bit of a context, right, you will need T credits. Not your stock builds, the actual T credits, which are things you're going to be able to get from a long event. You need your unit EXP, which is split into two different unit EXP, before level 60 and after level 60. You will need your talent materials. You can get them from Overworld, but they are dropping very, very infrequently, or you can just farm them. You need your ascension materials, which are gonna be both your overall materials, which you can get, but you also need to farm them, your rare materials for Ascension, which is literally time gated. You could grow them in the lab, but it is still gonna be time gated, so you can't raise like so many units at the same time. And you also need your what's the thing again? The same thing for your weapons, right? Your weapons also need weapon EXP, weapon materials, and on top of all these things, a single run is usually 60 to 80 stamina. So on a single day with 240, okay, I know you can store energy more than 300 on that kind of stuff, but like on a single day's income, I didn't run the numbers, but it feels really, really slow to eventually try and get to all these units. It is not really that impactful now, but it doesn't mean that it is not a con. Because what happens when like the endgame content happens? And I haven't even started on the stamina dump in essence farming. In going for the right stats for the 3 different slots, and if it's gonna be wasted, it is minus 80 stamina. So when the endgame content comes, when you actually need to focus on the combat, hopefully by then we will have a better stamina income. So for example, right, I know that your dailies actually give you 43 stamina. There potentially could be more ways, like for example, maybe events give out more stamina potions, right? So every single combat event, every single endgame, they give out, I don't know, 10 stamina. I'm not sure how it's like in Arnite's Enfield, or rather in OG Arnites, because I've been told that there is this sanity PTSD, which I still have no idea what's it referring to. So maybe there's a system in Arnite that I'm not aware. But as of right now, it would be a little bit of a fear I have to just not being able to explore all these things when combat actually matters, right? So just a little bit more of a hedge up, but not that big. Okay, at this point, I am about to go on a very, very big list of things that I think all could use improvements. I compiled this all by myself, as well as asking a couple of members of my community, like, what do you think could improve? So I don't really know how to classify them, so I'm just going to list them all as everything. So I'm just going to list them. If you agree or disagree, feel free. And then after this list, there's one last list, which is underutilized aspects that could use more, right? So first thing, the everything list. So if I couldn't classify them previously, I am just going to dump everything here, right? Alright. AIC power cables. Why the hell do we not have the free the relay system from Wuling, where we don't need to run around like a fucking dumbass? If I really have the technology with the power of, you know, CN, can I not just bring this technology back to Valley 4? I don't see any purpose in me running around the map, holding that stupid ass line. And honestly, it wouldn't have been the worst thing. But the moment you go into combat, you have to pray to fucking God you don't get out of the range, and you cannot put down a fucking turret to exit from the stage. You are just locked in the combat in the middle of you traversing the fucking road where you need to get to the fucking mine station. So like, bro, like just fucking remove this. You already know why this is so bad. That's why you removed it, right? That's why you fucking removed it in Wuling. So why the fuck? Okay. Removing the power cables, right? Very, very good. Cable line, the zip line, right? I think zip lines are an integral part of overall exploration for Arnite's Enfield. There are no mounts, there are no gliders, there are no flying. Zip lines are pretty much the end all be all, especially from point to point B between your depots as well as your rare material gatherings. But oh my god, can we please just make it faster, bro? Like I know that it is a faster way, but it needs to be like even faster, right? I think they made it not as fast so that we can maybe see our surroundings and like have a feel of like riding on the zip line. But I've already seen it. So at some point, it's like, if I'm taking the trouble to connect my power cable all the way from like 10,000 years away from my AIC to this specific mining spot at the other side of the cliff, and I have to wait like 5 seconds, and I do this every single day because it's like a rare material spot, I think we can just make it faster. So, and then what I do, right? On a similar note in regards to speed, tower defense mode. So all of the tower defense mode that you're gonna be seeing from your outposts, right? Your little conditions that like basically the little tower defense. Can we please have a 2x or 3x speed option? There's literally nothing you can do in that fight, especially for a no operator scenario, right? There's one where you can use an operator, there's one you cannot use. At least for the no operator scenario, bro, just give 3x speed, bro. Like, do you just want me to stare there at my screen and I just like, oh my god, please don't go through. Please don't go through. Please don't. Like, I can do the exact same thing at 2x or 3x speed. And the battles get very, very long. I think, like, at some point, you have to fight, like, what, 80 over enemies? And it can be taken, like, almost, like, 10-ish minutes for a single fight. And God forbid you lose Imagine you are like 70 out of 84, right? You are left with that final fucking hit, and this one bugger just zooms through and it blows up the tower. You just have to reset everything. So please make the tower defense mode way faster. Very, very good. Next thing, cross depot transfers. Right now, capped 1.5k per hour. Too fucking slow. Please make it at least 30 per minute, so that you can at least match, like if I want to transfer my Ferium ores from Valley 4 to Wuling, at least let it match, right? If not even faster, right? If not even faster. For the same thing on the cross-regional transfers, the currency conversion for Wuling and Valley 4. Okay, I understand this is to not ruin the game economy, where if your Valley 4 production is too developed, compared, because Wuling right now is a lot slower, right? It is way slower than Valley 4. So I understand not being able to, just completely ignore Wuling and just focus on Valley 4, but at least allow conversion like, I don't know, like a 2:1 or 3:1 ratio. So I don't have to manually, like I'm literally talking about, I physically, manually transfer my Ferium ores from Valley 4 to Wuling just to get a better efficiency for my Yangzhen solution. So I'm already doing that. So you might as well just have a better way, because I know that Valley 4 tokens are not going to be that useful anyways, especially by endgame where you guys clear the entire shop. But Wuling needs a desperate bomb, at least as of right now, because there's no Wuling maps, right? We already cleared the max. So if you can exchange currency at a certain percentage of ratio, I think it will be a huge fail. Also, on the same point, exchanging materials, they are going to be on different variety, right? So you split out the EXP materials from like pre and post level 60. I don't even know for what, but if you're really going to do it, at least let me convert, right? At least let me convert. Same thing for Ascension, same thing for your rare materials. So it will just be a little bit more of a quality of life instead of being like so rigid, right? It doesn't have to be this rigid. Okay. This one is a little bit more for like the skins. I think it will be nice if it's just for aesthetics. I can change the colors of my base. And the reason why I'm like, similar thing to the camera thing for AIC, I think that AIC as a base, it is a pretty big component. So adding features like changing the chromas, right? Adding stickers, right? Adding event stickers to like paste on my shit, right? Just skins to make it look more individualistic as well as more alive. It would make me feel more incentivized to have a pretty looking base, right? It will make me feel more incentivized to play this game more, because it is very, very obvious online Enfields wants you to play AIC. So having even like cosmetics, it could bring in more players purely just of how good looking it is, and also more event option rewards, which is not going to be tied to your symbol like 800 gems, right? On top of that, you can give this kind of stuff to bring more players into the AIC. So that's going to be that. Okay. For this particular portion, it is going to be for the friend system. The friend system we have right now, it is pretty good. There are a lot of interactions. You have your supply depots. You can go to your cabins. You can sell them. You can sell goods to them with the elastic goods services. You help them with their mood and everything, right? It is honestly quite well developed for this game, but it can be even better, more, right? More. So one of the things is, why in God's green earth can I not visit my friend's AIC? That is honestly the only reason why I even want to type this, because the friends is okay. But like, if I'm gonna be able to visit their ship, and the ship has like multiple rooms, and I render in all these different units, a game that is so focused on AIC, why can I not visit their actual most customized, most individualistic, the most amount of time they spend? Okay, not even like every single spot, just their core AIC, right? Maybe just their core AIC in Valley 4, or like their core in Wuling in the future. But like, why can't I visit it? Because I think it will make some really, really interesting, and it's not like it's super difficult to render. You already rendered the guy's ship, you might as well just render the actual base out, right? Okay, actually, I think it might take a little bit, because, people might... Okay, wait, actually, I didn't know. Oh, wait. MrPokke from the future? I just saw a vision. I saw a vision that if they were to implement this system, people are going to draw dicks and slurs and weird things, and basically make this game like, yep. Okay, you know what? Forget it. We can't have good things, right? But I can literally see that. Alright, so, okay, never mind. I will give it to you. But it would be nice if in an ideal society, everybody actually plays the game instead of like, Okay, you know what? I take it back. Okay, anyways. Moving on to the next one. For the selection of combat materials after spending of stamina, this is just for myself. Maybe I was being a little bit silly, but why do I choose my rewards before the fight and after the fight? Okay, I am a little bit salty because I did not choose, thinking that I was gonna choose at the end because muscle memory, but it automatically defaulted me to the choice that I didn't want. So I think it's a very small fix that is also very easy to add. Just change the rewards to at the end of the combat instead of before when you select, right? So just a small thing, very, very nice. Okay, this is going to be mainly for gears. This is gonna be mainly for gears. I think this is way more niche, at least for most players, because I don't think anyone is thinking about essence as well as artifice, but it is super fucking expensive for your gear crafting. For your gear crafting, your essence artificing, your gear artificing, as well as your essence to like imprint, they cost an insane amount of money as well as stamina. And considering the lack of both, especially at this point of the game, maybe in the future we won't really feel it, but as of now, it is a very expensive. And if I'm not wrong, they actually added this as one of the options in their service. Like during their service, I actually did it. One of the question was literally, the gear cost was too expensive. So I think y'all already know. So yep, make it happen, make it cheaper, and that's gonna be fantastic. Another thing, speaking about gear presets. It is 2026. I cannot understand for the life of me why gacha games hate gear presets so much. And this is such a waste because I think Arknights Endfield has one of the best gear system in modern gacha, right? Gone are the days of substat hunting. You can literally craft whatever fucking endgame gear you want. You just need to essentially get all their stats a little bit higher, a little bit lower. So it encourages a lot of different possible builds. You can mix and match 3. You literally have 3+1 in your system. It is a +1 for a reason, right? You want to increase your flexibility from these 4 pieces. So after all that, why not just have a gear preset? Super fucking simple. Also, hey, just if you're watching this video, go fuck. So that's gonna be that. And then on the same thing, more team presets, but maybe not that important for now, but in the future, maybe more team presets, right? Very nice. Okay, so that is pretty much every single thing in a QL that I can think of. If there are more things to improve, feel free to leave them down. Like I said, everything I say here, it is coming from a place of good faith, right? I don't hate on it. In fact, I fucking love this game, but a lot of these things are like my genuine, real frustrations as someone that legitimately spend like way too much fucking time, and I think they can be improved to make this game devs to listen, right? So if any point of time, if these things have made it, you will know this video has done a dev season. Last thing before I wrap this up, which is gonna be the underutilized aspects that could have more things. So first of all, tower defense. I think this is probably going to be stemming from Arknight's roots because Arknight is a tower defense game. So they added this system into the little mission from all of the outposts. But it feels really bare bones as of now. Maybe they'll have like gold quality towers. Maybe they'll have like more advanced version of the battles. But as of right now, it feels super bare bones. I would say you would probably want to draw a little bit of a line because if people hate tower defense and they add more of this, that will be rough. But if they already introduced tower defense to the game, it means that they want people to try this system. So a very easy fix, for example, you could add like a extreme mode. What is the end game in Arknights again? There was this end game content Arknight. Maybe you could add like an extreme mode for each outpost. And if you clear the extreme mode, you unlock like a skin for like your turrets or for like your AIC. I think that will be a pretty good way just to take out the brains of like tower defense expert for more end content. Because I think, like I said a lot of times, Endfield is a game that is not solely focused on combat, right? There's AIC, and since you brought tower defense, you might as well just introduce it to really just make this game have so many different things to do all at the same time. Okay. Wait. Okay, another thing. Your depots. Your stock depots around the world. Right now, the only thing we have is supply missions where we are adding as an Uber, right? We are adding as a delivery man, right? We bring points from stock A, or rather location A to location B, and usually we'll spice this up with like criteria. So you can't TP, you can't get hit, so they encourage you to use zip lines. I think the concept is pretty unique, it's pretty okay. But it would be nice if you already have this depot system with a built-in friend request, by the way, right? You can request stuff from your friends. You can give them jobs. So why not expand on this more and introduce like combat missions, right? Introduce like tower defense missions, right? Introduce these things that the game already has to make it even more than just simply becoming a delivery man for like the rest of the game, right? So more things to improve on in the future. And one last thing, I mentioned a little bit just now, the zip lines. I think the zip lines is probably like the most unique traversal option I've seen in the open world game. Aside from the speed, it will be very interesting if the zip lines can introduce transportation of goods without me being there. So instead of me manually going there, like I am the fucking god of this world, by the way, and I'm being a fucking delivery. Hell nah, bruh. I want the zip line to automate the depot on the daily mission so I can see goods literally traversing on the sky that I have set up all the way, alright? Or like cable cars, or like production facilities, or like you can build an entire system with the zip lines on the sky, bro. The sky is literally the limit for this. So I think that's super fucking interesting. So hopefully they can use it, right? Okay, with that, one thing. One last thing. One last thing. I don't really know what to call this. It is not a pro. It is not a con. But I'm going to leave this at the end of this video. Our Knights Enfield is definitely a game that has one of the biggest filter systems I've seen in mainstream gacha. Okay, we'll call this segment the filter, right? The filter. So whether this is a pro or con, it is completely up to you, all right? But I must say, the filter is not the AIC, right? It is not the AIC. It is not regional. But as a new player into this series, it is extremely divisive. You don't really have too much of a middle ground for like from what I've seen so far. You don't really say, right? I'll just log in for like 10 minutes. Nah, it's not bad. It is really like the extreme end of people spending like literally their entire lives. And then the other extreme is, oh my god, but this game doesn't respect my time. This game is too fucking hard. This game is too many things. It is like two very, very big group of people because of a incredibly thick and big filter, right? You either really fucking hate it or you really, really love it. So I guess this filter, right? Why this newcomer experience is so overwhelming is because there are a lot of things that you are bringing to the new audience of mainstream gacha, right? It is a very big change from the formula. It is almost like reinventing the wheel of like overall gacha games. So there are definitely gonna be super big differences as to whether or not you hate it or like it. I would say, for example, I think the best example, I said it in my review, like in the last video. At the start of the game, you go into a cinematic cutscene. You walk through the snow just like any other MC, right? It is almost the same start for like almost every single open world gacha games. They introduce a little bit of a combat. They introduce the tower defense, right? You were shooting at the mobs. They introduce a boss fight. You wake up, you lose your memories. You wake up to Perliga, right? Staring at you. Intro. And then you are gonna progress through the open world like nobody's business, right? You are just gonna be collecting flowers, seeing the sights, a couple of monsters here and there, a boss fight, and then all of a sudden, yo, hello, welcome to AIC. Alright, you are now going to be part of our capitalism project. Alright, here's everything you do to become our next empire, right? They throw you into the AIC in this MSQ, and then after AIC, you jump into a combat mission. Or maybe you jump into a side quest. Or maybe you simply just got distracted because, oh my god, that's a rare mineral mining site. What is a rare mineral? What the hell is that random pylon doing there with a random ass zip line? Where are the things? So like, the game gives you a lot of these things right at the start, which can be a little bit confusing. And I would say that even for the combat system, you would need to adjust to this skill point mechanic, which does feel a lot more different compared to a lot of the, let's just say, the overall gacha games, right? So some players might view this as like, okay, they want to keep things fresh, right? You want to introduce multiple things at the same time so that players don't feel bored, right? You don't want to slam in, say, 1 hour straight of AIC. 1 hour straight of story, or like 1 hour, it's probably going to drive me insane. So you want to keep it fresh. On the other hand, people might just be like, oh my god, there are so many things happening at the same time. I literally cannot keep up. So these are probably the reasons why the newcomer experience can be very, very divisive, not just related to the AIC. Now, the thing is, though, right? The thing is, after you pass the filter, right, the Arknight's Enfield filter, if you were to pass it, you get used to the system. You get used to all of the things that the game has shown you for like the past couple of days, or maybe you're going to take it weeks, if not months. Once you finish it, the game is a lot less overwhelming. In fact, you can probably just spend less than like 10 minutes on a daily basis if you want to. Because the stamina, it clears up in like, 3 battles, you're done. The AIC is basically already complete. If you want to skip your debo missions, you could just transfer jobs and you don't even do your friends transfers. Because frankly speaking, the bills for like the Valley 4, it is starting to get redundant, especially in the end game where you have like an infinite amount of money. So the dailies for this game, strictly in terms of like, let's just say spending energy, right? It is actually very, very fast. And there's not a lot of things they have to do when you get it, right? When you eventually get it. So before you actually get to this point, so the end game, right? Before you get the end game, there are like a lot of things for the players to do, which I think it could be a drag for players that do not appreciate the pacing of how it's like, right? So the biggest thing is, right, like I mentioned, at a gacha income. And I think that it is a big fix. If we are going to be placing a priority on the AIC, players should rightly feel rewarded for learning the AIC, mainly through the gacha system. Because it wouldn't feel like you are trying to force yourself through the new player filter, right? Because at this point, you are like, okay, I have to learn the AIC to get an efficient yield, in order to get an efficient income. And once I finish all these checkpoints, it's almost like doing a job, right? It is legitimately a little bit like I'm doing all these things, not getting paid, by the way, for free at night. And finally, now that I completed the AIC, it is part of the game's objective. But you don't really feel that sense of reward because you are at the end of the day playing a gacha game, right? You're not getting paid to do this. It is just for your enjoyment. And I find it more difficult for a new player to get that sense of enjoyment if it is the first time trying, right? I could tell that if I was not, like, let's just say, like, if I'm not a content creator, or like if I'm not that invested into how this game has to offer, I would legitimately hate the AIC progression, bro. It is just that the amount of time I'm spending, and I'm talking to my community and my friends, it made it way more enjoyable for me as a player. But if you're just some random jobber, and you have no one to talk to, and you just came back home from a day's of work, and oh my god, bro, I need to spend 30 minutes every single day after I end work to learn how to make pipelines from the water to make Cyrite. And then tomorrow, I'm going to start on my lecture, how to make gold gears. Oh wait, I can't because my Cyrite is clogged. So it's like, it legitimately feels quite painful for players that do not have this amount of dedication, especially if you don't even have like a baseline incentive, for example, pools. Because a lot of times, gacha games, they do tie pools, currency, to things that they want you to try. End-game content, MOC, Pure Fission, A-Box Shadow, you name it, there's always going to be able to have, right? So at this point, I will say, even with blueprints, even with the core concept of like all these new things that Enfield has to offer, I think it would be nice where before the players, the new players, understand why they will want to do AIC for free because they want to enjoy it, easing them through the process by making it a smoother slope, it will reduce the number of people filtered, which could mean the community might be less concentrated. Which is why I didn't leave this as like a pro or con. Do you like a more filtered community where people that pass through everything are people that said, oh man, back in my days, you know, we didn't even have to use blueprints, man. We had to manually build every single building step by step, hand by hand, right? Or would you rather just make the filter such that any random person that wants to pick up Arknight can try it and pick up Arknight for themselves, which may or may not introduce people that will, you know, play this game for the sake of like, you know, like hating, man, fuck Arknight, bro, this game sucks ass, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but you know, this game just sucks ass. So like, it is not really a pro, it is not really a con, and at the end of this video, I'll just leave this one last thing. Mr. Poet. The journey of building an empire is not from the views you see at the top. but rather the flowers you plant on your road. With that, I have come to the end of my Arknights Enfield experience 100 plus hours later. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. It is very, very intensive because, you know, I really just give this game like all my attention, right? Future videos, PokeCorp, I'll be making more guide content. HSR 4.0 is coming. Hope you guys enjoyed this quick 10-minute review. Whatever day is gonna be. So, join this, use code POKE for 10% gamer subs. All the best for Catapults. And I'll see you guys next time. Good nights. Thank you, chat. Okay, I will now take comments and feedbacks. What do you think about Arknights Enfield? Thank you. Wait, let me just post this real quick. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Very good. Best game ever. Love it. Wait. Wait, I need to get one more title here. The most comprehensive Arknights Enfield. Okay. Alright, chat. How are we feeling? Time consuming but addictive. Okay, yeah, let's do a poll. Love, hate, neutral. AKE. Love, hate. Okay, love, hate, NYA. Love, hate, NYA. Uninstalled HSR because of Enfield. Dropped HSR because of Enfield. You think I give a fuck? You think I'm gonna cry that someone uninstalled it? You think Dawei is gonna whoop my ass if you quit HSR? Nah, bruh. Bro, I don't even give a fuck, bro. Wank, right? Awesome that you care so much about the game, bro. I really, really like. Yo, that's what you know about your streamer, man. MrPokke is the best individual when it comes to these kind of things because I really take all the time I need going full locked in before I give as comprehensive as a review as possible. Blueprint was the bait. I tried to get about A and got confused by what plan, lost patience, and built a fucking thing from zero. Okay, really good. If you have skill issues on the blueprint, you should fucking complain to the guy making the blueprint, right? Because respectively, most blueprints just going in pace and they should get a job done. My only thing is I wish character leveling was cheaper because okay, that is fair. Okay, but this character leveling thing is like a common problem for like almost every single gacha game. You are not able to try so many teams at the start. Every single gacha game has this. So I think that's why when I was saying the stamina, it is not that big of a concern, but it will be a concern if it's like in the future, it is still gonna be this pace, especially with the essence edging and everything. Blame yourself for it. That way is Poke's on. Game is very good. You can beat 20-hour learning curve tutorial. Hell, I quit after the third day, wasn't getting enough time for HSR W. That's busy. Interesting to see the monthly revenue. Yo, chat, I'm gonna keep it about. I think Arknights Enfield is probably top 3, bro. I think Columbina probably is still top 3 because it's Genshin's Archon. I think Genshin's just that big. I think Arknights Enfield is almost definitely gonna be top 3. Third place, I don't know. Let's Love and do this again. I don't know, right? But I think they will make top 3. I think they'll make top 3. The problem is phone user is kind of good, bro. Arknights Enfield runs so good on the phone. It's crazy, bro. They legit run so good on the phone. Ganj, yeah, I think Columbina is just too fucking good, bro. Yay is too strong. Yay is too strong. And also the PayPal incident. The PayPal incident. It comes out on the last 2 weeks of January. Okay, but it is most purchases for like a gacha's launch, right? It's always like in the first week anyways. It's like the highest number of sales in a character banner is the first day. Always. So even though it's like they missed half the week, it is not that bad. It will be bad if they launch like literally like 1 day before. Then that will be like really bad. Bro, the optimization is so good. Even I haven't. Yeah, bro, the optimization for this game is absolutely absurd. Keep saying I'll claim for 20 more minutes in terms of bro, mood, bro. Yep. I just wanted to spend 10 minutes on the Empire. Boom. 6 hours have gone by. I don't even know what the fuck I did, bro. My base was exactly the same. Maybe I collected a little bit more plants. But oh my god, I don't even know where time went. And also, speaking of time, bro, chat, it has already been 6 hours. It has already been 6 hours. That is just how much time that we're gonna be like talking about Arknights is gonna be 6 hours. I don't know why it's gonna chat. Is there only one redistributed? There is Yeah, there's only one. There's only one. The guy with the little hook. You just go up and you can upgrade it only to level 2. There's no level 4 as well. So yeah, that's what I do. Enfield has one which I will probably get first place. Next is top 3. I'm not sure if Enfield is beating Columbina. Okay, actually, you know what, chat? I would say yes. I think Enfield might actually beat Columbina. And the reason why I say this is because, bro, CN loves Enfield, bro. And like, at the end of the day, the most important market for like all these gacha games is either CN or JB. Bro, CN is fucking insane with it. Like, I've never seen guide contents on Bilibili do like 1 million views on day one. Never ever. Like, legitimately never. They're crazy, bro. So I think just because of that, I think RS Enfield might actually be number 1. So anyone, Genshin is great, but I think Genshin might just be number 2. That is what I would guess. That is what I would guess. Genshin say they're always top 1. UG ratio, you are. That is just a lie. Genshin has not maintained consistent top 1 for like a long time, bro. Granted, this time is Archon banner, yay, versus the launch of like a super ended. Holy shit, Lumi Venom. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Is this the first open world gacha you actually like? Okay, the thing with this, right, is like, even back in Wuthering Waves, on Wuthering Waves launch, I also thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was very, very fresh. I was spending like, what, 10 hours trying to beat Tempest Memphis, right? Like, if I get into like a new game, just because the game is fresh, it would make me inclined to like the new launch. Because it's like a whole new fresh experience, right? And everybody's talking about the meta, their tier list, progression, beginner. It's like a lot of like good things to talk about with the community. But that being said, Enfield's game itself, I legitimately think is like the most unique experience that I've seen, which drives up my curiosity. It makes me want to spend all those time learning more. Like, I want to know how AIC works. I want to spend hours and hours. At this point, I am ready to go and learn about the combos, right? I want to try physical team. I want to try electric team. I want to try nature crowd. Like, I want to try all these things because it is so new. So, probably my top. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it is. R9's Enfield is my best version 1.0 experience in any gacha game. The best of the best. Probably HSR. Okay, I don't even think HSR 1.0 tops it. Even HSR. Because I know what HSR is about. Like, I know what I'm getting myself into. Okay, yep. It's a turn-based MiHoYo game, which has anime waifus. Exceptional. And I like playing turn-based games anyways. So this was nice. So I didn't really have like a big wow, like insane moment. Like, oh my god, this is crazy. But like, Enfield is legit like, oh my god, bro. Everything is so fun. So that is pretty much it. Can you play the pen? Dev account is nude, by the way. There's no more dev account. So what they want to do, Enfield Cinema, it is. I would say that the filtering thing, it is a. That is a pretty interesting concept, don't you think? Whether having filters for your game is a good or bad thing. Yeah, especially when like the scale in which Enfield is launched is definitely not like indie game anymore, right? It's not like CCN style. It is like a big ass fucking game that is looking to like compete with like Genshin and all that kind of stuff, right? It is a fucking huge game. But like for such a huge game, they also have such a big filter that I wouldn't really expect for like mainstream. Because like mainstream games, you would think that they will want to appeal to as wide of a demographic as possible, right? Like just super big net and appeal and draw them in. But like no, bro. Like, this thing is, like, very, very divisive, right? Even, like, on, like, I would say that for every one guy that hates Enfield, there will definitely be another guy that loves Enfield. It is almost like the hate to love ratio is, like, it's so high. And very little people actually stay in, like, the middle spot. Oh, what am I doing? Chen. Yep. Enfield problem is factory. Yep. TV was a shitty gimmick. It was unique to its own rights, but it was not as important as AIC in Enfield. Like, I've never really seen this concept of like a new thing, breaking out of formula, being so pushed for the players. Like usually when a game introduces a new thing, right? Like new TV system, the ecosystem, right? The ecosystem, right? The what's that another example? The FPS system, right? In DNA or like a Silver Palace, right? You can use guns. Like all these systems, they are new, they are unique. It separates them from one another, but it is like not something that will need that much time and energy in your investment, because it is fundamentally like same but different, right? TV is just a medium to progress through the story. Ego is just a way to farm your relics, right? FPS game is like, okay, you know what, you want to play Fortnite, you know, but like AIC is like, it is so different from everything else, and you must know this or get fucked. So it's like, it's a very, very bold move by the devs. It is just that my point still stands. It would be so much nicer if they added the gacha pools to AIC. I think that will actually make it maybe less divisive and a little bit more welcoming to the players who want to try. Because I think a lot of players will be like, bro, I'm not spending hours of my time after my job to do something that I don't care for, and I don't even get premium currency. So that is probably why. And being unique, yeah, absolutely. Unique is very, very good. I am sick and fucking tired of like the same old like open world, bro. Like there's been a shit ton of fucking open world, bro. NTE is about to have a CBD as well. So like there are so many options nowadays. The ability to stand out even in 2026 is a really like a feat by its own. So I think it's really, really good. Wait, hold up. Let me pull out some song requests. Because at this point I am more or less just chilling now. Oh, okay, I'll probably do my AIC building stuff probably tomorrow. So yeah. Yeah, open world fatigue, bro. Like all the gacha games want to do open world, because I think open world gives like the most amount of like immersion, and like you will actually feel more attached to your characters because you're immersed in the world compared to like smaller games like turn-based and everything else. Yeah, Blueberry. Yeah, very, very good. Very, very nice. The TV gimmick was almost like a damn mini-event for you to get annoyed from. Even dispatch hacking gimmick is way more tense than TV gimmick in Zenless Zone Zero. Okay, do y'all love or hate the TV? Do you think TV ruined Zenless Zone Zero? Hated the TV. I like it. Man, fuck the TV. Hate the TV. Do you think Zenless Zone Zero will be better off with or without a TV? It was okay. The TV mode was gonna removing it also ruined it. You know, 100% better without. It was kind of unique. I guess that is like a thing, right? Like TV was very like defining, and now that without a TV, what makes Zenless Zone Zero stand out from a action RPG fighting gacha parry game? Big tits. Big tits and big ass. You know what? Actually, yeah, I think that can be their branding. It's just that if that is gonna be like their branding, it's a little bit hard to keep people like hooked, because gooning can literally just only take you so far, right? It will only attract that group of audience, and like it doesn't really go anywhere from there. Yep. Oh, that's all you need, and there it is. Yep. Brown Dust 2 is next door, by the way. Yep. Super Gooner models. Ooh. Zenless Zone Zero is deep in gooning. They are very, very deep though, which is pretty good. Which is honestly really good. Standing out is like having a niche, which is essentially filtering. You don't need to filter people just by standing out. You can filter them with like a lot of ways. And even if you were to stand out, it doesn't mean you necessarily filter them. Like a unique selling point, right? A unique selling point. So like for example, if there's ever gonna be another game like Enfield where their USP is like it's really such a once in a lifetime that you haven't really seen this thing before in a gacha game, or like these kind of like games that you're familiar with, you will definitely give them like way more attention, right? And it's not even to say like Alright Enfield is like the greatest game of all time, because like I show you guys in my script, right? There are like a shit ton of things that Alright Enfield can fix to make it better. It is by no means a perfect game. Alright, I don't think there's ever a game that's perfect, especially at 1.0. 1.0 is usually like where the games have like the most amount of problems. It is where they take the game forward, because it is like the collection phase, right? You collect your information data. So if Alright Enfield, okay, it's not even if, I am pretty sure Alright Enfield has no problem keeping the identity, because AIC is not going away, right? I feel like the way that they've done it is like, I couldn't have thought of a better way aside from the gacha income thing. It is already like pretty good. It is just that the people that remain, okay, you know what I hope? Okay, okay, you want some real talk? Y'all want some real talk? Okay, I'm gonna have some real talk, guys. I hope I don't get clipped. But alright, some real talk. I genuinely loved playing Wuthering Waves a lot at the start. And I do this for almost every single gacha game I play. Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero, Epic 7, Etheria Restart, Uma Musume, fucking Star Savior for that period of time. I mean, it's coming out in global, right? Like all the gacha games that I want to play, I always give it my all. I see the appeal, the good, the bad, and everything that the game has to offer, alright? But I really think it's very unfortunate that Wuthering Wave right now is at a point where like, it is not even the Wuthering Waves community, by the way. It is not even everyone from the community. It is just that I think it's good that if we have this, because we're talking about filtering, right? We're talking about filtering. It's good that I don't think Alright Enfield will become like a situation where they kind of have to fuck with Genshin did it worse, or Alright did it better, or Wuwa did it worse, or whatever, because there is really so little things to compare because of AIC. In a sense, AIC might have actually saved Alright Enfield from gacha tribalism. Because how the hell are you going to be tribalistic about a game when like no one else is able to offer you what the Enfield experience is going to be like? It is just Enfield. If you hate it, fine, right? You don't have to play it because like, it is definitely not for you. And if you love it, you're definitely going to love it. But like, bro, there are like so many bad faith individuals from the rise of like the Wuthering Waves part. And I find it very, very unfortunate that like the game's community is actually so good. I think Wuthering Waves is like it's really a great game, bro. It's a fantastic game. And the people, like the community that actually plays Wuthering Waves, I think they're also great. Alright, just like how the people that actually play games is like, if I involve myself with like Alright Enfield, like for example, right? There are definitely gonna be like drama, right? There's gonna be drama, right? Oh my god, the pools, the income, right? Why is the AIC so fucking filtering? But like, I can touch my heart and say, like for the past 1 week, I see like none of that. Because I am fully dedicated to like, I want to learn more about Alright Enfield and everything. And just like for Wuthering Waves, back in like the start, I wanted to love Wuthering Waves, bro. I love playing it. I was doing holograms. I was doing the guides. I was trying out all the different teams. Alright. And even like till this day, we're like getting invited to Wuthering Waves event. I legitimately think the game is great. But it's just that because of like just a few, it just turns everything so much worse as a representation of what a community is when it's not even the case. And it's just quite unfortunate. I think Wuthering Waves, if in a different world, right? In a different timeline, in a different world, if Water Waves was able to have a trajectory that can foster this like community that actually stop like same thing for like all of the Hoyo shows, like Hoyo shows, curveballs and everything, right? Like it has such a nice potential for like that run. But now whenever people were to say like the Wuwa community, alright, oh my god, the Wuwa community is back. The Hoyo community is attacking, the Wuwa community is attacking. Is a thing that I think could have been prevented. I'm not sure how that could have been prevented, but I don't know how the game basically is like is in this state. And once again, it's not everyone, right? It is never the entire population. It is never the oh my god, yo, Aru, thank you so much for 3 months, bro. It is I would argue like most people that actually want to play the game, they are playing the game, right? They are learning, they are looking forward to AMF, they're looking forward to Monye, right? Just like how Genshin, like, okay, like we technically play Genshin more than Wuwa, but like when I'm playing Genshin, I'm playing the game, bro. Like I'm playing Stadio Onslaught, right? I'm playing the Spiral Abyss, right? Okay, maybe minus the 300k guy, the Tulu of the story, but I'm playing the game. Just like how there will be people playing the game for Wuwa, they want to do hologram, they want to do all the team building, they want to do whatever it's gonna be. Just like how if I play HSR, we're doing Zero Cycles, we're doing Showcase. So like, it is just unfortunate that in a different world, maybe if the stars align, people having their own preferences in these things wouldn't make it worse for others. Oh my god, this song is so nice. But yes, that is essentially my 2 cents. And at the end of everything, I like that I think Art Knights will not have this problem because they have proven that they have stood out. It's like, okay, chat, like just think about it. Just think about it. One of the most common synonyms back when Wuwa first launched is Genshin Killer, right? Like we all know it. It is, oh my god, the Genshin Killer is here, right? And like maybe they didn't even want the name, but people just can't help themselves from saying it and doing it and adding a tribalism, right? It is what it is. But like, if you say Art Knights Enfields now, generally speaking, you won't think like, oh, this is the Wuwa Killer, this is a Genshin Killer, right? It is like, oh my god, bruh, fuck the fucking AIC, or I love the AIC. Why is this game so... That is what I feel, right? Maybe different communities would have like different perspective of the game, but at least from like what I saw with my own 2 eyes is that I think Art Knights Enfields' identity is pretty well grounded, and I have bright hopes for this game. Whether this game goes to shit, like if I quit this game 6 months from now, 1 year from now, or like just whatever timeline I stop playing a game, right? It doesn't automatically mean that, oh my god, I betrayed Art Knights Enfield, or like I betrayed the community that watched me. It's like during the times I play, I would give it my everything, right? I didn't fake any of the time. I spent grinding literally 500 hours in a single month for Epic 7, bro. When I do Uma Musume, I reroll 4 hours. I make a whole new dedication. Like all these things I do, I do it like it's with my all. Right, with legit my all. Same things for Enfield, right? I'm doing it with everything. I would like fuck it until like Kokanina is like fuck like it's your last fuck. Eat like it's your last eat. And play like it's your last play. Okay, that's a very bad analogy, but you get what I'm saying, right? So whether or not this game is to be in the future, it doesn't concern me. Because the only thing I know is right now, it is a bloody fun game. So they're gonna be that. They're gonna be good at it. Yep. And that would do. Oh, bro, oh my god, chat. If we're getting clipped, then like, that's what it is, right? I don't think I said anything that is like, 我对不起自己的良心的. Like, I'm not coming from it. Oh my god, man, fuck XYZ, right? So if I get clipped, then so be it. It is just another day. It is just another day, right? Okay, chat. Honestly, if anything, right? It's good that people can talk about this more openly without thinking that, oh my god, this guy's instigating again. This guy's starting war. It's like it is time to like kind of like come terms with like the reality of the situation, so you can take actionable steps. Like, okay, why is this like going on? You know what I'm saying? I mean, at this point, I'm kind of chilling, cause if I move on, then you kind of just move on. There's no black belt or whatever. But like, for those players that are still playing Wuthering Waves, right? Like, for the reason that you love Wuthering Waves, just like for any reason that other players would love other gacha games, it will be good to basically like, yep, that is what's going on. Yeah. Give me your blueprints. 500 cigarettes. 500 cigarettes. And I'll give you my blueprint. Yep. Oh, absolutely, bro. Drama, war, rage bait. Like, people who are, you know, cooking on these is not about the game. It is just basically like who they are, right? It's never about the game, bro. So, it doesn't really matter what is the thing that they're gonna be covering. But, I always just go back to 开心就好, right? As long as you're happy, 你开心就好. And I think I'm hella fucking 开心 playing All-Night Enfield. Whether or not I'm 开心, whether or not I'm happy in the future, that is the story for future Poke. But in the moment that I have right now, I will enjoy it to the fullest. And that is the best I can do, right? And then what to do, they also chat. This song name is crazy, by the way. Hold up, chat, peep this. Oh my god, what the fuck is that, bro? And now, I can't stand up. Okay, Shadow. I also just realized, by the way. Whoa. I also just realized. Yo, Follow, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Sarah of the Lake. And then with this, did you know in All-Night Enfield, Sarah of the Lake wants to remove the AIC? Sarah hates. Okay, now I'm just kidding. I know Sarah likes the AIC, so and I want to do. Yeah, if I can say so myself, but I'm boom, but I'm a giveaway now. Yup, chat. The time is now. Thank you for staying with our pretty lengthy stream. The time is now, guys. Our 100 US dollars a giveaway, which is going to be this thingy right here, right? The chartered hater hunting permit times 60. So today we are gonna be giving away this thank you exclamation AKELD, right? I don't know what I call this because it's like a different thing. So AKELD are nights with the LD shop. We are okay. Once again, true story, by the way. They wanted to do this top up for my account. I said no. I would rather one of y'all win it. So y'all are absolutely fucking welcome. Because Bob could have used that 60 pools, bro. Bobu, the free-to-play savior, could have used the 60 pools and he would still be free to play. Because I ain't spent a goddamn saying, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so very simple. The way we're gonna do this, as per usual, chat vote raffles. Whoa. Chat vote raffles. There we go. Eh? Why is it not loading? Okay, unfortunately, chat vote raffles is dead. Chat vote raffles. Oh, wait, let me sign it. All right. First, our Knights and Field giveaway. Yep. So in case you guys don't know how it works for my new viewers, this is only going to be for the Twitch channel. So if you're from YouTube or from Kick, hop on over to exclamation Twitch and simply type Mimi. Alright, simply type Mimi, and you're gonna be able to get a ticket, right? Oh shit, wait guys, I forgot to make this. There we go. Yeah, simply type Mimi, and you are able to get yourself the chance of a entry for this particular pack right here, right? This 60 fucking pools, chat. 60 fucking pools. That's more than double of the income in version 1, by the way, for $3.99, right? And the odds are definitely not really gonna be in your favor, but you know what, don't even worry about it. For this particular top up, it is gonna be done with the payment method. So this is also why they want to do it on my account, because it's a lot more difficult to facilitate this giveaway since it's not by UID. Essentially how this works is you have to create an LD shop account if you were to win with exclamation AKELD. Exclamation AKELD. You have to sign up with an LD shop account. If you want to use mine, you get like free coupons and shit. So you have to sign up with an LD shop account. Once I know who you are as a winner, I will personally DM you, and I make sure that they give you your LD gold or whatever it is, so they will top up to your LD shop account, so you can then buy this for yourself. That is how they are gonna be able to facilitate this, right? So a little bit more complicated compared to HSR, but it is what it is, because right now we don't really have the method for this thingy, right? So in any case, it's also, if this is gonna be your first time hearing LD shop, we have basically done collabs with them for like the past 6 months, more than 6 months actually. Every single giveaway is always gonna be here because they have been a absolute joy to essentially work with for like the past, I don't even know how long it's gonna be anymore. So it's gonna be very, very nice. So it is a cheap, fast, and safe game top up website, up to 27% off in Enfield. So right now, all these other products, you have the monthly pass, the charter pass, all the battle pass, all the different packs, they're all gonna be available. We also have a lot of trust pilot ratings. So wow, insane ratings. W ratings, very safe and trusted, extremely nice, very, very good. We also right now, if you use exclamation AKELD, if you use my link, you'll get a 15% off coupon plus an extra 5%, saving up to $30. So essentially at this point, click the link, download, and I will be closing in and picking our lucky winner in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 6, 4, 3, 4. Avodokia 660. Is that a whoa? Congratulations, Avodokia 660. Bro has been a lurker since 2024 August. Wow. Congratulations, Avodokia. So at this point, you essentially DM me. My Discord is MrPokke. Just DM me. Prove that you are you. You need to prove that you are you. And then we arrange it from there. Don't randomly flood my inbox pretending to be, bro. Right? Just DM me confirming that it's you. Make an LD shop account. I will pass your LD shop account to LD shop. And then they will then give the 100 USD, right? If at any point of time, if this person is like, bro doesn't make the account, or like he forfeits or whatever, we'll do this giveaway again tomorrow. Yep. So settle this by tonight. I will sort everything out with them, and if all things goes well, you will have the 100 USD pack on your LD shop account. Then you can just buy the pack yourself. So if you are like a scammer or whatever, we'll just reroll again tomorrow, right? So that is gonna be that. I am making an account real quick. Yep, just make sure that you make your LD shop account, right? So you have this LD shop account, right? So this LD shop account, there is the personal sender. This ID, copy and send it to me. Alright, this ID, copy and send it to me. So they will be topping up your account with this, right? So that is pretty much gonna be that. In any case, chat, that is gonna be our winner. We are also worried now, by the way, we are supposed to do a giveaway on the 30th, which is in 2 days, for HSR's live stream. Unfortunately, there is no HSR's live stream. So we will have another giveaway, but it won't be for HSR. It will be for Zen. I will see what's up, right? But we're having another live stream either tomorrow or the day after. Celebrating 150 USD again from LD Shop. So I will see you guys when the time comes. But with that, thank you guys so much for coming today. I will wrap it up here. Enjoy your evening. I am gonna go ahead and cook more content. Actually, I might take a day off a little bit because it is 12, almost 1 a.m. So I might be able to fix my sleep. And I will see you guys early tomorrow, hopefully for a 5 p.m. stream. Thank you guys so much for coming. This was a very, very fun little stream with all of our discussions. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, good night, guys. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. Uma tomorrow, I bet. Alright, good night, good night, good night. Uma movement tomorrow. Alright, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye, 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 bye. Hola, bye, bye, bye.